Hello, I'm Bob Ross, and I'd like to welcome you to the 18th Joy of Painting series. First of all, let me thank you for inviting me back for another series of painting shows. And if this is your first time with us, allow me to extend a personal invitation for you to drag out your big brushes and a few colors and paint along with us each week as we put some of nature's masterpieces on canvas. Tell you what, I'm going to start out today and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. And while they're doing that, let me tell you what I've already done up here. Today I have my standard old 18 by 24 inch double primed canvas, and onto that I've taken a piece of contact paper and sort of cut like a half an oval shape, and I've just stuck it on. Then we've covered the entire canvas with a thin even coat of liquid white. This is a wet on wet painting technique, so normally the first thing that we'll do is we cover the canvas with something to make it wet and slick. Today we've used liquid white, and all that does is allow us to actually blend color right on the canvas rather than working ourselves to death on the palette. Tell you what, let's go ahead and get started. Today let's start off with the old 2-inch brush, and let's go right up here and get the least little amount of phthalo blue. It's a very strong color, you need very little. Just pull it out and then tap the bristles into the color. That assures that we get a nice even distribution of color all the way through the bristles. And that's exactly what we're looking for. Okay, let's go right up here. I thought today we'd do just a happy little scene. I want to show you a very simple little scene that you can do even if you've never painted before. This is a very easy, very nice little scene, and I think you'll find it very enjoyable and rewarding. There we go. All we're doing here is just using little crisscross strokes, little X's. That's really all it amounts to, little tiny X's. And the color, the blue color, is always blending with the liquid white that's on the canvas. And automatically the sky gets lighter and lighter toward the horizon. And that's what we're looking for in a landscape. And we just blend it together here a little. Okay, then very lightly we can just go across. All this does is just removes all the brush strokes and sort of pulls everything together, just like so. There. Maybe we'll have a little bit of water in this painting. If you've painted with me before, you know I'm an absolute nut for water. I think it's so beautiful, and in this technique, it's one of the nicest, easiest things to paint. So you'll find water very enjoyable to do. So we'll just take a small amount of that phthalo blue again, back on the same old brush. And let's go right up here, and you have to make a decision here. Where does your water live? Maybe it's right in here. Just take and pull from the outside in. That's all there is to it. Very lightly. Now then, we'll take it up to, about there. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, wherever you want it. On this piece of canvas, you have absolute and total power. You can do anything that you want to do here. You have unbelievable power. You can move mighty rivers, and you can push trees around in mountains, anything that you want to do on this piece of canvas. There. Okay. And that'll end up being our water. Let's wash our old brush. We wash our brush with odorless thinner. Let me say that again, odorless thinner. If you don't use odorless thinner, you're gonna find yourself working along very, very quickly. Really recommend you use odorless thinner. Tell you what, let's take a fan brush today and let's build us a happy little cloud. And for that, we'll go right into titanium white. Be right back. I'm going to get the least little touch of the bright red. Least little touch though. It goes a long way. Load a lot of color into the bristles. See, both sides are full of color. Very good. Now then, we have to make some big decision. Maybe there's some happy little clouds that live in our world. So take the corner of the brush and very gently begin making all these tiny little circles. Tiny little circles. Add a little more paint. There we go. And just begin forming your basic cloud shapes. That's all we're looking for at this point, are very basic little shapes. That's all we're looking for. Okay. Just apply a little color. Now then, I'm going to take a 2-inch brush that's nice and clean and dry. And I have several of each brush to go in here. And very gently, just blend the base of this mountain, or cloud. Son of a gun, I didn't call this a mountain. There we are. Very lightly, lift upward. See, that just sort of fluffs it. Then gently, gently, 2 hairs and some air, just blend it a little bit. And we have a cloud. And when you're painting clouds, work in layers, doing the cloud that you think's the farthest away first. And then we'll come back and reload the brush, and we can go back in here and make another one. Now sometimes we use a very firm paint. Sometimes you'll find the paint maybe is a little too thick. If that ever happens, add the least little touch of liquid white along with the titanium white. Least little amount, because when you add liquid white here, your blending ability drops drastically. So don't add any more than you have to get the paint to come off your brush onto the canvas. And we can put another happy little cloud that lives right here. And in your world, you have to make these decisions. You have to decide how many clouds live in your painting. There. See, I think there's one that lives right there. Right there. Maybe up in here there's a little stringy one that just sort of floats along. He just lays up here and has a good time. Watches everything happen. Now then, back to our clean, dry, 2-inch brush, and be sure it's dry. It really needs to be dry. Blend the base of it, fluff it just like we did before. And that easy. You have another happy little cloud. And you can put as many or as few as you want in your world. Maybe we'll do one more. It's good practice. Good practice. And the more you practice, the better you get, no matter what you're doing, whether it's painting or anything else. But if there's a secret to this, or any other style of painting, it's simply practice. There we go. Now very gently, once again, we just want to blend the base of this. Just the base. Lift it, fluff it. There. Very lightly, just go across. And so I see we have all these layers of clouds now. And you can come along in here and, maybe, once again, maybe you want to put some little stringy clouds in here. Little floaters. And those are very easy. All you have to do is just sort of lay them in. Blend them the least little amount. And then very lightly, just go over them. Isn't that something? Okay, maybe we'll have a little mountain that lives way back in the distance here. Very simple little mountain, one that's very quiet, very subdued. We'll take some black, a little Van Dyke brown, a little touch of alizarin crimson in there. Like so. Maybe the least little touch of Prussian blue. There. Okay, now then, pull the paint out as flat as you can get it. Really get tough with it. Go down with the knife, touch, and just cut across. That way you get a small roll of paint, lives right out on the edge of the knife. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, we have to make a big decision. Where does our little mountain live? And we want this to be a far away, very distant little mountain. So we don't want it to get too big on us. These rascals will grow on you very quickly. They'll take over your whole world. And you have to make some decisions. Where do you want little bumps, little tops? All you have to do is just put them on. Just like so. Now the only thing that we're worried about at this point is the nice top edge up here. We could care less what's happening in here. Doesn't make any difference to us at this point. Now then, once again, take a 2-inch brush, grab this, and pull it. Because the liquid white's on the canvas, you can move this color. It's wet and it'll slip and slide. There we go. Grab it and pull. Maybe we'll just let this blend right on out to nothing. Just sort of float away out here. Just like so. Now then, just by using brush strokes, if you want to make a little mountain that's far away, just by using the little brush strokes here, you can make the indication of highlights and shadows, all kinds of little things. I hope you can see those. If you can't, when you're painting, I guarantee you'll understand what I'm saying there, because they'll show up. It'll look like all kinds of beautiful little things that are just happening out there automatically, and you don't have to work at all. And this is a lazy man's way of painting. Shoot, I tell you what, let's take some white, a little bit of phthalo blue, a little of that mountain color just to gray it down some. There. Maybe in our world, way back in the distance there lives a little foothill. Now, push, see? hit it and give it a little push. Make it slide a little. That loads paint right out on the end of the bristles. Let's go right up here. Okay, now, if we have a little foothill, maybe it lives. Yep, you're right. You're right. There it is. Little foothill lives right out there. See? We'll just let it disappear into nothing. Very soft, quiet, gentle little thing. It lives down here at the base of this big mountain, and he just watches everything that goes on. There we are. Okay. Now then, while we have that color on the brush, maybe we want to make the indication of a little reflection down here. To do that, just pull straight down with a little bit of the color, but straight down, that's important. And gently across. Now that'll give us an indication of a little reflection. The other thing we can do, lift upward, very short little strokes, and it'll make it look like little distant trees that live way back here, far, far away. Very subdued though. All right. Now one thing that gives a painting a lot of depth and distance is different planes or layers in it. So let's make several different layers in here. We'll just use that old mountain color here. I think that was just black, a little Prussian blue, a little Van Dyke brown, alizarin crimson. And to that, I'm going to add the least little touch of sap green. Not much, just a little. Once again, tap the brush just to load it. Now then, let's begin putting in all different layers or planes. Maybe there's one that lives right here, and it comes right down like that. Let your imagination go and decide where you want all these little things to live. There. Okay, now then, each time you put one of these little peninsulas out here, though, we need a reflection under it. It's very important. Pull straight down, go gently across. And then you can make a decision where the next one lives. Maybe the next one is right here. Now see, it's almost a natural tendency to want to put all of these in and then put the reflections. But when you pull these down, it would destroy the top of that one. Hope all that makes sense. So do them one at a time. Don't be in too big a hurry. Speed will come automatically with practice. There. Right now, we're just trying to learn the basic technique. Maybe there's another one right here. I don't know. Just let it go. That's the beauty of this. You really don't have to set and plan every little detail out. Have a general idea in your mind of where you want to go with this painting and what you want it to look like. So basically all you have to do is figure out the time of year and the time of day. And other than that, you're free. You can do anything here that you want. Let's take a little cad yellow, be right back, grab a little of the sap green. We'll just use a fan brush today, it doesn't matter. A little touch of yellow ochre. There. Maybe a little more of the green here. There, that's beautiful green. But by mixing color on the fan brush like this, you have a multitude of color happening in the bristles. Look at all the different values and colors. And my gosh, you'd work forever to do that if you were trying to mix each one of those separate colors. This way it happens automatically. Then we can go back up in here and we can just begin pushing in some highlights. We need that dark underneath though, so this nice green color will show. There. You know what? I'm gonna grab another fan brush. I see something here I'd like to do. Let's take another fan brush. We'll go right into some black, brown, same old colors again. Crimson, sap green, a little bit of the Prussian blue. Very dark color. In my mind, see how you can change your mind. I see little trees. Maybe there's little evergreens that live way back here. Just take the top corner of this fan brush and we'll put in the indication of little trees that are far away. We don't want too much detail now. If you put too much detail in trees this far away, you'll lose that illusion of distance. So, just a little. There. There we go. Let them just come right on down and disappear into nothing. There we are. Now then, back to our fan brush. And we can put in all those beautiful little green areas. There we are. Isn't that fantastic? Now, work in layers though. Watch here, watch here. See, here comes another one. Out here on this little peninsula that sticks out into the water. That easy. That easy. And you can just put layer after layer after layer. Now then, let's take a little touch of the liquid white. Little liquid white. I'll put the least little touch of the bright red into the color. Pull it out as flat as you can get it, and then cut across like that, okay? Now then, let's go up here, and let's just cut in a little water line. Now, even though this water line is dropping down, 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 you want to keep these lines basically straight. Otherwise, it'll look like the water's going to run right out of your painting and get your floor all wet. So you can go anywhere you want to go with these, but try to keep them as straight as possible. There. And maybe here and there, maybe you want to put the indication of a little ripple here and there. Those two need to be as straight as possible, though. Try to keep those straight. Tell you what, let's get crazy. I'm going to go right back to the old fan brush that had the black and the Prussian blue and the brown and green, crimson. Load a lot of color into the bristles. And maybe in our world, there lives, maybe there's a nice evergreen tree that lives right here. Just touch. Give yourself sort of a little center line. Now we're going to use just the corner of the brush. Just the corner. See there? And these little evergreens live right here in these fan brushes. All you have to do is sort of scare them out. And as you work down the tree, add more and more pressure. We're still using the corner of the brush, but we're just pushing harder and harder. And automatically your tree will get larger and larger as it works downward. And normally, trees look better if that's the case. There we go. Now that you know me, I think everybody should have a friend. So let's go right here and give this little tree a friend. Same thing. See, just use a corner of the brush and work back and forth. Like so. There. Isn't that easy? We got a couple of beautiful little evergreen trees. Now then, we can take the knife, take a little titanium white, little dark sienna, mix it together, pull it out very flat, and we cut across. Once again, we get our little roll of paint. Normally we always load the knife with that little roll of paint. So spend a little time practicing so you can do that without even thinking about it. Okay. A little bit right there. There we go. And that just gives the indication of some little tree trunks in our trees. We don't want them to be weak and fall over and drop into the water. We'll take a little bit of black, a little yellow, and make a very dark green. We'll put that on the fan brush. A lot of color. Just load both sides full of color. Let's go right up here. Now then, in my world, maybe the light's coming from the right. So we want to put more emphasis on the right side of the tree than we do on the left. There we go. And we'll put some highlights on this tree. But evergreen trees are normally quite dark. So don't let them get too bright on you, because them rascals will. It gets to be fun, and next thing you know, you've covered up all your dark areas. And you need that contrast to make your tree beautiful, make it stand out. There, darker, darker, darker down here toward the base. Because trees are darker, there's more shadows down here. All right, shoot, let's get crazy. Get the big brush. Let's go right into that dark color. Same old thing, black, blue, Van Dyke, little crimson, little sap green. We use the old 2-inch brush. Pull it in one direction here. Load a lot of color into it. There we go. Let's go right up here. Now then, let's just put something right here. Watch here. Let's just begin. And you have to make some decisions here. Where do you want all these little bushes and stuff to live? Here they are. Wherever you want them. That's exactly where they ought to be. And we just let them sort of fade out down here. But that easy. That easy. When you use this big old brush, you can cover a lot of space quickly. There. And this is a 2-inch brush. There. Okay. And all we're doing, once again, is just laying in some dark color so when we apply our highlights or our light colors, that they'll stand out and show. It's really the only reason we put this in here. Now then, another thing you can do, you can take just a clean knife and sneak up in here and just scrape in all kinds of little sticks and twig areas. Now, when this is done, it'll look like you spent days and days with your little one-haired brush just going in here and drawing all these. We're going to cover up a lot of them, but some of them will show. And people will think you work for long periods of time to create all these little things. And that's our secret. Shh, don't tell nobody. Okay. So I say most of those will disappear, but some of them will still be there and they'll create some very nice effects. I'm going to dip the 1-inch brush into a little bit of the liquid white. I do that only to thin the paint. One of our golden rules. A thin paint will stick to a thick paint. Let me get a little black on there. I'll make a nice green. Black and yellow make a beautiful green. Pull this brush in one direction. One direction. See there? Now that loads a lot of paint. Now look right there. See when it starts making those little things? Steve, my son, who teaches this, he tells his students when little bushes start appearing right here in this pile of paint, when you pull it, then the brush is loaded correctly. And that's an excellent way of checking it. But you can see how it begins appearing right there. When your brush begins doing that, then let's go up here. Then make some big decisions in here. Maybe there's a happy bush that lives right here. Touch, give a gentle push. You don't have to push hard. If you have a thinner paint than what's on the canvas, and you've loaded a lot of color into the bristles. See there? And make one little bush at a time. I know sometimes it gets feeling good and you want to make a bunch at once. Try to make only one bush at a time. Think about them as individuals. Give them names if necessary. And that's what makes them stand out. Do the bush that in your mind is the farthest away first, and then work forward. Always working forward. And that way there'll be depth and distance in your work. A little more color. And I'm going through the Indian yellow, the yellow ochre, cad yellow, here and there, least little touch of the bright red. Not much. It's very strong. Very strong. It'll take over your whole world in a heartbeat. But it does make some nice little color changes here and there. There. Okay, maybe another little bush right there. I tell you what. This looks just like a natural place to have a little path. So let's take some, we'll take some Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna, pull it out very flat. Once again, we cut off our little roll of paint. Now then, where does our path go? Maybe it goes right up in here. And all we're doing, once again, is putting some dark color on so our light color will show. This is just our undercolor, our base color. And in just a few minutes, we'll come back and we'll highlight that. But we'll just sort of let that just sort of dribble out here to nothing. Just sort of let it go. We don't know. Like that. Now then, we can take some white, a little dark sienna, maybe the least little touch of bright red in it, not much. Pull it out flat. Don't overmix your color. Get our little roll of paint. Now, barely grazing the canvas. Just let it, the knife, just barely caress it. Just so it hits the high points, and it'll make it look like all those little bumps and rocks and beautiful little things happening automatically. Automatically. There we go. Now then, we can come back with our 1-inch brush, and we'll just pop in a little bush here and there. Bring it all together. You can add a little paint thinner to your brush sometime to thin the paint. Now let's go right over here. See, we'll have a little bush that lives right here and hangs over the path. That way we don't have to decide where it goes. We just know it goes somewhere back into the background. We don't know. Don't care at this point. See, just sort of let that go. Now then, tell you what I want to do. I want to take the little piece of contact paper I have off, and let's see what we have here. We'll just grab that, pull it off, Zoop, and there it goes. Now then, see, we need to get rid of these edges. So all we'll do is take a little of the dark color, tap a little of that in, so it just sort of flows with it. Just let it flow right on out like that. But I want to keep this contoured, roundish idea going here. Sort of makes it look a little bit better. Put some dark in, then we can come back and put all kinds of just little bushes and things in here. See? Use the side of the brush, push upward. But work in layers. Always working in layers. Think about individuals. There. Okay. Now, let's go back to our fan brush that has the white on it for the clouds. And let's go up in here and find a clean 2-inch brush. I want to blend this blue here. Just to see this little line here. I want to kill that. So we just blend that out and just sort of let it go backwards here. Now, that's all you have to do. Just blend it back. And we'll take our cloud and allow it to come right down there. There it goes. And just let it blend right on back. See? It's right on into nothing. We don't know where it goes. We don't care. And this one. Okay. Then a nice clean brush. Give it a little blend. Like so. Lift it. Fluff it. And that brings that whole top section together. I'll tell you what. I think this old painting is about done. Let's take a little of the bright red on the liner brush, a little paint thinner, and we'll sign this one right about here. I hope you've enjoyed this. It'll certainly give you a lot of practice. It's a beautiful little painting to do if it's your first project. I think you'll enjoy it. And from all of us here, happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me today. You ready to do a fantastic little painting? Tell you what, let's start out today and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me tell you what I've already done up here. I have my standard old pre-stretched double prime canvas up here, and I've put just a thin, even coat of the liquid white over the entire surface. So it's all slick and wet and it's ready to go. So let's have some fun. I thought today is such a fantastic day here. We'll just do a happy little painting. I've had a lot of requests, people asking about how to do these great big fluffy clouds. So I thought we'd work on something like that today. So let's start out. We'll use the old 2-inch brush with a little touch of the phthalo blue. Sometimes my tongue gets over my eye teeth and I can't see what I'm saying. There we are. A little bit of the blue. We don't want much. Let's go right up here. Now maybe right in here we'll have just a little bit of blue right in there like so. We'll just let that float right on off into nothing. A very small amount. We'll put a little color in this sky so the clouds will show up. Something like so. This is just phthalo blue, and it's mixing with the liquid white that's on the canvas, and automatically you get a beautiful, smooth, even color in here. If this was a dry canvas, you'd be in Agony City about now. Now then, without cleaning the brush, I'm going to go into the midnight black. Just looking for a small amount of color, just a small amount, like so. Now then, with the black on there and a little bit of blue that was left, we'll have a very nice gray color. And I'll start at the top of the canvas, making little X's, little crisscross strokes, and blend that right down into the blue. Like that. So that way we graduate in color from a blue up into a nice gray. And the more you blend this, the better it'll come together. So you can't tell where one color stops and the next color starts. And while we have that gray going, put a little more on the brush. Maybe right down in here, we'll add a little bit more of the gray. There. Still making little crisscross strokes. And sometimes it's nice. I'm going to reach up here and get the least little touch of alizarin crimson. We'll warm that gray up a little bit. So we have black and a little bit of crimson on the brush, but very small amount. Very, very small amount. We don't want much. We don't want to set the sky on fire. I just want to change the hue a little bit, the color, least little bit. This will warm it up. And today, I think we'll concentrate mainly on sky, so I'm not too worried about down here. There we go. Now then, let me wash the old brush. And as you know, we wash our brush with odorless paint thinner. Be sure it's odorless. And we never use turpentine. I have a screen in the bottom of the can that I scrub the brush against, shake off the excess, then and just beat the devil up. That's the fun part of this whole thing. Now then, in this area, right in here, I'm going to go right into some titanium white and the least little touch of yellow ochre. Putting a little yellow ochre in there just to brighten it up a little. Just a little bit. We don't want much. Don't want much. Okay? Now then, I'm just going to go in here, come right up to this blue, and try not to intermingle them too much. Because you know, if you put the yellow ochre into the blue, it's going to turn green, and we don't want that. There. Just a very nice little light spot that goes right through there. Now then, we can take a little black, and maybe here and there, there's an indication of a little streaky cloud that floats through there. We don't want many of those either. Just put them in there. Just a couple little happy things. Then I'll take a clean brush, and I have several of each brush to go in here, so I don't have to spend all my time washing brushes. We'll just blend those. That easy. Now we can have some fun. I think I'll just use a 1-inch brush today. You could do it with any old thing. I'm going to go right into a little black, a little white, and I'm going to make just a grayish color, least little touch of phthalo blue into it, but mostly just black and white. There we are. Okay, let's go ahead up here. Now we have to start making some big decisions. Where does our clouds live? Let's just take and use just the corner of the 1-inch brush, and let's just begin laying in some very basic little shapes here. Now when you're doing this, you need to have some basic shapes. Don't just throw it in at random and think clouds will appear. They just won't do it. Rascals are lazy. They're like me. Maybe over in here, maybe there's a big old cloud that floats around. I don't know. And when you do this at home, you paint them any way that you want them. Because painting is as individual as people are. You paint what you see and what you want in your world. We all see nature through different eyes, and we all have our own idea of the way we want things to look. And I'm not trying to teach you to copy here. The only thing I want to do is to show you a technique and turn you loose on the world. Every day I get letters from hundreds of people all over the country that are doing some of the most beautiful paintings you've ever seen. And that's so fantastic. There. Now then, just begin filling that in. Just, as I say, decide where you want your big cloud to live. And drop him in. Drop him in. There. And you can put all kinds of, maybe there's a little thing that goes right out there. A little stringy thing. All we're doing is putting in some basic shapes. We'll come back and we'll highlight all these little things. There. Just all kinds of happy little things. As I say, this whole canvas is going to be mainly clouds. There we go. Maybe that one runs right on out and has maybe a little projection out there. There. But this will be huge clouds. These are beautiful also if you're doing seascapes. Sometimes it's nice to have these great big clouds floating around. And see, leave some holes once in a while. Let a little light shine through. Really makes your cloud look special when you do that. There we go. And we'll just let that run. We don't know where it goes, somewhere off in there. Now, there's very little paint on the canvas. It may look like there's a lot, but there's very little. We're using a brush that's almost dry. Very little paint. If you're not sure if you have a thin enough layer of paint, take just a clean, dry 2-inch brush and just do like so. And that'll help pick up that excess paint and blends it all together even smoother. So that's all you have to do there. And that'll remove, as I say, that'll remove that excess paint. Now we can just pull that. Because the canvas is wet, we can move this color. There. All right. Now then, we can begin putting some highlights on here. Just begin putting some highlights. And we can use a 1-inch brush for that, or a 2-inch, or fan brush. Any of them work very well. There we are. Let's use a 1-inch brush, Dave. What the heck? The round brush also is excellent for this. It works very, very well. Now then, let's just take some titanium white. Be right back. I'm going to pick up the least little touch of the bright red. Least little touch. Now then, pull the brush in one direction. There. Okay. Now then, let's take and go right up here and right to we go slightly above the dark area and just begin putting in all these beautiful little highlights. Tight, small little circles. There we go. See them? Okay. Now then, just think about where light's going to strike your cloud. There. One of the questions we're asked over and over again is, where do we come up with ideas for these paintings? Mainly, they come from suggestions that people write in. People write every day and tell me what they would like to see. And we try to paint what the majority of people write and tell us they want. And we take a clean, dry brush. We want to do this in layers. Very gently. Very gently. Just blend the base of it a little bit. Just the base. We're not touching the top edges at all yet. Now, very lightly. And this is a big circular stroke. See there? Like that. Don't go straight up, or it'll look like it's raining up. And that sort of disturbs your eye when you look at it. Very lightly. Just caress it a little bit. And that's all you need. And we just do that in layers. And we're going to do that in several layers here. You know, if you've been with me before in some of the past series, you know I love to show little creatures in all the shows. Well, recently, one of my neighbors brought me over a little baby squirrel that had fell out of a tree, and the kitty cat had gotten, they rescued it. And this is the way it looked when I got it. Looks like a little drowned rat, doesn't it? Now it's what he looks like today. This has got to be one of the cutest little things that you've ever seen. And Annette and I have raised this little rascal, and he's almost grown now. We call it Bobette. That way we both have our name in it. But he is the most precious little devil. And as I say, he lives with me, and he sort of has free run of the house. He just runs around and tears up everything. But he's getting a little old for that. We're going to have to turn him loose pretty quick. Just about grown. There. Now, same thing. I'm just working in layers to create those big fluffy effects. Then once again, and this is so light, so light. Gentle, very easy, very easy. Whisper, and then just very lightly caress it. Blend it all together. And I'm beating the big brush between each of these blending procedures only to remove the excess paint. By beating it, you can take that paint off the bristles without going through the whole cleaning procedure. Okay, and we'll go right up in here and add a little highlight here. Just the same basic old thing over and over. This is an excellent painting to teach you how to do clouds. Once you do this one, you'll never have any problem with clouds again. They'll be easy from now on. Just because you've taken the time to practice. There. And you can do it. You really can do it. Every day, as I mentioned before, I get so many letters from people who never believed they could paint or do anything creative like this. And they're having just marvelous success. Then that's wonderful. So let me hear from you. If you try this, send me a photograph of what's happening. Every once in a while we put them together and we like to show them on the program here. And I enjoy seeing them. It really makes all this worthwhile. Just the fact that people are taking this method of painting and creating some of the most beautiful masterpieces. And it makes people happy. They may not hang in the Smithsonian, but they certainly look good in our living rooms. There. Okay. And as I say, we just do this over and over and over. And work in layers. Always working in layers. That way you'll have distance and depth in your cloud. They won't just be old flat clouds laying out here. We want our clouds to have some life in them. There we go. We have a lot of skies like this in Florida where I live, especially in the afternoon. And they're so pretty. Maybe over in here. Just sort of work them around and look and see where you think there ought to be things. There we go. There's another one. See, this will also help you expand your imagination. Painting, if you paint for any length of time, your imagination will just sort of go amok, as they say, because imagination may be the most valued thing that an artist has. And it, like anything else, develops with practice. The more you use your imagination, the better it becomes. It's like a muscle in our body. If you want it to expand and get bigger, you use it. You take it to the point of exertion, and then it grows. And it's the same with your imagination. If you don't use it, it just gets tired and lazy. There. Okay, but always in circles here. Don't ever just go straight up. It really will look like it's raining up. But by the same token, if you wanted to show rain coming out of the bottom of this cloud, all you have to do is grab a little dart and pull down. I really don't want to do rain today. But should you want to do rain or show rain way off in the distance, all you do is just grab, see, like that, and pull it downward. That's all there is to it. Okay, isn't that a wild sky? And you can do that in just a couple of minutes. There. All right. Maybe just a touch more of the gray down here, and we'll just let this come way down. A little bit more of the crimson. And just blend it all together. Very soft and very gentle. Now then, maybe in our world, maybe way back here in the distance, maybe there's a little hill. We'll just take some gray, which is just the midnight black, and I'm just working a very small amount of it into the bristles. Very small amount. Maybe the least little touch of the phthalo blue with it. Not much. Not much, just enough to tint it a little bit. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe there's a nice little foothill that lives way back in the distance here. Or a little mountain, depending on where you're from. There we go. We'll put a little point on it and let it come right on down. And all we're doing is just barely tapping with a 2-inch brush. Very simple. Now then, just follow the basic shape we want. There. Just want this to be far away. Now then, at the base of this, I want to create the illusion of mist. And to do that, take a clean, dry 2-inch brush, and I'm just going to tap it firmly right at the base, right on the bottom. Just tap it. And that'll blend with the liquid white, and automatically that illusion of mist will occur. Lift it upward very lightly. And that easy. We got a happy little hill that lives way back here in the distance somewhere. Let's see, we'll just take an old dirty brush here. Now we've used, my gosh, well over 3/4 of the entire canvas just doing the sky. And you say, my gosh, Bob, you didn't leave enough room down here to do something in the bottom. Well, we have a little time left, so let's just have some fun. We'll take some Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna, a little black, a little crimson, whatever. Maybe even at least a little touch of sap green in there. Okay. Now then, let's have, back in here, let's put the indication of some little trees. Just some little bushes and trees that live way back in here. There they are. See, just happy little thing. And I'm just using the corner of the 2-inch brush. That's all we're doing. And just worry about very basic shape. That's all we're looking for at this point. Very, very basic little shapes. Nothing else. Now, then maybe that comes We don't know where it goes. Don't know that we even care at this point. Now, in reality, we've put nothing down here. This is all just, watch what happens now. Make a decision. Touch a little bit of phthalo blue with a brush, very little. Now make a decision where you think water would be underneath here, and just pull it straight down. Straight down. That'll blend with the liquid white that's on the canvas. And automatically we can create the illusion of water just by going across like that. There. Now we'll come back and we'll put all kind of highlights on all that stuff. Okay. Okay, I'll just keep on using the 2-inch brush here. What the heck, you could use round brush or 1-inch brush or whatever. Just going to tap a little bit of color right into the corner of it here. Right into the corner. We'll use some yellow ochre, a little Indian yellow, cad yellow. Maybe a touch of the bright red here and there. Let me reach up here and get at least a little touch of green. There. All right, now, just using the top corner of the brush, let's just go in here and tap in some beautiful little highlights on these little trees and bushes. And we vary the colors. I won't use the same colors over and over, but I'm just going to vary them so it'll look like there's a lot of bushes rather than just a few. See there? Okay, grab a little bit of black on the brush, mix that with yellow. That'll make us a nice green. There. Now you could do this in fall colors or spring colors, whatever. It's very individual. You sort of look and make a decision. Ooh, nice one. Nice one there. A little bit of red in that. There we go. There's another one. Wherever. As I say, you could do this with a round brush very nicely and make the same effect. Same identical effect. There. But layers. Always layers if you want that illusion of depth in your painting. If you wanted spring colors, for example in the greens, I'd use a little phthalo green rather than sap green. And that'll give you much brighter, more sparkly greens. I don't know if that's a word or not, but you know what I'm saying. Greens that are vibrant, that jump out at you if you're looking for spring. There, maybe another little bush lives right there. See, and don't worry about the bottom, because all you got to do is just pull them down, like so. And they become part of your reflections. That easy. Now then, with a clean knife, we can go back up in here and just take the point of the knife and scrape in the indication of some trunks and twigs and sticks and all those little things that live out in here. But mainly in the dark areas. Mainly in the dark areas. There we go. And maybe in our world, grab a 2-inch brush. We'll take a little yellow. Grab a little black here, make some green. Now, when you're loading this brush, tap it firmly into the color. See, and give it a push so that the tips of the bristle are loaded. See, give it a little push. That's where the paint's at now. It's right at the tip. Now maybe right along in here, maybe there's a little bit of, a little grass growing right along here. Some happy little things. All you have to do is just tap it. That's all there is to it. There we go. Just tap. And you can put layer after layer after layer of just beautiful little grassy things that are floating right down in here. Now once again, if you get a little of that color into your water, don't worry about it, because all you have to do is grab it and pull it down like so and go gently across. That's all there is to it. Now then, have us a little water line there. For that, we'll take a little liquid white, a little titanium white, just mix them together. I'll put the liquid white into the titanium white only to thin the color. I'm going to take at least a little touch of blue in that, just to, ooh, that's nice. That's nice. Okay, now take a little bit of that on the knife, small roll of paint. Now then, let's go right up in here and just sort of pull this. Just let it wiggle and pull. And we'll make like a sandbar or a bank. It lives right out there. See here? Just pull it. You can just make all kinds of little things. That easy. That easy. And then we can go back in here if you want, put in a few little lines and stuff just to smooth it out, bring it all together. Wherever you want them, wherever. Okay, tell you what, let's take us a round brush here. We'll go right into some brown, dark sienna, a little bit of black. What the heck? Now then, let's come right up in here. And let's just tap in the indication of some happy little trees. We're just using the old round brush today. There. See there? But all we're looking for is very basic shapes. That's all we're looking for at this point. We'll come back and we'll put highlights in here. But right now, that's all we want. Just some little shapes. Let's go on the other side and do some things over here too. We don't want it left out. Maybe over here lives a big tree. Great big old tree. And he comes right down like so. Maybe he lives up here in the sky. This is the big boss tree here. He looks around and watches everything. King of the mountain. King of the mountain right here. This would be the tree my little squirrel would want to live in. There we are. And just tap this on. You could put this on with a paint roller. It doesn't matter. Any old way you want it. There we go. All we're doing is just filling in with color. Just blocking it in, basically. Now then, I have several of these brushes. So I'm going to take another one. Put the least little touch of liquid white on it. Go right into a little bit of yellow, a little bit of green. Tap it firmly. Tap it firmly. Get a little yellow ochre once in a while too. That's nice. Now then, go right above the dart. Look at that. Look at that. This old round brush just does beautiful, beautiful things. But you can put all of these little highlights in. There we go. See, and think about all kind of little individual things that are happening in here. There's limbs in here. These are not just at random. Don't just hit at random. You want your tree to have character. You want it to be a special tree. Think about shape and form. Maybe down in here. Maybe down in here. There's a, ooh, that's nice. It's got a little red in it. A little of the bright red. There's a happy bush. Lives right there. And he's got a little friend right there. But see how easy these things are to make using this old round brush? Now you can grab the bottom of that and just pull it down. Just pull it down. Pull that little color right into the water. Go across. That easy. Take a little Van Dyke brown and we'll turn that right into a little bit of land there. A little white and brown for highlight. Drop that right in like that. A little touch of our liquid white. See there? And you can just scratch in a stick and a twig and all those things. Okay, let's go over on the other side here. Over here, same basic thing. Look at that though. Isn't that a fantastic little painting that you can do in just a couple of minutes? Well, the old clock on the wall tells me it's about time to shut it down for the day. And as I'm finishing up here, I'd like to extend an invitation for you to try this painting and see how it works. And let me know. I really would like to know how everything goes. We'll just put that in there. Take our big brush. Tap in a little grassy area like so. And I think this one's about done. That easy. Hope you've enjoyed this one. We're going to call that one finished. And from all of us here, happy painting and God bless. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me today. You ready to do a fantastic little painting? Good. Tell you what, let's start out today and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. And they'll come across, as usual, in the same order as we have them on the palette, starting with the white and working around. Let me tell you what I've already done today. Today, as you can plainly see, we have a black canvas up here. Now we get this by just taking a white canvas and covering it with black gesso, letting that dry completely. Then on top of that, I've taken today and I've covered the whole canvas with a thin, let me say that again, a thin coat of liquid clear. And then over top of that, I've just put a tiny, tiny bit of phthalo blue. So we have liquid clear and then phthalo blue. I put the clear on there only to make the blue go much easier. And I want a very thin coat of the blue in there. I don't want a whole bunch today. And I thought maybe today we'd do a fantastic little winter scene, and I'll show you how easy that can be. Let's start out with a little titanium white. Just a small amount. We'll use a 1-inch brush, but we could use any old thing. 2-inch brush would work just as well, but since we picked this one up, we'll use it. Now then, I want to make the indication here of just happy little cloud things that are happening. There. And we're just sort of going to bounce this around and let it play and just make all kinds of little shapes. But always keep the brush moving. I don't want a lot of color in one place. And you can see that white's picking up all that beautiful blue that's underneath. And these things will just happen. If you've painted with me before, you know I mention quite frequently when you're doing these black canvases with a transparent color on them, that if you put the color on before you start painting in front of someone, and then you start this and you take your brush and go into a little bit of white paint and then touch this, people will think it's magic because they won't understand why this is happening. There we go. And it really makes it's a sensation when it happens. People just go crazy over it. So if you're ever out painting for someone, think about these. They're a lot of fun. On the black canvases, you'll find that color stands out much, much more than it does on a white canvas. Just jumps out at you. Use that to your advantage. I love these black canvases. You can create some of the most striking effects, and they're very simple to do. This black gesso is one of the neatest things that I've ever came up with. There. Now then, see, we left a lot of these holes in here though. Don't just cover it all up. Leave these spots. Now watch. We'll take a good, clean, dry 2-inch brush, and let's just begin blending this together. Now you can blend this to any degree of lightness or darkness that you want. The more that you work it, and I'm just using the corner of the brush, the more that you work this, the darker it'll become, because it'll pick up that color it's underneath. So you have to make a big decision right off in this painting. How dark do you want your sky, or how light? And you can always go back and add more of the titanium white anytime that you desire. And you can make it, you can make it so bright it hurts your eyes if you want to. And that's an individual thing. You make it any way that makes you happy. There we are. See, isn't that quick? We have a very nice, effective little sky. And just very gently we'll blend the brush strokes out. But by putting this liquid clear on here, then you can put a very, very small amount of phthalo blue. So when you put the white, it's not so bright blue that it hurts the eyes. That way it's almost like a glaze on there. Tell you what, let's have some fun. Let's take some black. We'll use some black, a little Prussian blue, alizarin crimson, a little Van Dyke brown. What the heck? Doesn't matter. Whatever you want. Let's build us a little mountain in this one. Pull the paint out as flat as you can get it. Go right down here with a knife, cut across, and get that small roll of paint. Lives right out of the end of the blade. There we go. Now then, come right up in here. You have to make a big decision. See, we start right in here. Decide where you want your mountain to live. And now all we're looking for is a nice top shape. We're not worried about the bottom of the mountain or anything else at this point. The only thing we're trying to do is get us a basic shape in here. So make up a shape, or look at mountains in your area, or get a nice book that has mountains in it, whatever. Mountains come in all shapes and sizes, some big, some small, some dark, some light. They're like people. They have personalities that are different and unique. So when you make your mountain, don't just try to copy this one. Make any kind of mountain that makes you happy. There. All we're interested in, once again, is this nice edge up on top. We don't care what's happening in here, but scrape off all the excess paint. Now with a clean, dry brush, we want to grab this and begin moving it. You can literally pull this paint around. The canvas is wet, from the clear and the color that we have on there. So we can move this color. If this was a dry canvas, it'd be very difficult. There's very little color on the canvas. Very little. We have scraped it very hard and now we're brushing it out. So all we have left on here is just basically a stain in the canvas. Very, very little color. There we go. Very little paint. Now today, shoot, let's have some fun today. Let's come up here. We'll take a little white, a little bit of white, a little white. We'll reach over here, get a little dark sienna and put in there. Maybe even a little Van Dyke. It's up to you. But we'll make a color about like so. Whatever. Whatever. Now then, this very small roll of paint right out on the edge of the knife. Now let's start making some decisions in here. First thing you have to decide is where your light's coming from. I think maybe today, let's have the light coming from the left side, but you can change that in your painting if you want it coming from the right, doesn't matter. And begin thinking about little ideas and basic shapes and how you want things to be in your world here. See, maybe there's a little thing that comes right down. We don't know. Maybe it comes down like that. There. Just sort of let it go. Maybe it comes right on down. Mountains are a great deal of fun, and mountains will teach you how to use the equipment, teach you how to use the knife. And that's fantastic. If you learn to use this knife, you can't believe what it'll do. But you have to make friends with it. You have to devote a little time to working with it. But very quickly, you'll be doing things with it that you didn't believe was possible to do with a big old thing that looks like a putty knife here. There. Just begin thinking about the shapes that you want in there. Maybe out here, just a little indication. But you barely touch the canvas. Allow the knife just to sort of graze it, to slide along. Just float through here. The lightest touch that you can come up with is just right. Absolutely just whisper. Absolutely whisper. Probably one of the biggest questions that I hear over and over again is, why can't I make this paint break like this? Two things normally cause the problem. Either the paint is too thin, because you need a very dry, thick paint to do this, or the other thing is applying too much pressure. Very little pressure. A little bit right there. Just enough to let a little light tweak right through there. Now then, we'll take a little white, maybe a little of the Prussian blue, a little alizarin crimson. We'll make us a nice lavender color, but very dark. This is going to be the shadow, so we want it to be quite dark. Once again, our little roll of paint. Now then, we can begin coming back in here, and we don't want too much, but here and there, just put the indication of some little highlights that live in here. Now, it's very easy to get carried away with these. Once again, we don't want too many, just a few, just a few. Keep them quite dark. There, and now you can begin putting in indications of individual little things in here. All kinds of little things. Just wherever you think they should be. Just a few, though. Once again, this will get too bright on you very easily. So don't overdo. It gets to feel good sometime, and you just keep going and going and going, and then you have to go back and put your dark back in. But you can do that too. That's not a big deal. You can go back and put your dark right back in. There we go. See, there's a lot of different things happening up here in this mountain. It's just not a plain old mountain. There's a lot of things. Maybe let me take a little bit of titanium white with a least little touch of phthalo blue in it. Just a least little touch. Just want to cool it off a little. There we are. Just a little. Pull it out flat, and once again, our little roll of paint. Now maybe there's some snow lays right in here. Maybe there's a little glacier. Shoot, who knows? Just begin thinking about the shape. in form and how it would lay in there. There, see there? We just put it in very lightly. A little bit more of the blue and white. There. And that blue gives it sort of a cold feeling. Blue is a very cool color. So maybe it comes right down there. So we don't know where it goes. Just let it sort of bend around and play in there. It climbs up the side of that. You can go back into your browns. Just sort of bring it all together. But it's unbelievable what you can make here. Back into the browns as we get farther down this mountain. But see how that color stands out against that black background. It's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Maybe up in here, we'll just, a little too sharp for me. I want to break that up a little so it's not quite as sharp. There. Okay, and we can go back to our original dark color and just pull in a few very dark recessed shadow areas, but very, very dark. See, grab a little of that color and let them just sort of blend together, but it's very dark. There. See, okay, good. And with that you can make just unbelievable mountains. But devote a little time to practicing. Shoot, you will not believe what you can make very soon. There we go. And here I'm just rubbing very hard, just to push all that color right into the fabric. There we go. We'll just let that come right on. We don't know where that goes. Maybe I'll put a big tree right over there. Okay, shoot, we got one fantastic mountain going right there. And we can take a 2-inch brush and the least little touch of white paint on it, titanium white. Least little touch. Oh, just barely touch it. Now I want to just begin blending a little of that white. I want to create the illusion of nice, soft, misty areas down here at the base. So we take that white and just do little circles, tiny little circles. And we can tap, that'll bring it all together. There. But you can create areas that are so misty and soft and quiet, that easy. There we go. It's easy to overdo, once again. Color stands out so strong against this black that it's very easy to overdo. So don't get carried away. There we are. Now then, we're not worried about the bottom. I think I'll put some little trees down there. What the heck? Trees at the base of the mountain are always very pretty. And over in here, we'll just tap a little, just to soften. Right in here where they come together. There. Now, just like making clouds here, you can put several layers if you want. You can create the illusion of layers of mist laying here. It can do very easy. Just let your imagination take you wherever you want to go. That's all you have to do. Alrighty. Now then, let's get the old knife. We'll just use this dark color we was using. That's the mountain color. Maybe I'll add a little bit more black to that. On it gray, maybe a little bit phthalo blue, black phthalo blue, and some brown and crimson. That's all it is. There, okay. Let me wipe off my knife. We'll grab an old fan brush today. This is a number 6 fan brush, but the number 3 would work just as well. And some people like a number 3 because it gives you maybe a little more control. It's a little smaller. Maybe back here in this mist, we have some happy little trees that live back in here. Just the indication of little distant trees that are far away. See, now that little misty area we put in there, that's the only thing that makes those little rascals pop out at you. Otherwise, they would just hide back here in that dark area. But because we put that little mist, now they come alive. Another little trick you can do is take a little bit of light color, doesn't matter what it is, grab the bottom and lift upward. Make it look like hundreds of little tree trunks that are far away back here. That's sneaky, huh? That's a lazy way of putting in a bunch of tree trunks, very simply. Now then, I have several fan brushes going, so we'll just take another one. I'll mix up some color here. We'll take some white, some phthalo blue. Now I want to make several different grades of this. So we'll take white here, and I'll just bring a little lead into it. So now we have a much darker value up here than down here, but it's all the same color. So we can have different variations of the same color in one pile. Let me clean off my knife. Okay, we'll grab another fan brush. As I say, I have several of them going here. That one's clean, so we'll use him. Take a little of that blue, just load it into the bristles. A little bit of the light color. See, there's all kinds of things happening in there. It's not one dead old color. And maybe right in here, there's some bigger trees that live. They live right about here. And I'll push upward today. See, give it a little upward push. And we can make just all kinds of happy little evergreens. These are a little bigger. They're a little closer to us. Make a decision how many live in your world and drop them in. Just push upward with the corner of the fan brush, though. Maybe there's a little one that lives right here. And this is just playing lights against dark, darks against light, etc., etc. And that's what gives you all these beautiful little effects. Now, when you're doing this, make a decision. Once again, decide how many trees live in your world here and just pop them in. Maybe back in here, I'm going to put some little bushes right here at the base of this. See there? Just pop in some little, all I'm doing is pushing upward with a fan brush. That's all there is to it. Now then, I want to create some mist at the base of these little trees. I'll take a 2-inch brush and very firmly, tapping with the top corner of the brush, just tap those trees. And you can distort that, diffuse it, and it'll create that illusion of mist. And right on the base of this, we can do the same thing if we want. But you can just make all kinds of beautiful little misty effects. That easy. There we go. Now, we'll just use that same old brush, doesn't matter. We'll go right into titanium white with it. Just put some titanium white on it. There we are, like so. Now then, decide where your snow is going to live. Let's come right here. We can watch right in here. Okay, now, just pull. See, just make a big decision. Give it a pull, wherever you want it to go. Isn't that a super way to put some snow in your painting? It's that easy, though. That easy. And once again, look how this stands out against that black. Whew. Hurt your eyes if you're not careful. It just stands right out there. Maybe there's a little river or something that lives in our painting. Make a decision where you think it lives. Pull it down, straight down. Okay, now take a clean brush. This is clean and very dry. Be sure it's clean and dry. Now that's mixing with the blue that's underneath here. Now very gently go across. And that quick, we have instant reflections of a nice shimmer on the water. Okay, maybe, let me find another fan brush. There it is. I knew I had one somewhere here. We'll take the blue and the white, just mix them together. Maybe there's a larger evergreen tree that lives here in our world. I want to add a little dark color to that too, just to dull it a little. There we go. A little black into it, just to dull it down. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Don't want it too bright. Maybe our tree lives right there. Just make a decision, put it in. Once again, we're going to take the corner of the brush and begin pushing upward. Now, sometimes we make evergreen trees by pushing downward with the brush, sometimes upward. Just sort of depends on how your mood is. Look around at trees in your area and see how they look. Or how you're feeling that day. Whatever. They're individuals, just like painters. So you make them any way that you want them. There. Just want to show you different ways of making them, and you decide. Maybe there's some little grassy things coming down through here. I don't know. Now we can take the fan brush and begin making big decisions where all this lives. Very gently, barely touching. Just caress the canvas and smooth all that out. See, here that comes. We'll make a distinct little peninsula that comes right down into the water there. There. Like so. But just barely touching. You can make this so smooth it looks like silk. Or you can leave it a little rough. It's up to you. Up to you. Now you know me. I always think these are such beautiful places to live. Maybe let's have a little cabin that lives right here. Easiest way that I found to make a cabin is start by scraping out a basic shape. This does two things. First of all, it allows you to lay out your cabin without being committed. Maybe most important, it removes the excess paint. And that makes your life a lot easier. Find me a spot to work, take some Van Dyke brown, and let's go right up here. We'll do the back eave. While we have it brown, we can just fill this in. All we're doing here is just blocking in color. That's really all we're doing. Just blocking in color. We're not committed, we're not worried about it. Just putting some color on the canvas. Now then, put a roof with a little white. There it is. See how easy that is? You can do that. There. That's all you have to do. Just drop it in. Pay attention to your angles though. Angles are very important when you're doing buildings. Okay, a little snow on the other side. There we are. Cute little house. Take a little brown and white, barely touching the canvas. Make us look like old wood, tired old wood. Now on the other side, if you put anything over here at all, very dark, because it's going to be in shadow. Okay, maybe, tell you what, I have a little door here. That's all you got to do. Take a little color on the knife, a little dark color, you can cut through. Make indication of some boards. We'll do a cabinectomy. There you go. Just cut it off to whatever size you want. That easy. With our fan brush, come back in here, lay a little snow down here at the bottom. Take a little blue and white, make the indication maybe of a little path coming out there. I don't know. Whatever. Just make up little stories in your mind. Maybe there was an old trapper lived here. Maybe one day he fell off in here in the river. Shoot, who knows? We don't know. Tell you what, let's get crazy. Let's take some dark color. We'll take some black, some phthalo blue, Prussian blue, alizarin crimson. It don't matter, as long as it's good dark color on a 2-inch brush. You know me, I love these old big trees. Let's do a big tree. Let's go right over here on this left side. Maybe in our world lives a big tree right there. I'm going to do them the same way I did the little ones. Take the corner of the brush and just give it little upward pushes. That's all there is to it. See there? Think about shape and form. Don't just hit it random though. And you can create a beautiful tree just using this great big old brush. That's all there is to it. Big tree. Let's go on the other side. We don't want it left out. Maybe this tree over here is a monster. Maybe it went clean off the canvas. All right, we can do that too. We have no limits to our world. You're only limited by your imagination. Only limited by your imagination. And the good Lord puts no boundaries on that, so we can go anywhere we want to go with our imagination. Don't even have to see your friendly travel agent for that. There. Anywhere you want to go. Maybe this tree lives right out here. Shoot, right in front of our house. There we go. Just coming right over like that. That pushes that cabin way back here in the woods. Like that. Maybe there's some bushes and stuff that live down in here. Now then, without cleaning the brush, I'm just going to go into a little touch of white, and phthalo blue. Now then, go right back up here and very lightly decide where your highlights are and just push upward the same way. But don't overdo. You want this tree to stay quite dark. And just put in the indication of a few happy little highlights here and there. There, see there? Isn't that something? There's some right here. Like that. And we'll go on the other side and give this little tree some. We don't want him left out. There he is. But still thinking about shape and form and all those happy little things that go on in there. It's most important. Now, back to our fan brush. Let's put over here. So you can use this fan brush. Maybe there's big stones and stuff all underneath here. We don't know where it is. See, you can put all kinds of things by just jiggling and wiggling that brush. Looks like this is rough. That's what my dog said when he set down the sandpaper. He said rough. On the other side, a little touch right there. I like that. Isn't that a fantastic way to do a beautiful little winter scene? Put a few little finishing touches in there. Shoot, that son of a gun's all done. Hope you've enjoyed this one. It'll really give you a nice painting to do. So I think we'll call that one finished. And from all of us here, happy painting and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today we'd do just a beautiful little painting, and what I've done here is I've taken and covered the canvas with a piece of contact paper that has an oval cut in it. And then I've covered this whole area in here with black gesso, allowed that to dry completely. Then we just went over that and covered the entire black area with a little bit of alizarin crimson and just covered the entire black area from top to bottom. So I'll tell you what, let's start out, have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint this little painting with me. And while they're doing that, shoot, let's go on up here and get started. I thought we'd just do something that's very bright and happy, make you feel good inside. Let's start out today with a little bit of cad yellow on the 2-inch brush. And we'll just tap a little bit of color into the bristles, like so. There we go. Okay, now, today we have to make a decision right up front. We have to decide basically where our horizon's going to be. And we'll start there and make sure it's not dead in the center of your painting. Put it to one side or the other, a little up, little down, but not dead center. Maybe right in here. Start in that area and begin making little X's. That'll be your lightest area right there. And it's going to pick up the alizarin crimson, and all kinds of beautiful little things will happen. Just like so. And work from that light area out, continually blending outward. And as your brush picks up more and more in the crimson, automatically it's going to get darker and darker in value as you work out from that lightest area. There. Now then. Now we can do this as many times as we want to achieve a desired lightness. But each and every time you go back, you wash your brush, and be sure you start with a clean, dry brush. Shake it off. And just beat the devil out of it. But as I say, now maybe we want to make this really bright. We could take a little titanium white on our brush and then go into the yellow. There we go. Now then, just load a little color on it. Let's go right up here, back to our bright area. Always start in that brightest area and then begin blending outward. Always blending outward. And you don't want to carry this dirty brush back into your light area or you'll lose that nice bright area. Okay. One thing that you will find when you're applying color over a black canvas is transparent color. Sometimes it's very difficult to rub that on there because we use a very firm, dry, thick paint. If you'll put the least little coat of liquid clear on here first, then you'll find it's very easy to put that color on. But a very, very thin coat, probably the biggest mistake made, is applying too much of the liquid clear. And we can dry our brush again. Now then, I just want to blend this all out, bring it together, and we'll start doing some fun little things back in here. There. Very lightly go across. Okay. Now then, let's make us a mixture. Let's make a mixture of Tell you what, let's use alizarin crimson, and a little phthalo blue. Proportionately, much, much more crimson than blue. The blue is many times stronger. So use a lot more crimson than blue. Sounds like a good song title. There we are. Now then, let me clean off my old knife. And I just wipe the knife on old paper towel. Shoot, any old thing. Clean rag will do. Now then, let's just we'll just keep using this old 2-inch brush. What the heck. Just get a little color on it and tap it. That loads the end of the bristles with color. Just tap it. So give it a little push, a little extra push right there. Now then, let's make some big decisions. Maybe there's some beautiful little bushes that live right down here. Like so. Now then, begin thinking about very basic shape and form and all those kind of things. And I like to do the bottom of the bush first and then work upward. That way, automatically, your bush will get lighter in value as you work upward. Or your tree. This one's turning into a tree. See there? That's all there is to it. And we have a basic shape there for a very nice little tree. Now over here on the other side, put a little more color in the brush. Maybe there's another little bush that lives right there. And we're still using just the corner of the 2-inch brush. So often we avoid this brush because it's big, but it'll do some of the most beautiful little detailed things of all the brushes we use. Look at there. I love these little black canvas scenes. They are so pretty, and you can make such beautiful things happen. There, color stands out so good against this black gesso. Now maybe in our world, shoot, we don't know, maybe there's some big trees that are way back in here, and I want to do these very subdued, very quiet. You do this when the brush is almost out of paint. These will be little background trees that are far away. There we go. And you just make a decision where they live and drop them in. Now then, maybe there's another big tree that lives here in the front. We'll make him a little bit darker so it stands out. There. But just sort of let your imagination go. Make decisions where you think things would live in your world and drop it in. That's really when you begin experiencing the joy of painting. Is when you don't have to spend all your time thinking about how to make a procedure, but what to make. That's when it really becomes fun. That's when you really taste the freedom. And to me, painting represents freedom, because on this canvas, I can create any kind of world that I want, and so can you. Any kind of world that you want. I think I've mentioned in past series, I spent half my life in the military playing soldier. In the evenings, I could come home, take off my old military hat, and get out the paintbrush, and I'd create the kind of world that I wanted. There's no bad guys in here, no guns. This is a happy place. Little squirrels live here and play. And that's where I really wanted to be. I didn't want to play soldier all the time. Let's take a little paint thinner and go right into that same color with a liner brush. But a lot of paint thinner. You want this to be very thin, almost ink consistency. Turn the bristles. That brings it to a nice sharp point. Let's go up here. Now then we can go in here and we can begin putting in all kinds of little tree trunks, stems, whatever you want. Just wherever you want them. There. See, just all kinds of little happy things. Now, if your paint does not flow like that, chances are it's too thick. Add a little bit more of the paint thinner, and I think that'll eliminate the problem. But it should flow right over the top of this thick paint, very easy. And if you're using a thick paint, once again, and it does not flow, add a little more of the paint thinner. That's all you have to do. There. And we can put some indications back here on these bigger trees, and all these little details here. See, you always have a lot of sticks and twigs that grow out in the woods, so it makes it pretty. Very nice. There. Shoot, maybe we can see the indication of something that, there it is, big old thing that lives right there. Let your brush wiggle and jiggle and have fun. You know, tree trunks, sometimes they're all gnarly. I hope that's a word. But you know what I mean. They have wiggles and bends in them. They've had rough lives. Shoot, maybe they got stepped on. All kinds of things. Now, who knows? But don't just make them all straight. It gets very boring very rapidly. There. And we can see the indication here and there of just little things that are protruding out from between the little limbs. All these little things. And people think you spent tremendous sums of time trying to put this together. And don't tell them any different. There. You know, I get letters from so many people, and they tell me of their successes and how well this is working for them, and the fact that people actually want to buy their paintings, and they're very, very shocked over that. They say, gosh, you know, I never dreamed anybody would want to buy something that I painted. Don't be surprised when that happens, because people will like what you're doing, and they won't believe that you're doing it. I get letters from people who say, my family does not believe I've done this myself. They will not believe, and money is not important. Money only is a way, if you sell your painting, it's your report card. It's people telling you that I enjoy your work so much that I'm willing to give you my hard-earned happy buck for it. That's really a supreme compliment. Even if you don't sell your work, it's a big, big compliment. I'm taking a little titanium white, a little bit of that same lavender color. Let me get a little more white here. There we go. Lighten that up a little. Now, tap the bristles. Tap them. There we go. See how that pushes? But there's a little bit of paint. You can see that little ridge that's left on the palette there. There's also one that corresponds to that on the end of your bristles. That's what we're looking for. Let's go up here. Now with that, we can come in here and very lightly put in a few indications of just little highlights. See them? We don't want to get too much. Just enough to show some little sparklies on these trees. Not too much. There we go. Over here, since our light source is right in the middle, we'll highlight the other side. There we go. All right. But see, you never believed you could do that with a big old brush, I bet. And you can. You really and truly can. I'm going to add a little touch of the phthalo blue to that, just to blue it down a little. Let's go right up in here, because we're getting away from the light source. I want to get a little darker, a little more into the blue or cool tones. Blue is a very cool color, where your reds and yellows and stuff are very warm. So play not only light against dark, but warm against cool. There. Makes beautiful, beautiful effects in your painting. And this big old tree up here, there we go. We'll just put some happy little things hanging out here on him too. Or her, whatever the case may be. There. This is one of the neatest, nicest ways of painting trees. And even if you've never painted before, this will work for you. This is a very simple painting. Very simple. Guaranteed success. But like anything else, the more you do it, the better you're going to get at it. Because with practice comes confidence. You're familiar with your tools and what they will do. You're familiar with the colors and how they'll behave, how they mix. You know, one of the things we try to do is keep the number of colors that you need to do this very limited, so you learn what each color will do and the characteristics of that color. And it makes life easier for you. I'm just going to go in here and begin putting in layers, a few little layers of things. Work in layers, always. Just like so. Do the thing that you believe is farthest away first, and then work forward, forward, forward. Always working forward. There we go. There, see? But you just put layer after layer after layer. All right. And things begin happening. See, there's a little thing left in here. I'm beginning to see all kinds of happy little things. And you take those, and from that, you create your painting. Your composition comes right out of that. You can really compose as you paint. And that, too, becomes easier and easier with practice. You can take the books that we have that go with this series. And like take a tree out of one painting and maybe a lake out of another one, or a building, and put them together and make all kinds of new compositions. They're only intended as guides to help you learn the technique and to have an idea. Shoot, mix them up. Let's have some fun. Maybe there's some little grassy areas that live in here. We'll go right into a little bit of yellow. I'll grab a little black. When you touch that there, it makes a beautiful green color. A little yellow ochre, Indian yellow, a little bright red here and there. Once again, tap that brush. Get that little bit of paint right out on the end. Let's go back up here. Now you got to make some big decisions here. Maybe there's some little grassy areas that live up here. Where do they live? Make a decision and begin dropping them in. Begin dropping them in. See there? Work in layers though. I know you get tired of hearing that, but it's so important. Start with the area that's farthest away and work forward. Now you know what I'm beginning to see here. I bet you've seen it already too. Wouldn't this be a perfect place to have a happy little stream that lives? Maybe we'll do that. Just looks like a natural place to have one. Tell you what, let's do that. Let's take, so you get crazy sometimes when you do this, but that's all right. You know, if you're a painter, you're allowed to be a little different. People expect that. So take advantage of that. Cut off a little roll of paint right out on the edge of the knife. There it is. Let's go up here. Decide where your stream bed's going to be. Maybe it's going to live right in here. I'm just putting some dark on so our water will have some place to run. Just Van Dyke brown, little dark sienna. This will be our ground area now. Maybe water, maybe it'll fall. Let's have it fall right there. What the heck? Shoot, you can do anything. You can do anything. Anything that your heart can imagine, you can do. At least on this canvas. There. A little brown and white. Get a tiny little roll of paint. And I'm just going to let that barely graze here and there. Just want an indication here and there of a little highlight. Not much. Just a little. Just a little. Make it look like all kind of little land areas in there. But look how color comes out against this dark canvas. It sparkles. Just absolutely sparkles. And you can just put it on little things like that. Who knows, then you can go back with your dark color, your browns and stuff, and change that into rocks just by pulling down a little bit. Allow a little bit of that white to touch it. I hope you can see that. But you can create all kinds of illusions of stones and rocks and little shelves of stone there just by changing the angles. Just change the angles. There we go. A little right there. That'll turn out to be a big stone when we're done. Now then, shoot. Let's get crazy here. Let's take a fan brush. I'm going to dip it into the liquid white. I'm going to go here, go into titanium white. I put the liquid white on there only to thin the color. Only to thin it, that's all. Because a thin paint will stick to a thick paint, but you can't reverse that easily. It's a lot of trouble if you reverse it. Maybe we'll put the least little touch of phthalo blue. I mean least little touch, just enough to give it a hint of blue. All right, a lot of color in the brush. Let's go right up here. Got to make some big decisions. Maybe our water starts back here somewhere. We don't know where it comes from. Falls over. Then every time it falls, when it hits, there's going to be a little splash. There it goes. Now, if you have trouble making this go over, without it mixing with all your color, add a little more of the liquid white. Once again, that thin color will slide right over there. Where do we want it to go? How many little waterfalls do you want in your world? And maybe some of them disappear there, come out around here and drop over. Doesn't matter. You can create any illusion that you want on your canvas. Maybe they come way out here and drop. This water just bubbles through here. You can almost hear it. There's very few sounds in nature that are prettier than listening to water trickle over rocks and fall. And I dreamed one day of having a home right beside a little bubbling stream like this where you could just sit and listen to it all day. Or all night. Whatever. Now then, Let's go back, take our brush with our green on it, little green, yellow, grab some of that ochre, tap a little color into the bristle. Now then, let's take a little of that green and push that right back. We want this to be higher than the water, so it looks like it's coming from behind it. There, see there? Isn't that something? And the beauty of this, you could still turn this back into a happy little meadow, for example, if you wanted to. It's not too late. It's not too late. You could just create all kinds of things yet with it. There we go. See, just layer after layer. Let's go on the other side and do a few little things over there. Same basic idea though. See, just tap in all your little grassy areas, wherever you want them. Maybe we'll make this one a little higher back here. There. So it contains the water. We don't want the water slipping over the edges there. You'd get the whole field wet out here. We don't want that. But maybe in your world you do want that. If you do, it's okay. You can do that. Let's put some happy little things here. We'll just take some titanium white. And there's color on the canvas. Grab it and pull down. Pull straight down. And allow that color that's on the canvas to mix with your white. That creates all kinds of nice little effects. Very nice. Straight down those. Most important that it goes straight down. If it goes at an angle, it's not going to look right to you. And people who look at your painting, even if they don't understand exactly what's wrong with it, their mind will tell them, something's not right in here, and it will disturb them. So try to keep these lines coming straight down. There we go. Now that we can have some little splashy, happy things that come out through here. And some little shimmers across the water just by taking the brush. Shoot, whatever you want on there. Just drop them in. A few little splashes, foamy areas that are floating out through here. There's no limit to this, wherever you want it to go. Okay, tell you what. We'll take a little dark color here. We'll take a little of that lavender that we mixed up. That was crimson. A little phthalo blue. Tap a little into the brush. Now then, maybe there's a little peninsula that comes right out through here. You know what I mean? I like them old big trees, so maybe we'll put a big tree in here. We have to have a place for him to sit, so we're just putting some dark color in here so our light will show. That's all. And we can go back to our brush. It's got the green on it and the yellow ochre, little touch of the bright red, little Indian yellow, all the reds. Just tap it. Now then, just come right on down here. But angles are very important. Follow these angles that you put in here. See? Just let that work its way right on down. Right on down. There. And maybe, yeah, that's nice. I like that. Tell you what, maybe in our world there lives, we can have anything we want in our world. But maybe there lives a nice little bush right here. We'll just take a 1-inch brush, push in. Indication of a couple little bushes that live right in here, wherever you want them. Wherever you want them, doesn't matter. And I'll just take that and go right through some yellow because it has a little blue on it. We'll get a nice green color. Little yellow ochre on it. Okay. Now, maybe we'll just put a beautiful little bush in right there. Leave some of these dark areas, so don't kill them all. That's what separates all your little bushes. Those little dark areas are your good friend. Ooh, there's a nice one. Got a lot of yellow ochre in it. See, that's a happy accident. Happy accident. That's a gift. Enjoy it. That's a gift. Maybe there's some right down in here. We don't know, wherever you want them. Now then, tell you what, we can take just our clean knife and here and there, just scrape in the indication of a few sticks and twigs and wherever you want them. Let some of the black canvas show through. That's all we're doing. But it helps create that illusion of distance and depth in your painting. Okay. Let's have some fun. This is the moment of truth. Let's bring a camera right up here and let's pull the contact paper off. And we just zip that right off. Like so. Isn't that something? That is pretty. I like these kind of paintings. And you know me. Shoot, there's a minute or two left here. Let's have us a happy tree. We'll just take the knife. Maybe we'll have an old birch tree that lives right here. Let's just let it run all the way up here. Now you could have left the birch tree inside of the oval, but I sort of like it when it sneaks out a little bit. But when you do your painting, you make that decision. If you want him to live inside that oval, you put that rascal in there and keep him in there. There. This is just straight Van Dyke brown. Just making a basic tree trunk. Now you could also do this just by taking the fan brush and making one stroke, and you could create a trunk in one stroke. Just thought we'd do it with a knife today, just a little different. There. Okay, that gives us a basic trunk. Now then, let's take some titanium white, little titanium white. Pull it out as flat as you can get it. Cut across, and we have our small roll of paint. See, right on the edge. Here's our light. So maybe it's going to hit right here, and just sort of pull around a little. But when you do this, let me exaggerate. Grab it and pull around. Hope you can see that. See there? And that gives a roundness to your tree. There we go. Wherever you want him to go. There he goes. Bloop, bloop. Helps to make those little noises. Of course, people look at you a little strange, but that's all right. That's all right. Now then, we'll take some paint thinner. Some paint thinner. A little bit of brown. We want this to be very thin though. Ink consistency. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, maybe there's a big old limb that lives right here. And you can let it come right on out of the oval if you want to. It's okay. It's yours. You can do in it anything that you please. Here's one, comes right up in the sky. Maybe it comes right on in front. Maybe there's just a little shorty there. Got to have some of those too. Wherever. See, there they go. And right on up here. There. But just make all kinds of happy little tree limbs and things that make you happy. Now a few on this other one. Right over here. Like that. Shoot, this little old tree's coming right along here. This is a beautiful painting. I really hope you try it. You'll find it works very well. It's an easy little painting. You can do it without any problem. Tell you what, let's sign that. We'll take a little bit of red. Come right in here. And we'll sign her. And with that, we'll call this one finished. I hope you've enjoyed this. From all of us, I'd like to wish you happy painting and God bless. Come back. Certainly glad you could join me today. It's a fantastic day here, and I hope it is wherever you are. So I tell you what, let's start out today and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me at home. While they're doing that, let me tell you what I've already done here. I have my standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas, double primed, pre-stretched canvas, and I've covered it with a thin, even coat of a liquid white. So it's all wet and slick and ready to go. So let's go. I thought today we'd just do a beautiful little painting. Maybe we'll do something with fall colors. It's a good day. So let's start out and do a very simple little sky. Very simple, nondescript type little sky. We'll take a little bit of the yellow ochre on the 2-inch brush, very small amount. And maybe just go up in here and let's just begin blending in some nice warm little colors here. This is just yellow ochre, but it's mixing with the liquid white. And it'll be very pale and very, very soft. There. Maybe a touch more color. Right about in here, wherever. There we go. Now then, tell you what, Tell you what, let's take a little touch of the alizarin crimson on the 2-inch brush. And it's a very small amount. Just pull a little bit out and tap the bristles firmly into the paint. That assures a nice even distribution of color all the way through the bristles. Okay, now then, maybe right in here, we'll put a nice little warm spot, little pink spot, just like that. And we're using little crisscross strokes or little X's, like that. And just blend that color right in. Once again, this is going to be a very nondescript little sky, very, very soft. You won't hardly even notice it when the painting's done. There. Now we just blend that crimson and ochre together. Let's have some fun. Tell you what, I'll take the knife. I'm going to mix up some lavender or purple color. We'll take some alizarin crimson, a little bit of phthalo blue. Now, proportionately, much, much more crimson than blue. The blue is many, many times stronger. Pick it up, turn it all the way over if you really want to mix it well. Now we can take a little bit of white and lay out here and see what color we have. There. Okay? Sometimes it's very difficult to tell what color that is without putting a little white there because it's going to look just basically black. So put a little bit of white and then you can test your color. We'll put the small amount of that lavender right here on the 2-inch brush, and maybe there's a little cloud that floats right in here. There. Just tap. That's all we have to do. Put in a very basic little idea of a cloud. Maybe right in here we'll put in a little color, like so. Very soft, very gentle. There. Now then, with a clean brush, we're just going to brush this. I have several brushes going, so I don't have to wash them between each procedure. There we go. Isn't that easy? We have a very nice, very effective, soft little sky. Now then, I'm going to continue to use this 2-inch brush. I'll go right into that lavender color I made. Maybe we'll make some little background trees. I'm just tapping the corner into the paint. I don't want a lot of paint on the bristles, just a little. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, begin thinking about some very basic little tree shapes. And we're not looking for a lot of detail here. This is too far away. If you put too much detail, you'll lose that illusion of distance. So be very careful. Very careful. It starts working and it feels good and you want to just, you get carried away. There. But we want this to be very soft and very distant. There we go. And think about little individual trees and bushes and all kinds of little shapes here. And just sort of let your imagination take you wherever you want to go. There. That looks soft and far away already. We haven't hardly done a thing to it. Now, if you want to create more mist at the base of this, we'll take a clean dry brush and tap the bottom of these little bushes and trees, but just the bottom. Just the bottom. And very lightly, 2 hairs and some air. Touch and lift upward. There we go. Now then, maybe we want to put several layers in there. That's pretty easy to do also. We'll take a little bit more of the color on the 2-inch brush and tap firmly. Tap firmly. There we are. Now then, we can begin putting in the next layer. Now this is a little bit darker. Each layer, as it gets closer to you in a landscape, should get a little darker. There we go. Maybe right here. Wherever you want them. Just drop them in. Okay, that's fantastic already. I like it. It's going to be a pretty one. These little distant trees are so easy and so much fun to make. There. Now maybe back in here, we're beginning to see the first indication of a little bit of color, but very small amount. So I'll go into a little touch of the yellow ochre, maybe even pick up a little bit of bright red. We'll have a fall scene today. That sounds good. Okay, now then, let's just begin, still using just the top corner, just tapping in the indication of a little bit of color. Not too much, or once again, you'll lose that illusion of distance and depth. There. Just a few little indications. Maybe there's one right here. Wherever. And I think today that's about all we need. Now under here I must have a little grassy area. So I'll just take a little bit more of that same lavender color. Decide basically where your little grassy area is going to live. And let's come right up in here. And all you have to do is just tap it in. And this is just the dark, so our light color will show. That's all we're putting in right now. Doesn't matter how you put this in. You could put this in with a paint roller. Doesn't matter. Any old way you want to do it. There. Tell you what. Maybe down in here there's a little bit of water. You know me. I love water. And it's so much fun to paint with this particular technique. We'll take a little bit of the phthalo blue. I'm still using the same old dirty brush. There we go. And let's just come right across here. I don't want much water in this. Maybe just a happy little pond way back in the distance somewhere. So I'll just take a little of the phthalo blue and come right across here. Like so. Okay, now we want to reflect a little bit of that in there. So I'll take a little bit of the lavender color, same color, touch, and just pull it down. Same lavender color. Not a great deal, just enough to indicate a little reflection. Straight down though. It's most important that these lines come straight down. If they go at an angle, it's going to bother the eye. It'll drive you crazy and maybe you won't even know why. There. Now then, same old brush. Still haven't washed this old brush. We'll take a little yellow ochre. Oh, a little Indian yellow. Cad yellow. Just mix them together. This is going to be a fall picture. We want a lot of the nice pretty colors. Maybe even a little touch of the bright red here and there. But mix these colors on your brush, and that way you get a multitude of things happening on your brush rather than one old dead color. Okay, let's try that. See what we have here. Let's go right up here, slightly above the dark area, and think about the lay of the land here, the way the land flows. And we'll just begin dropping in some happy little things. There. All kinds of little happenings here. And this is far away, so we're still not looking for a lot of detail. All we're looking for is basic shape and color. All right. Maybe there's a little land back here. Let's take a little bit of the Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna mixed together with a knife. Pull it out as flat as we can get it. Just really pull it out flat. Then cut across and get our little roll of paint. There you can see it right on the edge of the knife. Now then, up in here, let's just scrub in a little bit of land area. Don't want a lot. Don't want a lot. Just enough to give the indication of a little bank there or something. There. Now then, go into a little touch of the liquid white. Maybe add the least little touch of phthalo blue to it, just to cool it down a little bit. There. Pull it out like that and cut across. That's all there is to it. Now we go up here and act like you're trying to cut a hole right through the canvas. And we'll just cut in a little water line. There. It's just a light area between these darks, and it sort of separates and makes things just makes things look better. There. Shoot, there might even be a little ripple or two out here. We don't know. In your world, you make these decisions. You decide where all these things are. Okay. Now it's time to really get crazy. Let's take the old big brush. We'll go right into that lavender color we made now. Add some Van Dyke brown to it. Shoot, maybe even some black. Make a good, strong, dark color. A lot of paint in the bristles. Now then, let's start deciding how our land's going to flow here. Maybe it's going to come right about here. And all we're doing here is just tapping in some color. Maybe there's some bushes that live right there. Just push upward with the brush. See, it makes all those little bushy effects. Let the brush work for you. Shoot. Maybe the land comes right on up here. I don't know. Just make a decision in your world and put it wherever you want it. There. Maybe that's the way our land will be today. Now we can just really paint this in, just like we were painting the barn. Shoot. Just want to cover this with nice dark color. There. Okay. When you're using a big old 2-inch brush, it didn't take too long to do all this. You can just sort of throw it in. Okay. And maybe we want some trees in our world. Maybe we'll have a lot of trees. But it's up to you. When you're doing your painting, you sort of look around and decide what you want. Because you can create any kind of world that you want. We'll just take the same old brush. Same old brush. We'll go through those same colors. Get some crimson. Maybe we'll add some sap green too. It's a beautiful color. There. Just pull it through in one direction. One direction. Now see, that creates a curve on that brush. See that round curve on the top? We want to keep that curve on the top. Let's go up to the canvas. Now, maybe we can bring the camera in here real close. And when we touch, we want to give it a little push. Give it a push. See that happening? See? Push. And you can create, look at there. You can really see it now. But see that push? That's what creates all those beautiful little leafy effects. Maybe it's a bush lives right here. Got a friend there. Wherever. Wherever. Don't be afraid to experiment though when you're painting. Sometimes you learn more from making mistakes than you learn from really trying to paint a beautiful masterpiece. Your mistakes can also, let's go up here, right up here. Let's make one way up in the sky. There, maybe there's a big tree that lives right up here. And he looks around and he watches a little pond here and all the little creatures that live around the pond. Because you know there'd be all kinds of little things around the watering hole there. You'd have ducks and squirrels. Hope you got to see my little squirrel I showed in one of the earlier shows of this series. He's a character. Actually, it's a she. Something else. So maybe I'll bring the squirrel back in one of the later shows and let you see her. There we go. Annette and I have raised her since she was just a tiny little critter. Didn't even have her eyes open. There. See? And we have a great big tree now. That easy. Big old tree. I'm getting carried away now. Let's really have some fun. I'll go back into all these dark colors. Just pull them out here. Maybe there's a whole clump of trees. Lives right here. I don't know. Wherever. But push that brush. Bend it. Don't let it slide. Look here. If it slides, see, that's what you're going to get. We don't want that. Look at the difference. See that nice open leafy effect? That's what we're looking for. That's what'll make your painting special. The only time we use a sliding effect that I can think of right now is when we're making like sawgrass that lives in the water. There. Sometimes we're painting scenes from Florida, Louisiana, etc. You have that beautiful grass that grows in the water. And that's the way you make it. There. See, that easy, you can block in a whole forest, basically. And you begin seeing things. This is almost a natural place right here for a little path to live. We'll think about that. We may put a path in there. What the heck? What the heck? You know, in this style of painting, you really don't have to make big decisions. And you look at your work and you decide, what do you see in there? And then you take that and work with it. And that's where you really have your fun. That's where you really become creative. Let's take a fan brush here. I'm going to take both sides through some brown and then take one side through titanium white. There we are. So we have white on one side and brown on the other. See there? Okay. Now then, we have to make a decision right now. Where's our light coming from? If you're right-handed, you'll probably find that it's easier to have the light coming from the right. So put the light side on the right side. Hard to say in one mouthful, and just pull down. And we can put a whole tree trunk in there in one stroke, both sides, the highlight and the shadow in one stroke. See there? Sneaky, huh? Maybe over here. Maybe there's several trees over here. So you decide how many trees live in your clump or group. You decide. And maybe you can't see the entire trunk of all of them. Maybe you can only see that much of that one, because maybe there's a big bush here. I don't know. Just use your imagination. But you don't want every one of them to be exactly the same. You don't want each one of them to be perfectly straight. It becomes very boring very quickly. Maybe there's a limb here on this one. See? Just whatever you want, though. Maybe over here you can see a little teeny one. Got to have small trees, or you never have any big ones. Okay. Now then, today, let's use a 1-inch brush. And I'm going to dip it into a little bit of the liquid white, and then we'll go through color. We'll start with yellow. I'll reach up here and get a little bit of black. Tell you what, a little red. This is going to be a fall scene. We need a lot of beautiful colors. There's some yellow ochre. Whew. Put your sunglasses on. This one's going to be a bright one. But pull this brush in one direction, like that. And once again, see the rounded corner? That's what we're looking for. Put that rounded corner to the top. Let's go right here. Go slightly above the dark, and very gently begin laying in your shape of your tree. Now remember, this tree is not flat. It has roundness this way as well as this way. So think about shape and form when you're building your tree. Don't just throw a bunch of color on it, because the old tree will come out looking flat as a board. Give him some character. Let each tree be an individual. There, they're like people. They want to be individuals. Now sometimes when you have fall scenes, maybe Jack Frost doesn't get all of it. There's still a little green here and there. Some plants never turn colors. So let's have one of those right here. Just a nice one that has a little green in it. And maybe he's got a little friend that lives here behind this bush. We don't know. But once again, and I know you get tired of hearing it all the time, do one bush at a time. Don't be in too big a hurry. I'm going to leave some of these dark things sticking up back here. They'll be nice. I'm going to go into my yellow ochre, a little bit of cad yellow. Let's go up here to this tree. And maybe up here in this tree. Maybe. Yep. There's some beautiful colors up in here too. But once again, think about shape in this tree. So important. There. Think about form. There, right across the trunk. Because you don't see the entire trunk in a tree, normally. In nature, there's just about exceptions to every rule, but normally you won't see the entire trunk. There we go. Maybe back here there's even a little, we don't know. Let's have a firecracker there. Shoot, let me go into a little bit of alizarin crimson and then the yellow. Alizarin crimson and then some cad yellow. We're gonna make a firecracker right there. That'll be pretty. There. Pull the brush in that one direction though. Now then, maybe right in here lives. Ooh, that's nice. That is nice. There. There he is. He just hangs out here around the pond. There. Maybe even a little bright red. Down here. Beautiful little bush. Okay, there's a little bit over in here. There he is. Practice some of this brush though. You'll be surprised, probably be amazed at what you can do with a brush like this. I'm going to go into a little bit more of the liquid white. If you have trouble making your colors stick, add a little bit liquid white or a little bit of paint thinner, but a very small amount of paint thinner. The liquid white now will change your color a little bit, make it brighter. Okay, see, just have a little bit of green there. And we'll go right here. Maybe there's a happy little bush that lives right there. Vary these colors though. In fall, you have every color that you can imagine. There. Shoot, oh, we have that green maybe over here. There's a nice little bush that lives right there. There we go. But you can begin creating all kinds of effects. Tell you what. Let's go back into our yellow ochre. Maybe I'll grab some bright red. Ooh, that's a pretty one. That's a pretty one. All right. Let's go right up in here. Now, sometimes these big trees have a tendency to scare you. But just remember that large trees are nothing more than clumps of bushes put together. It's just a whole group of little small bushes that got together and made a big tree. And work on individual shapes inside of this tree. Think that each limb, for example, is just a bush. Just a little bush that's sticking out there. And don't be afraid to reload the brush. Often, probably the biggest mistake made is not thinning the paint enough and not putting enough paint on the bristles. There we go. And if you don't have enough paint, then you have to hit very hard and it'll just sort of moosh together. There we go. See how you can create all those different effects just using an old 1-inch brush. There. And leave some areas open so you have some of these dark things showing through. Let a little trunk show through here and there. All these things they're what make your painting interesting. Make it stand out. There. Another little bush down here. Another thing that will help your painting be special. Anytime you have a large clump of trees like this area right in here, you need a dark shadow area. Very dark shadow area. Tell you what, let's go in here. Let's go in here. Take the old 2-inch brush, tap in a little color, and let's just begin laying in the lay of the land here. Little grassy areas, soft little areas, like that. Very soft. Bring us all together. There. We said we might have a little path in here. I think that's an excellent idea. We'll put in a little bit of these grassy areas and we'll just drop in a little path. I see by changing the angle here, we can create different planes. There we go. Just like so. See? But just by tapping, you can create all of these little illusions of all these things that are happening. And by changing the color a little bit, changing the intensity or the brightness of the color, you can create different planes in your painting. Let's take a fan brush. We'll put a little bit of brown on it. A little Van Dyke, a little dark sienna. And let's just begin creating the illusion of a little path. Look at that. There it comes. Here it comes. And that way you clean up the bottom of all these little things, make them any way you want them. Add a little white to the brush. Then you can come back in here. There. Now I like to do this with sort of a rocking motion because it makes it look like the path is sort of worn there in the center. There we go. All right. Now then, we can come back, add a few little finishing touches wherever we want them. Maybe right in here lives another little bush. And you can take this brush sideways, push upward, and it'll create all kinds of little grassy looking things, little bushes that live right in here. We'll have them work right down the side, like so. And bring all this together. All right. Now then, with just a clean knife, all I'm going to do is just go in here and scrape in the indication of a few little sticks and twigs and all these little happy things. But these also help create that illusion of depth and distance in your painting. There. Okay. Now we can take our liner brush and go into a little bit of the brown. But we want this paint to be thin like ink. let's go up here. Maybe there lives some little sticks and twigs and just little extra things all over here, like that. Okay, tell you what, I think this one's about finished. Let's take a little of the red. Let's come right in here, and we'll sign this one. Certainly hope you've enjoyed it. It's a very nice little painting, and I think you'll enjoy doing this one. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, I'm glad to see you today. I thought today we'd do a painting that has some nice mountains in it. That's still the #1 most requested thing that I get letters about, is people wanting to do mountains and the fact that they're having some problems with them. So I thought we'd devote this show to some beautiful mountains, and we'll work on those. So let's start out and run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. As they're doing that, let's go on up here and let me tell you what I've done. I have my standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas up here. It's been covered with a nice thin even coat of liquid white, and it's all ready to go. So let's just do a quick little happy sky here, and then we'll spend most of our time working on mountains today. I'm going to start with a little touch of the phthalo blue. We'll use the old 2-inch brush, just pull it through a little of the color, like so, and tap. That gets a nice even distribution of color all the way through the bristles. Now then, let's go up here, and we'll start right at the top, making our little crisscross strokes, little X's. But start at the top, work all the way across, and then go downward. Then automatically, your color will get lighter and lighter toward the horizon. And that's exactly what we're looking for in the landscape. Okay, and you can always make it a little darker. If you want it a little darker, you can add a little more blue. But I'd suggest you start at the top and work downward. There we go. Okay, but by using these little crisscross strokes, your color will blend together much better than if you just come across like that. And you get little things happening up here. It's not just a flat old dead sky. There. Okay, and maybe we'll have a little water underneath our mountains. I love water. I think it's so pretty. And this technique, it's one of the nicest things to paint. So without cleaning the brush, we'll go right into the phthalo blue. And I'll reach over here and get a small amount of the phthalo green. The phthalo green is very strong. Be careful with it. Eat up your whole world in just a heartbeat. Okay, now then, let's have a little water here. Now, to make water, if it's still water, then it's going to be level. So pull from the outside in, and try to keep these strokes as straight as you can. There. Okay, a little more of the paint. We'll go on the other side, do the same thing, but I'm pulling from the outside in. Outside in. And then I want to leave a little light area here in the center. If everything works just right, when we're finished, that'll look like a little sheen of light coming across there. But by starting at the bottom and working upward, this should be a little darker than here. Everything in a landscape toward the horizon should be lighter in value. Let's wash our old brush off. And as you know, we wash our brushes with odorless paint thinner. And just beat the devil out of it. Now with a clean dry brush, you can just very gently go all the way across this and bring it all together. That light area still remains in here, but you can pull it and move it any way that you want it, because the canvas is wet with the liquid white. You can move color. Now then. All right, that gives us a nice little sky and water area. And today, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to spend most of this show working on mountains, so I'm not even going to put any clouds in the sky today. Let's take a little black, midnight black, a little bit of the Prussian blue, and some alizarin crimson, maybe even a little Van Dyke brown. There we go, something like so. We're looking for a very dark color, very dark. It should look black. Pull the paint out as flat as you can get it. Get tough with it, and go straight down. Cut off our little roll of paint. So you have a little roll of paint that lays right out on the edge of the knife. That's most important. Let's go up here. Now then, first major decision we have to make in this painting is, where is our mountains going to live? Since we're going to devote a lot of time to mountains, let's put several different mountains in here. And all we're worried about when we first start is this nice top edge. We could care less what's happening in here. All you're looking for is this edge. And you can probably hear how hard I'm scraping the canvas. You want to remove all the excess paint. There's actually very little paint on the canvas. Very little paint. Don't be afraid to scrape it hard. You're not going to hurt this canvas. It's tough. And shoot, who knows? Maybe this comes over. Maybe there's a big mountain up here. That'll give us a lot of practice space. Maybe there's another bump there. I don't know, wherever you want them. When you're doing mountains, just sort of make them up in your mind. The one thing that I would suggest, don't make just a bunch of teepees like that. It ends up looking like Wigwam Village. Really put a little shape and some flavor into your mountains. They're more interesting that way. Shoot, maybe we'll even put another bump over here. The other thing that I would recommend, if this is your first time doing mountains or you're just starting to paint with us, I would strongly suggest that you make your initial mountains with just a few peaks on them. It's very easy to jump in here and make about 40 little peaks, but each one of those peaks has to have highlight and has to have shadow on it. So start off simple, and as you learn and you become familiar with the equipment, then you can get more and more difficult with what you're doing. Now then, with a large brush, I'm just going to pull this color. Once again, because it's wet, you can move color. If this was a dry canvas, you'd be in agony city when you try to do this. But you can literally move color. And when you're painting mountains, mountains should always be more distinct on the top than they are on the bottom. And by doing this blending, it does two things. It creates that illusion that it's lighter down here than up here, plus it removes excess paint. So your next layer or your highlights will stick much, much easier. There. For years, Annette and I taught classes all over the country, and this was always the most popular thing for people to do. And we liked it because it teaches people to use the old palette knife here. And once you make friends with this knife, it's unreal what you can do with it. I remember in one of the earlier series, we painted an entire scene, the entire painting, using only the knife. And that's how versatile it is if you'll just give it a chance. Let's highlight this with just titanium white today. Pull it out very flat, flat as you can get it. And cut across. Once again, we need that little roll of paint. Let's do that again so you can see it. Flat, then just cut across. A little roll of paint right out on the edge of the knife. It's very important. Now then, must make a decision. Where's your light source? Normally, if you're right-handed, it's easier to have the light coming from the right. If you're left-handed, it will vary because left-handed people have been forced to do right-handed things their entire life. So it will vary. If you're left-handed, try it both ways and see which way works well for you. Now then, let's go right up here. Take the point of the knife, put it right up here at the point of this mountain, and just come right down, following the angles in the mountain, applying no pressure. Absolutely no pressure at all. No pressure. If you apply a lot of pressure, you're going to end up with paint here that looks like you've iced a cake. And you can put shape in here, change things, move them. Anything that you want, you can do here. Let's put in some highlights and we'll come back and do some shadows. Maybe we'll go over here. Let's put a few highlights right here on this great big old mountain. Follow the angles though. Follow the angles that you've put in here. There we go, see? Those angles are very, very important. Very important. They're your best friend when you're doing mountains. A little peak here, maybe there's a little light that just bounces right up here. Zing! It has fun. Maybe for practice purposes, let's just bring this all the way down. Now when I was first learning this, what I would do is get a huge canvas, maybe 30 by 40 inches, and start at the top and paint mountains all the way down to the bottom. And when I got to the bottom, I had a big putty knife, it was about 6 inches across. Take the putty knife and go whoosh, zip it all off. I know it sounds horrible, but that's the best way to learn, is by repetition, doing things over and over. So devote a little time to practicing like that. It will pay you tremendous dividends. Okay, let's take a little, we'll just use a little blue, little phthalo blue and white. That's fine for today. You can vary these colors any way you want them to make mountains the way that you see them. Our little roll of paint, once again. Now then, you notice all these angles of highlight color go in basically the same angle. Now all of the shadows will go in the opposing or the opposite. See, just follow right down. You're still following the basic angles. No pressure. You want that paint to break. Let it break. Now this is one of the simplest types of mountains there is to make. If this is your first painting or two, I would suggest you do these type of mountains to become familiar with the equipment and what happens in the paints. And as we mentioned earlier, once you become confident with this, then you can begin making all kinds of beautiful, beautiful mountains. There. See, just sort of let these blend together. Maybe, watch right here. This is neat. You have to make big decisions. This peak on this side or the back side? Let's put it on the back side. To do that, put that shadow in first, like so. Now, this shadow you want to bring distinctly through it. Here it comes, here it comes. Look at that. See how it pushed that one right back? You didn't know you had such power, did you? You can move mountains. You really can move mountains, at least on this canvas. On this canvas, you can do anything that you want to do. And you can do it. Okay, now, this one over here, same thing. It needs a shadow. Every highlight needs its own private shadow. There we go. Now, sometimes it's fun to make like little areas in here. All you have to do, little recessed areas, all you have to do is put a shadow in. And they just, watch. If you want one right here, just put a shadow. But notice the angles. All the angles of the shadows are basically the same direction. All the angles of the highlight are basically the same. Because light's only going to strike at a given angle when it comes through here. And maybe in your world, you decide, hey, I think there should be a peak right here. Watch here. Watch here. See here? No pressure though on the knife. This breaking or the holes left in here are what really, really create beautiful effects. Look at that. See? So let it float through there. And you can make it wider any way that you want it. But now, see what it looks like? It doesn't look right until you come back up here and add this shadow in. Look at the difference. Look at the difference just by putting that little shadow in. And you can carry this on through the whole canvas and make just all kinds of little things. Now maybe we'll strengthen this line here and that'll pull it in front. There. And pay attention to what's happening. Sometimes a beautiful thing will happen. When that happens, try to remember how you did it. And the next time that you want that effect, then you'll know how to do it. There we go. See there? But you can create all kinds of little valleys and hills, and you're never limited. You can continually change these. You can add to them, subtract, anything that you want to do. Because if you've painted with me before, you know, we don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. You learn to work with everything that happens, and that's when you get over any fear of painting and it really becomes fun. Now then, we want to create the illusion of mist down here at the base. So we take a clean, dry 2-inch brush and we just tap. But pay very close attention to angles. If this comes in this angle, you don't want to tap it like that. Follow the angles. I know that sounds sort of silly to say, but sometimes we get carried away and we just go across the bottom and hit like that, and it looks like somebody took a big axe and whacked the bottom of it off. Follow the angles. Over on this side, you go in this direction. See, wherever they go. Like here, you can blend these two together a little bit, but the angles are very important. Just softly bring them together. Now lift upward, once again, following the angles. That removes all the little tap marks, brings everything together. There. Isn't that a fantastic way, though, to make some very effective little mountains? And it'll work for you. It will work for you. There we go. Now let's have some fun. Tell you what, let's do. We'll just use that old mountain color that we had and add some sap green to it. Just whatever. We're just looking basically for a dark color. We'll put a little bit of white in it. There we go. Just to sparkle it up some. A little bit of white. There. Don't overmix your color. Look at all the different things that are happening in there. Let me wipe my knife off. There. Now then, we can just use the old 2-inch brush. It doesn't matter. Just tap a little of that right in there. See, just get a little color right on that 2-inch brush. And we'll make some little footy hills that live way back here. There. Now maybe in our world, maybe there's a little area back in here where there's all kinds of little trees growing down at the base of these big mountains. And we don't know where they go. Don't know that we care. Just want to put all these little shapes in here. There. And you can do this with a fan brush, 1-inch brush, any old thing. All we're doing, though, is using just the corner. Now, if we want to create mist in here, once again, we'll take the 2-inch brush, a clean dry one, I'm not using the same brush, and tapping very firmly on the base only, but only on the base. Now, another little thing that's fun, if you want to make it look like little trees back here, I'll just use a 1-inch brush today because I picked that up. 2-inch work just as well. Lift gently upward in little short, tiny strokes. Tiny little strokes. Tiny little strokes. There we go. There we go. Just the other day, there was a letter in our newsletter somebody had written saying they were having problems with this. And usually the problem comes from making big strokes. You go from bottom all the way up. Make tiny little strokes and work in layers. Okay, now then, let's go back. Same old brush. And let's come right in here and drop in a little thing that lives right there. Like so. There. Maybe it comes right on up here. There we go. Okay. Maybe it comes right over here. Like so. Wherever you want. Just let them go. But you can make layer after layer after layer of these little foothills. The only thing, that little misty area is all that separates them. So it's very important. Don't let that little misty area get away from you. There we go. Now, while we have that color on the brush, maybe there's some reflections into the water here. And all we got to do is touch and pull down. Just touch it and pull down. See there? There. Now, let me find a relatively clean brush here. Pull it down. Now then, it's important that these come straight down. Now we'll go across. And you can move those. See, you can push them because the canvas is wet. You can move this anywhere you want it to go. And you can make those little lines wiggle and jiggle. And it gives the feeling of water. That easy. Maybe one of the nicest things that happened in this technique is making reflections. When I was a traditional painter, reflections used to drive me crazy. I can remember even taking and turning the canvas upside down and repainting the picture over and then try to make it go wiggle, wiggle and all that. And take a little bit of the liquid white, a little touch of titanium white. I put the liquid white in there only to thin the titanium white. Now I'll be right back. Get a little touch of the brown, little touch of dark sienna. Now this paint is thinner than what we would normally use, so it'll slide on easier. I'm going to get a tiny little roll of paint right on the edge. Now then, let's go up in here and put the indication, and I'm scrubbing quite hard, the indication here of a little sand, little sandbars and all that happen right here at the water's edge. There we go. But you can probably hear how hard I'm scrubbing. Really get in there and work on it. Maybe there's a little recessed area in there. That sort of happens. There it comes. See it? And that's where that big trout lives, right up in there. So when you're out in your canoe fishing, this is where you want to go. I love to fish. Love to fish. I'm not a very good fisherman, though. I catch one and I put a Band-Aid on his lip and give him a little CPR and pat him on the tutu, put him back in the water. Hope I can catch him again some other day. Okay, that gives us a nice mountain and a little background area. Very easily. I hope this has really helped you with mountains if you're having any problems with them. Now then, let's just put something down here to finish up the painting. Doesn't really matter. Clean off my palette. Let's take some black, Prussian blue, a little of the sap green, crimson, any old dark color you got. Any old dark color. Okay, mix them up a little bit. Let me clean off my knife here. Now then, today, I'm going to tell you what, let me find a fan brush here that's clean. There. Let's use the old fan brush. Put a lot of color on it. A lot of color. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, the first big decision we have to make, if we're going to have a tree, for example, here, is where is our tree going to live? Let's put him right about there. Start off with just a little line. And normally, when we're making these trees, we push downward with the fan brush so it has little hangy downs all underneath it. I think today, what I'll do is maybe make a different kind of tree, and we'll push it upward and see how that works. Okay, come right up here. Give it a little upward push, like so. This is a nice way of making a very effective little tree. See, push, and the farther down the tree you work, I'm still using the corner of the brush, I just push harder and harder so that the bristles spread out more and more. And automatically your tree will get bigger down toward the base. There we go. Super nice, easy way of making a little tree. Now then, let's go on the other side of the canvas over here. We don't want it left out. Maybe there's a tree that lives over here. Same thing. Give it a little upward push. And maybe where you live, you want evergreen trees that have limbs that hang down. And that's, all you do is reverse the brush. Push it downward. Any way that you want to make them. It's completely and totally up to you. There we go. All right, we'll just keep on going here. And you can make this tree as big as you want. These are also very nice to make with a 1 or 2 inch brush. Works just as well. Not quite as much detail, but still works. Now sometimes when you're going over a lot of thick white paint like this, it's very difficult to get the paint to stick. If that should happen, well, we didn't have any problems this time, but if it should happen, add a little bit of paint thinner to your paint. And that'll thin it down enough that it'll stick right in there. There we go. While we got that old brush going, I'll just go right through a little bit of cad yellow. And since there's blue in that color, automatically we'll get a beautiful green. Then we can come back here and just highlight these trees a little. Don't overdo. Evergreens are normally quite dark, and you can kill that beautiful darkness real easy. Let's go back on the other side, get that one while we're working. There we are. Okay. See, and that makes all those little limbs and things that are so pretty in a painting. Okay. Let's get a little 2 inch brush. We'll go right into that dark color. Now, under this tree, we have a nice collection of bushes. There they are. Just drop them in. Just drop them in. See? Push upward with this brush, though, to make all those things just happen. There. And all we're doing is just filling this in. You could do this with your shoe. It doesn't matter. Whatever. We're just filling in a lot of area very quickly. And a big old brush works very nice. Now then, let's take We'll use the old 1-inch brush today. I'll dip it into a little of the liquid white. Let's go through some of the cad yellow. Now maybe you want to show spring. Let's take a little of the phthalo green and mix it right in there. A lot of paint on the bristles though. Okay. Now then, spring's usually brighter, cheerier. The phthalo green will make a very bright, shiny green. Whew. Hurt your eyes if you're not careful. There we go. And work in layers. Do one bush at a time. Don't get in too big a hurry. There we are. See how you can just make layer after layer though, using just one color. And I will warn you though, using one color is much more difficult than using a lot of colors. Sometimes it's easier to use quite a few colors. And that way, color separates as well as differences in values or intensity or dark against light. There. Okay, maybe there's a happy little bush right there. You just bring all these together. It doesn't much matter. The big thing was we wanted to work on some beautiful little mountains today. Show you how to do those. As I say, that still is the number one thing that we get requests for. It's also the number one thing that I hear that people are having problems with. So I hope this has really helped you if you are having problems, and chances are maybe you're not having a problem. But if you are, I hope this helps eliminate it. Here we're just using the side of the brush and dropping in some little bushy areas. That easy. Maybe one right here. And we can take a clean knife, just go around, scrape in a few little sticks, little twigs, happy little things like that. Shoot, you about to have a finished painting. That's all there is to it. And I really hope, once again, if you were having any problems with mountains, this has helped cure your problems. Let me hear from you. Drop me a line sometime. We're going to call this one finished. From all of us, happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me today, because today I thought we'd do just a happy little painting. In fact, I thought today we'd do the little painting that you see at the opening of each show of this series, the little soft painting that has all the little yellows in it. And I'll show you exactly how that one was made. It may not be an exact duplicate of the one that we show, but it'll be close enough that you'll know exactly how to do your own at home. So I tell you what, let me show you what I've done up here. I've got my standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas, but I've taken black gesso and I've painted this whole area around here. Sort of looks like a big wave, and allowed the black gesso to dry completely. Then on top of that, we've put transparent color or semi-transparent. It's transparent enough for what we're doing. And I started here, and there's several colors, so I'll go through them, with Indian yellow right about here, and just let it blend back. And then I've added a little bit of dark sienna, mixed with a little alizarin crimson, and I've just blended that back, and then on the edges we've put a little Van Dyke brown, so it'll be very dark. So I tell you what, let's start out, have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint this little picture, and while they're doing that, shoot, let's go on up here and get started. Today, let's start with a small amount of yellow ochre. Just a little yellow ochre. And let's go right up here in the light area and begin putting in some color. Now, all we're going to do is take this yellow ochre and just put it right in here. It's beautiful color. It's a nice golden color. And it's mixing with the liquid white that's on the canvas. This little white area here has liquid white on it. And it'll mix with that, and it'll blend into some beautiful, beautiful colors. And then without cleaning the brush, I'm going to pick up the least little amount of alizarin crimson and just apply it. Least little amount. I don't want this to get very bright. I want it to stay very soft and very muted. There. But I want it to get a little darker. This is going to be our light source in here. This black gesso does some of the most fantastic things. It's a wonderful, wonderful thing to play with. There we go. Now then, still without cleaning the brush, I'll take a little bit of the dark sienna. A little dark sienna. It's a very warm brownish color. And just blend that right in. Like so. Okay. And that gives us our color that we want. Now then, I want to create that very bright effect. So let me take another brush. I have several brushes going so I don't have to spend all my time washing them, even though that is the fun part. We'll go right into titanium white here with the old 2-inch brush. And I'm loading quite a bit of the color on there. Okay, let's go back up here. Now if our light source is going to be in here, start right up against that dark area and begin blending that outward. That's going to mix with all the colors that you have. It'll create a very light area. Now, it may not look as light now as it will when we're finished because we'll put all kinds of things in there. Now you can do this as many times as you want to achieve a desired lightness. But each time I recommend that you wash your brush, clean it, dry it, start with a nice fresh brush and fresh color back up in the light area. And that is the fun part of this. Okay, back, get a little bit more of the titanium white. Let's go right back up here and just blend that right in. As I say, you can do this 3-4 times if you wanted to. Each time though, I'd really recommend you clean the brush. If you don't, you're going to take that contaminated, dirty color, dark color, back into this light area and you'll lose this beautiful glow. Okay, now then, just very lightly, just sort of pull that out. There. Now, when we're done, that's going to be very bright, and very effective. There we are. We just beat that old brush to death. It's a good way of taking out all your frustrations and hostilities and all that. Now then, let's take a little, we'll just mix these on the brush. We'll take a little titanium white, a little bit of the dark sienna. I want to keep this color quite subdued. A little bit of the alizarin crimson into it. But I don't want this to get very dark. All right. Now we have color in the brush. Let's go right up here. Now then, let's start making the indication of all kinds of little bushes that live back in here. Now I want this color to be so close to what's up there that you almost can't see it. This will make all the things that are so far away. And all we're using is a corner of the brush pushing upward. Just push upward. There. I like these very soft little paintings. I hope you can see that there is something there. This first layer we want to be very, very subdued though. As we put more layers in there, then we can get a little darker with it. All we're doing is just pushing in some basic little shapes though. Okay, now then, add a little more of the dark sienna to the same color. Just white, a little dark sienna, a little touch of alizarin crimson. There, now it's getting a little darker, and we could put in another layer. Now this one will show up even more. And you can put as many layers of these little bushes in here that you want. There we go. See there? Maybe there's a nice little thing that lives right there. Let your imagination go. Just make all kinds of little things up. There. Here's one over here. Maybe we'll add a little bit more of the dark color to that so it stands out a little more there. See there? Just use a corner of the brush and just sort of rub these on. In that upstroke, you're pushing outward. That's where you get the nice little edges. But you can create the illusion of a lot of little bushes and trees back here just by doing that. As many or as few as you want. And maybe right here, maybe there's one that lives there. We don't know. Shoot, maybe it goes all the way up in here. As I mentioned earlier, this will not be an exact duplicate of what you see at the beginning of the show, but it will certainly give you an idea of how it was made. There we are. Now then, I'm going to darken that color a little bit more. Dark sienna, white. And you can even add a little bit of Van Dyke brown here and there if you want it to get dark. Don't let it get too dark too quick. I'll put the indication of another bush that lives right here. There. And you can come right over the black gesso because this white here is opaque. And it'll cover right over that dark. See, you can just make layer after layer after layer of all kinds of just happy little things here. It's a super way to make little scenes that look like they're deep in the woods. There. Now then, let's add a little more white to that same color. I want to lighten it back up again. There we go. Get a little touch of the crimson in there. A lot of color on the brush though. There. Now maybe back in here. Let's come right in here. Maybe there lives in our world a happy little tree right there. Zoom. There he is. Make him a little bit stronger. Okay, we'll give him a little friend. Everybody needs a friend. There. Shoot. Maybe he's got 2 friends. Maybe he's real popular. Now we'll take our liner brush, a little paint thinner on it. We'll go right into the same color again. I want this paint though to be very thin. Then you can go up here. We'll put the indication here and there of a few little limbs and branches, sticks, twigs, whatever you want to call them. All kinds of little things. If you have trouble making your paint flow, add more paint thinner. It's just too thick. That's the only thing that's wrong with it. Just add a little more thinner. Now while we have that going, maybe here and there we can see the indication of some little things that are little stems that are in some of these bushes that are far back here. But we're not looking for a lot of detail. We're going to lose this illusion of soft, misty, distant area. All right. Now then, shoot, we'll just go back to our old 2-inch brush here. We'll go right into that same color. And I'll just tap it, firmly tap it. Load a little color on it. Okay, let's go back up here. And maybe there's indication of some nice little leaves here. We're just using the corner of the 2-inch brush. And we can just begin putting in all kinds of little things. These are just sort of like little silhouettes way back in the distance. Not very strong, not very bright at this point. We'll get brighter and darker as we move forward. But back here, we just want little silhouettes. It's really all we're looking for. There. And same old colors, the browns and the crimson and the white. Just mix them up real good here. Now then, come in here, maybe a little bit darker so it stands out against that. There. Beautiful. Just right. Just right. Tastes good. There we go. And we're beginning to get many layers in here. That quickly, though, it looks like there's just tremendous depth in here. Only because you're playing with color and that little misty area in between. That's all you have to do to create that illusion of distance and mist. There we go. Now, go back to my old 2-inch brush. Now we can start working forward and getting some of these big trees that hang over. We'll take some dark sienna, Van Dyke brown, little crimson, same old colors. Shoot, doesn't matter. Maybe even a little bit of the midnight black. We're getting quite dark now, though. And push that brush into the paint. See, push. That creates that little ridge right on the end of the bristles. Now then, let's go right up in here and begin thinking about the shape and form of your big trees that are hanging over here. There. Look at that. Isn't that fantastic that you can do that with a big old 2-inch brush? You can. You really can. See? All those things they just sort of happen here. Looks like a lot of trees and stuff already. And maybe down in here, there were some bushes, and they live right along in here. We'll make a few little individual things wherever you want them. Now, because we have this black gesso and all this undercolor, a lot of this is going to happen automatically for you. You don't have to spend a great deal of time working and worrying. Allow it to happen on the canvas. There. Now, use the same old brush. I'm going to go right into a little bit of the cad yellow, the yellow ochre, and load it the same way. Now, I left that dark color on the brush so it will mix with this, and you'll get a much nicer color. All right, let's go back up here. Now we can come back in here, and let's highlight some of these. There. Don't want to put too much highlight on here or we'll lose that beautiful darkness. And if you lose the darkness, then this light area back here is not near as effective. And that's what makes this painting sing, is those beautiful dark areas. And in that contrasting light, it looks like there's a sunbeam back here just playing. There we go. And think about shape and form. Don't just throw these on. Each one's an individual. Each one's your friend. Treat it well. Treat it good. But you can put as many or as few little things as you want here. Now then. This is a very nice painting. And I know we're not interested in that happy buck, but if you're out here selling paintings, this son of a gun will sell. And if you're out demonstrating for people, this is one of those paintings that if people are watching you paint it publicly, or if you're just painting for a group of friends, they'll be so excited by the time you're done. They'll be looking for their paintbrush. There. Let's take a little bit of the titanium white. Let's have some fun back in the background back here. We have color on the canvas, so when we take white, maybe we'll have a little bit of water right here. I think there was a little water in that painting. Just grab it and pull down. Now it's going to mix with what's already on the canvas, and automatically you'll get the beautiful little water effects without doing hardly a thing. Maybe it comes right on back. I think this is the way I think it went right on back like that. Wherever you want it to go. Maybe you want yours to come around this way. That's all right. That's all right. Painting, and you hear me say this all the time, painting should make you happy. If it does nothing else, it should make you happy. If it doesn't make you happy, then you're doing the wrong thing. Okay? Now then, after you get that pulled down and blended the way you want it, very lightly, 2 hairs and some air. Let me get a clean brush. Let's just go across, and this will create that illusion of reflections of water and that shimmer. It's a very nice and easy way to do it. Now then, let's go back to our 2-inch brush. And let's begin building all kinds of things. Take a little bright red, a little Indian yellow. Makes a beautiful color. There. Let's go up here. Maybe right in here. We'll put, there's a happy little bush lives there. Now once in a while, you can dip your brush into a little bit of the liquid white to make it a little thinner and a little brighter. And it'll make it pop right out of there. Because in my mind, I think there's light zinging right through there. Maybe there's another one that lives right here. Now all you have to do is just sort of pick out where you think there's bushes and big ferns, whatever. I used to spend a lot of time in Oregon, and Oregon has some of the most beautiful ferns and stuff that hang off everything like that. It's unreal. Maybe up in here, there's a big bush, a little bit of highlight out here. I want to keep that pretty dark. Don't want to lose that nice darkness. Now then, let's take a little of the dark sienna and a little bit of the yellow ochre mixed together. Tap a little of that color right into the bristles. Maybe up in here, maybe there's a big tree that lives here, and you can make out some of these branches hanging on. Just let them overlap. Don't worry about it. Go right over the top of the other one. If you think that's where it should live, just go right over it. And that way it'll look natural. That way it'll look natural. It looks like there's very thick foliage. And I'm still just tapping with the top corner of the brush. That's all there is to it. Now as we work down here, I want to get darker and darker. In fact, let me show you. You could take some of this dark color on the knife, and maybe we'll put the indication here that there's a tree trunk here. Since the dark's there, all you gotta do is put a little light. Like so. It's really all that we need. Now then, bring some of these nice highlights right over the top of that trunk. And maybe down below it down here, get a little more color. Maybe. Yeah, there's a nice little bush that lives down here. But it leaves that dark area in there. And that dark area gives shadow. That's where the little creatures live. They hide in there. That's where they stay. You always have to leave a place for them little rascals. That's where my little squirrel hides. There we go. And Work in layers. If you work in layers, it creates the indication of a lot of bushes rather than just one big bush. It gives more depth. Now, let's take the old fan brush. We've been using the old fan brush here. We can come right up in here in this dark and just by rubbing with a little color, it doesn't take much color, you can begin putting in all your little land areas. But leave some of that dark, especially along this edge. It'll make it look like a bank and you won't have to do anything. And I'm lazy. If I can find an easy way to make paintings work, that's what I'm looking for. See there? But already it looks like there's a bank here and you haven't done anything. You really haven't done anything. That's sneaky, huh? I like that. Let's go back into some of our yellow ochre, little dark sienna, cad yellow, Indian yellow, all of those pretty colors. Tap a little right on the corner of the brush again. But see that pushing, that's so important. Get that ridge of paint being pushed up there. Okay? Let's go right up here. And maybe in our world there live some bushes and stuff over in here. There he is. There's a nice little bush. Beautiful little bush. Think about shape though. And he's got a friend right there. See there? Maybe there's a bigger one. Lives right here. They come in all sizes and shapes. All kinds of personalities, just like people. But no matter who you are, or what your size or shape or anything else is, you still need a friend. Everybody needs a friend. Ooh, there's a nice bright red one. That rascal will jump out and grab you. I like that so much, maybe we'll just do another one. Red's pretty in there. A little more of the yellows. And see, now we'll begin the layering, and here's another bush in front of those. And this layering effect, well, once again, I know you get tired of hearing it, but this layering effect causes the distance and depth in your painting. Now, you can begin thinking about maybe little grassy areas are growing over here. Just by tapping downward, we can create that illusion. Maybe they come right on out like that. I don't know. Let your imagination go. Let it go. There. See there? And that sort of begins giving you the lay of the land. This side has much more of an angle on it than the other side. And that keeps them from both being the same, and maybe it helps it from being boring. All right, going back to my fan brush, we'll take a little dark color, and let's just go in here and scrub in the indication of a little land underneath this. There, we just scrub it in with a fan brush. You could do it with a knife if you wanted to. Doesn't much matter. Maybe there's a sandbar here. It seems like we had a nice sandbar. Put in a little dark color first. Then we can go back with a little white and brown. Very gently. Grab it and go back. And that's all you need to create that illusion. There. But don't kill all that dark area. Leave some of those nice dark areas. Maybe the sand's wet there or something. We don't know. Look at there, though. That's just such a super way of making a very effective little painting. Now then, let's go on with our little bushy things. Maybe there's a little touch of green here and there. A little sap green, not much, but a little. And this comes down. Now think about this. This is laying flat, and this is coming down at quite an angle. So we want to show that. So begin creating that very angle. Maybe, tell you what, maybe we're standing up here on a hill sort of overlooking this, and it comes right on around. Right on around, like that. Okay. There we go. But the angles here are most important. Watch here, watch here, watch here. See? Just think of the lay of the land and have your brush go in that basic direction. That's really all you have to do. That's all you have to do. And the black gesso works for you. It puts all the dark in here for you. And then that undercolor, the transparent color we put on top, mixes with all this, and it keeps your colors beautiful. Just nice things happen. Tell you what, let me find another fan brush here. I have several of them going. We had a couple of trees in that. So let's take Van Dyke Brown on the fan brush, just back and forth quite a bit. Maybe touch. Be brave. This is your bravery test. Let's give him a friend too. We'll do a couple of happy little trees here. Maybe this one's a little stronger. That way one looks bigger than the other one. And maybe he takes care of this little one, doesn't allow anybody to hurt him. Everybody needs a big friend. Tell you what, maybe this is one tree, and maybe it's dead. Maybe it's dead. In nature, you have a lot of dead trees out in the woods. And sometimes we avoid painting them, but dead trees are also part of nature. There we go. A little bit of paint thinner on the liner brush. And let's go right up in here. And let's just begin putting in all kinds of little limbs that are still hanging on here, even though the tree is dead. There's still a few of them here that are hanging on for dear life. I think that's not right. They're hanging on for dear life. They're not dead. But anyway, you know what I mean. They're hanging in there. There. And you put as many or as few. You have to determine how dead your tree is. Maybe it doesn't have hardly any limbs left on. It's also fun. Try this maybe and put one of them that's fell down right across the stream there. Make a little natural bridge. That way the little raccoon has a place to sneak across there. There we go. And whatever you want here. See? Now then, maybe a little highlight on those trees, because in my mind, the light's going to be zinging through here. Take a little bit of that light brown and white, and I'm just going to take and touch. Just touch. Just touch. The canvas will pull off what it wants. And as you work back, because you're picking up that dark color, it'll get darker and darker automatically. There. Just enough to give it a little highlight. That's all we're looking for. There we go. See? Okay. And then sometimes it's fun. If we're going to have light coming through here, sometimes it's fun to take, I've got the same old brush here that I had all the yellows on, etc., that I was making the grass with. I went right into a little bit of the titanium white. Want to lighten. See, push it same way. Let's go up here. Now think where the light's going to come. If it's coming right through here, you can just take this and tap a little bit of highlight right in the areas where you think light would strike the strongest. Right in here. Okay? But don't overdo it. If you overdo it, it loses its effectiveness. There. Something like so. I think we better have a finished painting with that. I'm going to take the liner brush, a little bit of paint thinner, a little of the bright red, and I'm going to sign this one. I really hope you've enjoyed it. It's a lot of fun. It allows you to show how our opening was made. It only takes a couple of minutes to paint it, but it takes a lot of fantastic people a great deal of time to stick it in that little square that you see. And I sincerely appreciate everything they do. So from all of us here, I'd like to wish you a happy painting. God bless, and I'll see you next time. Hi, I'm glad you could join me today, because today I think we'll do a fantastic little winter scene, and I think you'll really like this one. So I tell you what, let's start out, have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. And they'll come across in the same order as I have them on the palette, starting with the white and working all the way around. Okay, I have my standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas up here, and today we've taken a piece of contact paper and we've just cut a design out, sort of a little half circle type thing, and whatever kind of design you like. Then I've covered this with liquid white, so it's all wet and slick and it's ready to go. So let's have some fun. Sometimes when we do winter scenes, we use so many blues and cold colors that they're almost uncomfortable. So I sort of like to make very warm winter scenes. We'll start with a little alizarin crimson today on the 2-inch brush and just tap a little color right into the bristles, like so. Let's go right up here. And maybe right in here, we'll just use our little crisscross strokes. put in a happy little sky. Just making little X's. It takes very, very little color, because if you're not careful, you can set this sky on fire, and we don't want to do that. We don't want to set it on fire. All we want to do is warm it up a little. There we go. Okay, maybe we'll have a little of that same color down here. If it's going to be a winter scene, we'll have some snow in here, and this will come through and make some very nice highlights and shadows in the snow. It's also a good way to clean all the excess paint off your brush. Now then, we just mix it on the brush here. We'll take a little more of the alizarin crimson, get a little touch of the phthalo blue. Proportionately, much more crimson than blue. And you can just mix these on the brush. See, like so. You don't have to worry about it. I'm trying to make sort of a nice lavender color. And you can take it to the blue side or the red side, depending on what kind of mood you're in. Today is such a beautiful day. Let's just make a very nice lavender, sort of to the reddish side. And let's just go right up in here and just drop that in. Like that. Still using little crisscross strokes. There. Now maybe there's a nice little cloud that comes right out here. And we just take the brush and tap. Just tap it wherever you want it. It's up to you. It's up to you. It's very individual. And maybe down in here, we can just scrub in a basic little cloud shape. We're really not looking for a lot of detail at this point. All we're doing is just building us a happy little sky. There. And we can take a little bit of that same color, and once again, just lay some of it down here where we know there's going to be snow. And at this point, we really don't care where it's going to be. Anything we don't like, we just cover up. We're not committed at all. Okay, let's do the fun part here. Let's wash the old brush. As you know, we wash our brush with odorless thinner, and we'll shake off the excess, and then just beat the devil out of it. I really recommend, if you're going to do this at home, don't do this in your living room, or your popularity is going to go down about 38 points in one brush cleaning. They make a thing called a brush beater rack you can put down in the bottom of a little trash can. You shake the brush inside of the can, then beat it on this rack. All this done inside the can, and it contains every bit of this. And just to stay in good around the home front, I really recommend you get some kind of procedure not to do this in the living room or wherever you paint. Take a little bit of the titanium white on the fan brush. Just load both sides full of color. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, maybe there lives in our world a beautiful little cloud, and it just floats around up here in the sky, and it just enjoys looking over this scene. Just use the corner of the brush. That's all we're using. It's just the corner, and making tight little circles. There. Very, very tight little circles. And we don't know where this goes. Maybe it just sort of disappears up here. We'll just sort of leave that to your imagination. There. A little more white. And down here, maybe there's a big old floater that just floats around down here close to the horizon. All right, now then, with a clean, dry, and it really needs to be clean and dry, 2-inch brush, we want to blend just the base. We're not touching the top at all, just the base, very gently, and you just sort of wind it up, blend it together on the base, on the bottom. There. Very gently though, and we're only using the very top corner of the brush. It's all that's touching the canvas. There, see there? Just sort of mix it up, wind it. Now very gently, big circular strokes will lift that. This fluffs your cloud up. There. Just fluff it up, and very lightly, 2 hairs and some air. Just blend it a little, and that whole thing will just come together, just as neat. Then you can go back in here. Maybe in our world there lives another little cloud right here. Work in layers though. Do the cloud that in your mind is the farthest away, and then work forward. Maybe he's got a little arm that sticks right out like that. There. Okay, Okay, back to our clean, dry 2-inch brush and do the same thing over again. That's all there is to it. Okay, fluff it, and then very gently just blend it. Isn't that a beautiful way to make a very effective little sky? And you can do that. You really can do it. It's quite simple. Okay, tell you what, let's take the old round brush today, and I'll make some little background trees back here. Just some beautiful little things. Maybe we'll even put some snow on them. Who knows? Let's go right up in here, and we'll take, let me mix up some color. Let's mix up some phthalo blue and some alizarin crimson. We'll just make a nice lavender color today. In this mixture, proportionately, much, much more crimson than blue, because the blue is 100 times stronger than the crimson. There we are. Now, if you want to tell what color that is, you need to take a little bit of white and mix it up. It's hard to tell. That just looks black. That's a little bluer than I really want, so I'll add a little more of the crimson to it. See? You can change your mind. You can change the taste, the flavor, whatever. Maybe you want it into the bluish side. It's very individual. It's up to you. Now then, let's use the old round brush today. It's a fantastic brush. It makes nice little trees and stuff. And we'll just tap a little color right into the bristles. Tap firmly. See there? It's hard to see. Oh, brush is so dark. But there we go. Just tap it. Now then, let's just make some nice little things right in here, wherever we want them, and begin tapping. All kinds of little things. There. A little more color. You know, it's interesting. In one of the earlier shows, I showed my little pet squirrel, and we've got so many cards and letters. I'm gonna put that little rascal up here again and let you see him, because he was the cutest little thing. This is how it looked when we first got him. Now, to give you an idea, he's sitting on Annette's hand. Now, there's what he looks like today. This is the cutest little devil. We call her Bobette. And she is a mess. But she lives with me, has a great big cage we call Squirrel Hilton. Oh, got me on the nose there. Son of a gun. Squirrels are something else. But she's about to the age where she's not going to be friendly anymore. About ready to go back to the wild. So we'll turn her loose here very soon. But she is something else. I thought you might enjoy just seeing that little rascal. All I'm doing here is just tapping in some basic little tree shapes. I have a tremendous love for these little creatures and devote a lot of my free time to helping them and taking care of them and whatever I can do to make their life a little easier. And if we're going to have animals around, we all have to be concerned about them. So, help us out. Shoot, if you got a little creature that lives in your yard or around where you're at, help them out a little if you can. You'll find they're very enjoyable, and they bring hours and hours of pleasure just watching them play. There we go. Now then, we have our basic shapes in. Now we could take a liner brush and put a lot of trunks in there if we wanted to, or we can just take the point of the knife and scrape in all kinds of little tree shapes, little trunks and stems and sticks, whatever. Now, when this dries, people look at your work and they'll think you spent hours with your little one-haired brush doing all these. And you don't tell them any different. Shh. All you do is up the price a little if you're selling your works. There. Okay. I have several of these old round brushes going. Let me grab another one here. I'm going to dip it into a little bit of the liquid white. And the liquid white is only to thin the firm white. Because remember our golden rule. Remember our golden rule. A thin paint will stick to a thick paint. We'll be right back. Get a little of the bright red here. I want to put a little pinkish glow into this. There. Now just tap. See? That's how you load this brush. All you have to do is tap it. Okay, let's go up here. Now then go slightly above the dark and just begin tapping in all kinds of little snow-covered leaves. And in Alaska, where I lived for so many years, we have ice fog, and it would cover everything and just make everything look like this. It was absolutely spectacular. You never think about Alaska, the cold countries like that, being beautiful in the winter. But some of the most beautiful, beautiful scenery happens in the winter. There. I love to sit inside my warm house and look out at it. It's the reason I moved back to Florida. In my old age, the cold winters just sort of got me. There we go. And maybe right in here lives another one. Now you don't have to kill all the dark. Leave some of that dark in there. And it makes it look like things that are hid back here in the shadows. There. But see how that little round brush just makes all those little lacy looking things very rapidly. There we go. Tell you what, this big one back here, I'm going to take a little paint thinner, a little of the dark sienna. We'll just thin it down till it's like ink. And let's just put the indication of a little tree trunk back here. It's big enough. Maybe we can really see a tree trunk in here. There. And you can put as many or as few limbs on your tree trunk as you want. Now then, a little touch of the liquid white, a little bit more of the bright red, titanium white. Just mix them together on the brush, give it a good tap tap. And let's go up in here and look at the basic shape of your tree. Think about where the light would play through here and hit it. Worry about form and shape. See, there's another little thing right there. These are really fantastic little paintings. And as I mention every so often, if you're interested in selling paintings, these paintings will sell like hotcakes. Probably more for color than for content. And a lot of people buy paintings more for color than for content because they're looking for something to fit a specific need. There we go. Let's go over here all the way on the right and put a little bit on this nice tree over here. We don't want him left out. Shoot, I was about to forget him. He's been angry with me. Nobody wants to be left out. Okay, another one right there, wherever. But notice the dark areas in between. See those dark areas? That's what gives dimension and shape. Don't kill all those dark areas. They're your very good friend. Now we can go back in here, just scrape in a few little sticks and twigs, but mainly in the dark areas. Put them mainly in the dark. And it's just a clean knife, however many you want. Now then, time to really have some fun. Let's take the old big brush. We'll go right into titanium white. Just load a lot of white paint in here. And it's time to make some very big decisions in our painting. Okay, now then let's go up here and make a decision. If we're going to have snow in here, we have to start deciding where our snow is going to live. So make a decision. Just put your brush down here, and this big brush will do this very rapidly. And just pull. See there? That's all there is to it. Just pull it. And begin deciding where all these things are. Be concerned with the lay of the land now. Begin worrying about angles. There. And just let it flow right out of there. Very nice, easy way of laying in a great deal of snow very rapidly. And sometimes you can touch a little touch of the phthalo blue and just blend that in, and it'll create the illusion of shadows here and there. And it also makes cool areas in your snow, so it's not all too warm. That way you have some cool areas. All right. Now just take out all the brush strokes, and it becomes very smooth. Now we'll take a fan brush, a little bit of liquid white, a little titanium white, a little touch of that bright red again. And we'll just mix them together right on the brush. Let's go up here. Now then, by pushing upward, we can make the indication of some little bushes and stuff that grow right down these snowbanks. And it's a nice way of covering up these edges. Brings it all together. There. Just wherever you think they should be. Just push upward and allow the bristles to bend. See? And then you take the bottom of it and blend it right in. Super easy way of making some very effective little areas in your painting. And it pushes all, look how those bushes there now are all pushed back in there, only because of these little things. And you're working with planes. And those planes cause dimension and depth in your painting. Okay, shoot, we're having so much fun. Let's get crazy. I'm going to go right into some phthalo blue here. Not much, not much. In fact, there was still some white left on the bristles from the snow. Little phthalo blue. I'm going to put a little water in here. You know me and my water. I like to have water in all my paintings nearly. Touch and pull straight down. You just have to make a decision where your water lives. See? Touch and pull down. Now once again, this blue is a very cool color. It'll really do nice things against all these pinks and stuff that we have in here. It's a very cool color. Maybe there's just a happy little pond here that comes right around in there. I don't know exactly. We'll decide that later. Pull straight down. Most important that it goes straight down. Let me get a clean brush. I have several brushes going here, so I don't have to spend all my time washing brushes. As much fun as it is, and as much as the camera people hate it, we don't want to do all that. There. Now, that gives us a nice little watery area. Now, take a touch of the liquid white on the knife, a little bit of titanium white, and we'll mix them together. Liquid white and titanium white. The liquid white is in there only to thin the titanium white a little bit. And I've put the least little touch of the bright red in there. Now, cut me off a little roll of paint. Let's go up here. And then I want to put a little bit of snow laying right along here. So we touch and just sort of let it work its way right off the blade there. Get a little more paint. There. See how well that works? Maybe it comes right around the corner here. We don't know. Just pull it right around. That easy. Now then, clean off my wool knife. Let's go back to our round brush in our lavender color. We'll tap a little color into the bristles. Just like so. Just tap it. Maybe over in here. Maybe? Yep, there is now. We'll put a little, maybe there's a happy little bush or two that lives right here. Now I want to leave this little bit of water showing through so you can see that there's water behind there. I think it'll make that look nice. Okay. Underneath that, we'll pull a little bit of that color down. There. Now then, I'm going to take the other round brush, a little liquid white, a little bit of the bright red, not much. Be very careful with the bright red. It'll set your whole world on fire in one heartbeat. Okay, let's go right up here. Got the brush loaded up. And let's put in some nice little frosted areas right on these bushes. Once again, though, work on one bush at a time. Don't get too carried away. We have plenty of time. Don't worry about it. One little bush at a time. There. See there? And if you do one at a time, then you have depth in it. I know you get tired of hearing that. I really think it's important, though. There we go. Now back to our, this is liquid white mixed with a little bit of titanium white. And we can go right in here and put all of our little snow-covered ground areas. There. All right, and this reflection, we pulled it straight down. Now we'll go gently across. See? And then we can go back in here with our clean knife. Just scratch in a few little sticks and twigs, wherever you want them. There we are. Now, tell you what, shoot, maybe let's take some Van Dyke brown. Get us a little roll of paint. Maybe right up here lives a happy little tree. There it goes. Just like so. Just straight Van Dyke brown. We can do the other side. Now, let's give him a friend. Shoot, we don't want him to be alone. Life's too short to be alone. Too precious. Share it with a friend. There. Now, let's take a little titanium white. Get a little roll of paint on the knife. And let's have, maybe this is a birch tree. What the heck? Touch, give it a little pull. Round. Give it a little pull. Birch trees may be one of the easiest kind of trees there are to make. And if there's not birch trees in your area, shoot, you can paint any kind of old tree that you want. Maybe you want to paint a big maple tree in yours, or oak tree, or whatever. It's okay. A little paint thinner, a little bit of the Van Dyke brown. Turn the bristles. Turn it. That brings it to a nice sharp point. Let's go right up in here, and we'll put the indication here and there of some little trunks, or little limbs, off the trunk. I'll get it straight here in a second. Bear with me. There we go. Wherever you think they should live. There. Okay, there's another one. There's one. And try not to make all your limbs just perfectly straight. Put some character in them. Shoot. Tree limbs grow every which old way. Whatever makes them happy. They're independent little devils. Maybe there's just one old one that's sticking out here. Shoot, like that. Whatever. We don't care. See? You can have as many or as few as you want in your world. I like that. Let's make a different kind of tree. Let's go over here. Shoot, I'll tell you what. We'll just use the fan brush. Let's make a tree that lives right about, big old tree. There. Big old tree. We'll give him another arm right there. See, we drop the trunk in right there. That easy. Now then, we can take a little bit of the white, and this time, instead of pulling it around like a birch tree, all I'm going to do is touch the canvas. Maybe this is a different kind of tree. Show you how to make 2 or 3 different kinds of trees here. All you're doing is just touching with a knife, though. Just touch. The canvas will pull off what it wants, give you back what's left. There. And as you work around, it'll get darker and darker and darker. A little bit of brown there. But all we're doing is just touching the canvas. This makes a very effective tree. And when it's dry, you can almost feel that bark. Everybody will want to touch your painting. There. Just be sure it's dry before you let them touch it. Because that'll upset you. Somebody touches it while it's wet. Let's put some limbs out here. Just using the Van Dyke brown, the liner brush, a little thinner on it. Here we go. We don't know where it goes. Wherever. Every tree is an individual. It's different, so chances are, no matter how you paint it, somewhere there's a tree just like that. There. Okay. Maybe there's a baby tree that lives right here. There. And when spring comes, he's going to have leaves all over him, and he'll be a beauty. He'll be a beauty. Okay, let's put some bushes down here around its foots. Kind of have a bush or two down here. Maybe it comes right on out like that. Okay, then our other round brush with a light color on it. Liquid white, titanium white, little bright red. And I put the bright red in there only to give this a nice pinkish glow. Makes it a little prettier. As I mentioned earlier, it keeps it from being so cold that it's distasteful. It makes it a beautiful little warm scene. There we go. Maybe in our world, maybe at one time, a long time ago, maybe there was an old fence here. A couple of posts still hanging out. Little highlight on them. Shoot, who knows? Maybe there's still a wire or two hanging in there, wherever you want them. Up to you. Little titanium white. We can go right in here now. Grab that, pull it right on over. Look at that. See, sort of brings it all together. Shoot, that easy. Tell you what, let's bring the camera up here and let's take the contact paper off and see what we have. This is the moment of truth right here. I love these little contact paper things. They're so pretty. And as we mentioned before, if you're out selling your work, these son of a guns will sell. I think I'll sign this one right here and call him finished. I hope this is one you'll try because it's a beautiful, beautiful little scene. It'll make you happy inside. And as we mentioned earlier, that's what painting's all about. That's the joy of painting. From all of us here, happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, I'm certainly glad you could join me today. Today I thought we'd do just a fantastic little seascape and just have a super time together. So I tell you what, let's start out and run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint this little seascape with me. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've already done. Standard old 18 by 24 inch double prime pre-stretched canvas, and I coated the bottom of it here with black gesso and allowed that to dry completely. Now I just put a little piece of masking tape across here, and the masking tape's only to keep the horizon line straight. Underneath here I've covered this with a mixture of sap green and Van Dyke brown mixed about halfway, a little bit of Indian yellow, and right here in the corner a little dark sienna. Now these colors are all transparent enough this still looks black. The top of this I sort of put in a little basic cloud shape on a big cloud here with black gesso, and then we just covered this with a thin, even coat of the liquid white. So it's all wet and ready to go, so let's have some fun. Let's start out today with a little touch of the yellow ochre. Very small amounts, all we need on the 2-inch brush. Just a tiny little bit. Maybe we'll even add a little of the cad yellow to it. There, just mix those two sort of together. And let's go right up here and just lay in a little bit of this yellow right across here. Just using little crisscross strokes. There. Something about like so. Then we'll go back into a little more of the yellow ochre and lay that right in there. A little touch more. Didn't get quite enough there. And we'll just let that one blend right on down. This is just yellow ochre and a little bit of cad yellow. That's all we have here. Right in the bottom. Thought we'd just do a beautiful, beautiful sky today. And we'll spend most of our time working on the sky. And we'll put a little seascape down in here. Okay, maybe the least little touch of a little bit of the alizarin crimson right along in there. And we're just sort of playing with nice warm colors. There we go. Okay, blend that all together. Let me clean my old brush. Just wash our brush with odorless thinner. Shake it off. Then just cover everybody in the studio. All right, let's make us a nice lavender color. For that, we'll take some alizarin crimson and phthalo blue. Crimson and blue. Okay, a little more blue. I want this sort of to the bluish side today. And depending on your mood, you may want it to the red side or to the blue side. Take a little white, check it out, see what we have. That's not bad, that's a good color. Okay, let's clean off the old knife. Today let's use the fan brush. We'll take a fan brush and we'll add a little bit of this lavender color onto it we made. Just like so. And let's just go up in here and using little, and I'm going to exaggerate, little rocking strokes like that. Let's just begin putting in some very basic little cloud formations here. There we go. And I use this lavender color mainly so in case it touches some of this yellow, it won't turn a bright green on us. Green skies are all right, I guess, but that's not what we're looking for today. There we go. Today we're looking for just a nice, beautiful sky. We don't want it to be green. Okay, maybe it just runs right over here. Wherever, just be very loose with this and just throw it in. I put the black gesso underneath this only so that dark shows through. It really helps make this a lot easier. Maybe this comes right over, maybe a little stringy thing, it goes right up through here somewhere. All we're doing is laying on some base color. Well, it's a mean looking sky already, isn't it? Now then, while I have that little bit of lavender on here, let's go right in here and maybe just put the indication of a happy little cloud or two that's just sort of floating around, having a good time, wherever you think they would live. Just sort of pull them out there. Maybe I'll add a little bit more of the crimson to that. And right on down in here, maybe right at the water line, maybe there's a nice cloud that's living right here. There. So you just sort of make up little stories and little things like that, and let your imagination sort of just take you everywhere. There it goes. Maybe it comes all the way over. Who cares? And turns around and comes back. See? But you can do anything in here. Any old thing that you want to do. Maybe right up in here we have a nice bright area. We can put that in too. Take a little white and just begin working it. In fact, maybe it's right here. There, just let that work right on out. This is just straight titanium white. There we go. You could even go so far as take your finger with a little white on it and make the indication of a little sun in there if you wanted to. You can do that. There, and then very gently just blend over it. And the indication will still be there. And that white that you put on then becomes the bright area around it. There. Now we can just blend these little clouds. And we can blend those right into the sky. That easy. In fact, tell you what, let's have a little cloud. Comes right around like this. Maybe he just floats around the sky. Maybe he comes right on down here. We don't know where he goes. Wherever you want him, that's where he should be. There. Then take our big brush and just blend. All right. Now I have several old fan brushes going, so I don't have to spend all my time washing brushes. We'll take a little white on the fan brush here. Okay, let's go back up here. Maybe there's a little highlight lives right here on this cloud. Don't want a great deal, just enough to make it stand out a little. There, a little right here. See, there's your light source, so wherever you think light would hit it, just make that decision and drop it in. Just drop it in. Maybe there's a little up here on top of this. Wherever. There. Now, when you're doing this at home, you can put a lot more detail into it. You have unlimited amounts of time. Here, if I go over 30 minutes, this mean old director gets all over me. But at home, you can do it any way that you want to do it. Now we can fluff that up, blend it a little, and it makes quite a nice sky down there. Now then, let's go back into our fan brush. And let's go up in here, and let's just begin picking out some little shapes and things that are happening. All we're going to do is just bounce a little highlight here and there. Just bounce it in. Then we'll come back and blend it a little bit. There. I'm really working that paint right into the fabric. Okay, see there? Maybe a little right over in here. I'm going to add a little crimson into my white. A little alizarin crimson to brighten it up just a tiny bit. There. See, we can put all kinds of little things for the light singing through there. There we go. In between some of these, maybe there's even a little bit of phthalo blue. There. Now then. Now we can take a clean, dry 2-inch brush, and this is where we can blend all this together. Just using the corner of the brush. And lift it, blend it, and very lightly. Very lightly, just work it all together. There. But work with each individual cloud, make friends with it. Begin to see things happening in it. And you can create some of the most beautiful illusions imaginable. There we go. Some little highlights up here zinging around. There, some little things in here. Just drop them in. Just drop them in and blend them, bring them together. There we are. clean, dry 2-inch brush and just very gently bring all this together. See there? Fluff it, blend it. There we go. You can make some unbelievable skies very simply. All you have to do is just practice a little bit, and you wouldn't believe what you could make. Would not believe. All right, maybe somewhere up in here even. There we go. Just put all these things in. I see another one right here. Wherever you want them, just sort of look around and make big decisions where you think they should live. There we are. That one runs right on off. Right on off the top up there. We don't even know where it goes. We don't care where it goes. It's up there somewhere though. Way up there in the sky. There's something over in here. Wherever you think they should live. Okay, back to our clean, dry 2-inch brush, and very gently, just blend. There we go. There. Yeah, I talk about this mean old director all the time. We're going to put a picture of her in the newsletter so you can see what she looks like. There. Okay. All right. Now you can continue to work with this and just create all kinds of beautiful things. Just work with it. Keep building. But don't kill all your dark areas. It's very easy to get carried away. Kill all the dark areas. Those dark areas are what give it depth and strength. Make it look big, powerful. There we go. Okay, we don't want to spend the whole show working on the sky, so I'll move on down here a little bit, because I love to play with skies, and I could spend the rest of the day here. Not just the show, but the rest of the whole day here. Because I think this is really a great deal of fun. All right. Now then, as I mentioned when we started, I have a piece of masking tape right here. The masking tape is only to keep the horizon straight. So we'll take that off. But now underneath that tape, of course, there's none of the color that we put up there because the tape wouldn't stick to that. So we'll take a little Van Dyke brown, a little sap green, and I'll just run right in here. And we'll just lay on a little bit of color right up to the horizon line. There we are. Okay, we're in business. Now then, what I would recommend when you're doing a seascape, first of all, we'll just take the old filbert brush. Let's lay out our major wave here. That'll make everything much easier if you have that laid out. And so let's say it's going to come up here, maybe it's going to crash over and go right in there somewhere, and it'll come out like this. Then all your waves back here, well, they will spread out like a fan, just like a fan. Okay. Now then, clean off the old brush here. We'll wipe it down. This filbert brush we just clean with paint thinner and then wipe it off. Grab a fan brush and take a little bit of the titanium white. Let's go right back here and decide where our waves behind the major waves are going to live. Maybe they're right here. So all you have to do is sort of block it in. Just about like so. Maybe just put the indication back here. Another one. Okay, then we'll wipe all the excess paint off our brush and then very gently grab that and begin working it back, back and back. See? And that light becomes the trough, or the area in between the waves. And we'll just let these sort of blend back. With a little more white, we can go back here to the horizon, begin adding in all kinds of little distant things. We just want indications way back here. And it'll pick up that sap green that's underneath, and automatically that'll jump right out at you. Okay, maybe this wave's going to come right down through here. And then let me wipe off that excess. Then we'll blend that back very lightly. Very, very lightly. We don't want to lose that dark area right there. That little dark area right there is very important to us. That's our friend. We want to take care of it. Okay. Now the fun part of any wave is this eye right here, or the transparency. So let's take a little bit of the titanium white, least little touch of the cad yellow in it, and we'll use the old filbert brush. Load the color into it. Let's go up here. Decide where this transparency is going to live, or the eye of the wave, and just really scrub this color in. Just scrub it right in. Now you can do this as many times as you want to achieve a desired lightness. There we go. Okay, now we'll take a clean, dry 2-inch brush and just use the top corner and very gently just sort of wind it up. The brush is hardly moving. It just sort of stays in one place and goes around and around, and that'll blend all that together. And it'll get just as smooth as silk. Just as smooth as it can be. We just let that run right on out till it disappears. Now we can begin thinking about the shape and blend. See? There we go. And already we begin having the general outline of our wave there. Okay, I'll clean up some brushes here. Wash this old filbert brush off. Be sure it's dry. Okay, now then, I have several fan brushes going. So let's take a little of the titanium white on the fan brush. And let's make this wave curve over. Maybe it comes right here, goes pew. Got to make those little noises and have it just curve right over. Maybe it curves to right there. We don't know where it goes. Don't know that we really care. Just bring it right over. There we go. Now, back to our filbert. We'll use a little of this. Oh, we can use a little lavender color. That doesn't matter. What the heck. And let's go in here and just put in some shadow indications for foam. This is just basically the lavender color. And maybe it comes right on up. There it is. Just like so. There. And right on around, and there's a nice splash and churn, wherever you want it. Wherever you want it. There we go. Okay, wash off the old brush. Dry it off. And we'll go right into a little bit of that titanium white. You could even put the least little bit of that purple into it just to give it a little lavender hue, but not much. Okay, maybe let's go right in here. Now let's put a little highlight on this foam. Push very hard. Make it just jump right off there. There, a little more color. See, and over here we're going to have all these nice splashes and crashes. And when your color gets contaminated, just wipe your brush off real good and go back into it. There. We'll have a nice crashing up in here. Wherever you think it should be. Just sort of look at it, figure out where it should go. There. Comes right on down in there. Now then, back to our large brush. But be sure it's dry. If it's not dry, you're going to mix this all up into mud and you're going to be very upset with me. Just using the top bristles. And I find the 2-inch brush works better than the 1-inch. But you might want to try the 1-inch. A lot of people seem to like it better. I just prefer the 2-inch. There's more hair that's actually touching the canvas than with the 1-inch. There we go. Let's see there. That easy. Keep your brush clean and dry. All right. And then we can take our liner brush. Liner brush. We'll take some of the white. This is just titanium white with paint thinner. And we can go right along here and we can begin highlighting some of these little things right in here. So, see there? There we go. And here's our light source. So that's where we want this to be the lightest. And we can come right back in here and just begin dropping in some little highlights and stuff. There. Then we'll start adding a little lavender here and there as I work away from that light area so it won't be quite as bright. I want to retain that brightness. And we can begin just putting in all kinds of little things. There, see? And the more of these little details that you put in, the better your particular painting will look. And that'll make you happy when they look good like that. There we go. See, maybe back in here, let some of these go back. There. And these little lines create shape and form. And back in here, there's a few. This gives you wave roundness. It shows foam patterns and stuff that are working all up in here and playing. But this is where it all comes together. All these little happy things here. And we can take a little of the darker color and come right around here, put a little line in there, and that'll act as your separator. See, bring it right in there. Just like so. Now maybe, let's have a little shimmer on the water. Shoot, let's have some fun. Take a little titanium white. There's our light source. Let's just pull this right down, straight down, right there. All we're using is a little titanium white. But all those beautiful colors are underneath here. This is the Indian yellow and the dark sienna, and it's all coming alive now. You don't hardly even know it's there until you start putting a little white on there. And then kaboom, jumps right out at you. There we go. Wherever you want them. But sort of look at where your light source is. Now, very lightly we go across. And that'll give the indication of very wet areas. Sort of blend it together. There we go. See how that just comes right together? Sneaky. Now let's take the small knife. I like that little knife for this. We'll take a little bit of the white, titanium white. Now, come right down in here so we can watch right in here. See where this is going to come? Push very firmly. Very firmly. We'll reload the knife. Just that little roll of paint that causes that though. See there? There we go. This little knife really works better for this than the big knife. Really works better. We can put a few little things in here. See how you can make all those little ripples and stuff? There we go. Wherever you think they should be. Now we can take a fan brush and very lightly grab that and blend it back. See, and leave some of those shiny things showing through. It looks like wet areas there. And it's beautiful, very pretty. And we got all of our foam is traveling up the wave. There we go. Okay. Now then, back to our little liner brush. And maybe here there's some, there you go. That's a nice little watery area. Goes right there. Like so. Okay, there it is. There. Okay, and in here, just all kinds of little things. Let's say at home you have time to do this in a lot of detail, and you will be amazed at what an effective way this is to do some very beautiful seascapes. Just spectacular at times. There we are. And anybody can do them. And I do these kind rather than just the little little ones that look like that because they're a little more interesting. There. It's easy to make those that just look like one little wave that sort of fell over. I like to make some that's got a nice wave going in them and some action, and shoot, maybe we'll even put a rock or two in here. What the heck? I like to put rocks in there. It gives a wave something to splash against and have fun with. Oh, we got that old brush wet. I'll take a little bit of the brown, maybe up here. There, maybe there. We'll put some little seagulls, or birds as they're called. Whoops. There we go. See, there's some happy little birds floating around up in there. Tell you what, let's have some fun. Let's take the old filbert brush. We'll put some Van Dyke in it. Let me reach over here and get a little bit of the liquid white. I'm going to put some dark sienna, a little yellow ochre in it. Pile it up. Now then, I'm going to put Van Dyke brown on both sides of the filbert and then pull one side, just one side, right through this light color. Now then, maybe there's some stones live right out in here in the water. This is the easiest way I've ever seen of making some very effective little stones. And maybe he's got a little friend lives there. You know, however many you want. Maybe we'll have 3. See, and just let that highlight come right off there. Take our liner brush, a little bit of thin white paint on it, put a little bottom around these stones. Shoot, we about to have a finished painting. But give this one a try. And if you have time, drop me a line. Let me see what kind of results you're having. Because that makes it all worthwhile if it's working for you. And I'd love to hear from you. I think we'll call this one finished. So give this one a try, as I say. And drop me a line. We take all the pictures sometime, put them together, and we like to show them on TV. So maybe you'll see yours here. From all of us here, happy painting. God bless, my friend. Hi, I'm certainly glad you could join me today because it's a fantastic day here, and I hope it is wherever you're at. Tell you what, let's just do a beautiful little painting today. Every day's sort of crazy around here, so I thought today we'd start with something a little different. So tell you what, let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me tell you what I've already done up here. I've taken a piece of contact paper and put it on my standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas here. And I've cut 2 ovals out of it. And then I've coated the inside of these 2 ovals with a mixture of liquid white and liquid black. So I guess you'd call it liquid gray. And we just put a nice thin even coat, and it's all ready to go. The rest of this is just decoration because it's getting a little crazy here. So I thought we'd have some fun today. Let's take a little bit of the midnight black. We'll use the old 2-inch brush. Midnight black, a little of the we'll use some dark sienna. Reach over here, I'll get a little alizarin crimson. Just mix them together, like so. Black, dark sienna, little alizarin crimson. Very dark color, though. Very dark color. All right, maybe today we'll do a scene that's deep in the woods here. I don't know, let's just start off and have some fun. Let's just take and begin putting in the indication of all kinds of little shapes. And we'll just start off tapping in some very basic little shapes and sort of see what happens. Just see what happens. Now I made this gray mixture today because I want this to be very subdued. And this gray will mix with everything that we put on there, and it'll cause that to happen automatically. And if there's any of this gray showing through, then it'll look just right. There. Just begin laying in all kinds of little shapes. And right now, all we're looking for is just some basic ideas. We're not looking for a lot of detail. We'll come back and look at what we have, and then we'll begin picking out each individual little thing. Right now, all we're doing basically is blocking in some ideas. So we have the midnight black, dark sienna, a little alizarin crimson, maybe right here. What the heck? We'll have some here too. Just let these things run right on through. There. Now when you're playing at home, try this liquid gray, as I call it. It'll make some beautiful effects for you. Mix these mediums together. We have the clear, the black, and the white. Mix them together. You won't believe some of the effects. Personally, I like to take a little of the liquid white and clear and put it together. And it gives the white, gives it a little bit of transparency. Sometimes that comes in very handy for creating certain effects and certain illusions. There we go. Okay, a little bit more of the black and the crimson. There. But see, you can begin finding little shapes in here, and all we're using is just the corner of the 2-inch brush. But these little shapes they'll just sort of begin to appear. It's real easy. It's one of the nicest ways to sort of just lay out a little painting. There. Okay, now let's take our liner brush. We'll dip it in some paint thinner, and we'll go right into some of the brown. A little Van Dyke brown's fine. Make this paint very thin. Turn it. Bring the bristles to a nice sharp point. See how sharp that is? A lot of paint in there. Now then, we can go up here and begin picking out little individual things. If you have trouble making the paint flow off your liner brush, then add more paint thinner. That's all you have to do. Keep the paint very thin, very loose, and then it'll just slide right off your brush. See, and we can just put the indication of all kinds of little things. In some of these light areas, these little holes here, there you just put the indication of a few little sticks and twigs that are showing through. There. See, maybe right in here. We don't know. We'll separate all this with highlights. We're going to come back and put all kinds of little highlights. Right now, all we're interested in is just creating the illusion of a lot of little things happening in here. Okay, let's do that also over here on the other side. We need something going on over here too. There, maybe there's a tree there too. We don't know. Wherever. There. See, maybe back in here. All kinds of little doers. There. Will you say there's one there? There it goes, right on up. Just sort of let your imagination just take you astray here. There we go. Maybe right in here. But see, just by putting these little sticks in here, you begin making out little individual things, that easy. And it'll just happen for you automatically. Practice this a little bit and you'll be amazed at what you can do by just throwing some color on a canvas. All right. Wash the old brush. And we just wipe it off on a paper towel. I just use the same old dirty brush since I have it going here. Let's take a little bit of the yellow, reach up here, grab a little black. We put that in there, that'll make a beautiful green color. There, tap it a little bit. That gets that little roll of paint right out on the edge of the bristles. Okay, now then, let's go up in here and begin picking up all these little individual things. Maybe back in here lives a happy tree. Right there. Just think about form and shape for this tree. And just begin dropping, there. See there? There he is. We knew he was there, didn't we? Yeah. And maybe add a little of the yellow ochre and Indian yellow. Maybe we back in there. Oh, there he is. There's another little rascal. Well, my little squirrel would love to live back in here. There's so many things happening. There. See, just sort of look at these things, though, and drop them in. And all we're doing is just using the corner of the brush. That's really all we have going here. Just the corner of the brush. But think about individuals. Let's add a little touch of the bright red here and there. There. Ooh, that's nice. I've probably painted 25,000, 30,000 paintings now, and I still get excited every time I see this work. It's fascinating. There we go. Are you beginning to see all these little things? Isn't that exciting that it happens that easy? Shoot, that's the joy of painting. That truly is the joy of painting. When you get to the point that you have no fear, let's go over in the other oval over on the other side here. We don't want him left out. See there? There's another little tree, a little bush, little Indian yellow maybe, and a little touch of the bright red. That little sparkler way back here. See, just by varying color and shape and form, you can create all kinds of things. All kinds of things. There. I like these little paintings. They make you feel good inside. And that's what life's all about. Makes you happy. There. See? But layer after layer. This layering effect is what causes it to have depth and distance and keeps it from being just a flat old piece of canvas. There's dimension in there just because of the layers. I'm going to dip the brush into the least little touch of liquid white. Just the least little touch. There. Okay. We can come back in here and drop in all kinds of little rascals. There's another one. There. But see how nice that gray works back in there for you? It's really a fantastic way to paint. Maybe I'll put another one right here. See, you just keep seeing things. You just add more and more. There. Boy, I bet there's a mosquito or two that lives back in there. That's a beautiful place. But you know what? You know me. I think you ought to be, maybe, let's have, I see something happening right here. Let's take a little liquid white, a little bit of the titanium white. I'll be right back. Don't go away. A little touch of the phthalo blue. Little touch. Okay? We have a very light blue on there now. Let's go right up in here. Maybe in our world, look right here. Watch. Maybe there's a little bit of water. Just plays along and bloop, falls over. See there? Just let it bloop. Got to make that little noise. Maybe it just spills right along like that. Comes right out of there. Bloop. There it fell again. Son of a gun. Bloop. Look at that. See? Just bloop. And splash when it hits. Push upward to make that splashy effect. And we have a happy little stream. It's just running right out of there. That easy. Where is it going to go? Now we have to start making some big decisions here. Tell you what, let's just take we'll grab a 1-inch brush here. I'm going to take a little touch of sap green. I'm just going to throw it right there. I want to reflect all these nice colors right into the water. Put a little sap green there. Maybe a little yellow ochre. Ooh, that's pretty. There. Maybe even a little touch of white right through there. And there. A little bright spot. Maybe back to some green. This is just sap green on a 1-inch brush. I'm pulling it straight down. Straight down. Just sort of let that blend together. Let's go over on the other side over here. Over in here, maybe we'll have a little more of that. Shoot, that looks so good. It looks good enough to eat. A little yellow ochre. One in there. Maybe a little more green. I don't know. But you can just put all kinds of beautiful colors right in here like this. Now then, let me get a clean 2-inch brush. And I want to grab that firmly and pull it down. Very firm. Grab it and pull down. Straight down. Like so. And then across. See that? Makes it looks like reflections in the water. There. Okay. Now then, let's go back to our little fan brush here. Maybe this water comes right on down here, bounces around, and just begins to play and have fun. Shoot, we don't know where it goes. Just make all kinds of beautiful effects. You know what we need? Let's have some little stones that live out here. For that, let me get out a little liquid white. And we'll put that right up here. like so. And I'm going to add a little bit of dark sienna to that, maybe even a little yellow ochre. Just make a very nice, warm, little light brown color. Okay. Now then we'll take our, let's use the old filbert brush. We'll go right into little dark sienna and Van Dyke brown mixed together. Okay, now then, both sides of the brush now. Right here we'll take one side and go through this thin color that we made. See, it's brown on one side, light on the other. Now maybe up in here, in our world, maybe there's just all kinds of little stones. Look at that, see them? Just all kinds of happy little stones live up in here. And you can make as many or as few as you want in your world. There's another one. They're just everywhere. They live right here in this brush. Maybe they come right over here. Just all kinds of them. All kinds of them. Maybe there's a big one here. Great old big one. Maybe. More paint. Maybe right here. Just sort of make up your mind where you think they should live and drop them in. There's some. But make them all different sizes. Some are big, some are small. They're like people. Then we'll grab the bottom of these and pull them down just a little bit, just the bottom, and then go lightly across. That'll create a little reflection in the water. Just a little reflection. There. See there? Now then, we'll take our fan brush, and it has liquid white mixed with titanium white with the least little touch of the phthalo blue in it. There. Okay, a lot of paint on the bristles. Now then, we'll come right in here with this color, and let's just begin to wrap a little water right around these rocks. That'll set them right down into the painting, brings everything together. See there? Now let's go over to the other side here. Maybe, here it comes, right on through. Little water right there. In our world, maybe this water is coming along here and all of a sudden, boom, falls over again. See there? You can drop that water over as many times as you want. Maybe there's a stone lives right there. You can have as many little rocks and stuff, maybe. Maybe there's another one down here at the bottom of this little waterfall. It's up to you. Bring that water right there, and that pushes that stone right into it. Comes down, falls over, and we'll have a few little splashes down here where it hits. There. See? It's a nice way to make a very effective, beautiful little scene. There we go. Now then. That's a nice place to catch that little trout that lives in there. Now we can take our paint thinner, a little bit of the brown, thin it down very thin, and let's go back in here and put the indication here and there, a few more sticks and twigs and little things that are growing all out through here. There. These little details are what makes your painting so special. There we go. See? A few of them growing out between those rocks there. All right. Now, maybe down here in the foreground. Maybe there's some stuff over here. So for that, let's go back into our black, a little dark sienna, a little bit of the alizarin crimson. We'll just mix these on the brush. Tap a little bit of color right into the bristles. Tap firmly. All right, let's go up in here, and let's decide where little things live over here. There they are. There's a happy bush. And he lives right there like so. Get a little more color. And he's got a little friend here. There. Okay, good. These are so much fun to make. And by putting some bushes here in the foreground, that pushes everything back. See how far back this all went? Push that little waterfall way back in there. There. Maybe a few little things right in here. And we can take our knife and just go in here and scratch an indication of a stick and a twig. There. Now, we'll just use that same old brush. I'm lazy. It's got color all over it, but that's all right. We'll go right into the yellows here. And see, we got cad yellow, yellow ochre, little Indian yellow. Here and there we're going to touch a little bright red. Just like so. Okay, now then, let's go up here and put some highlights on this old bush. There. There he is. Just use the corner of the brush, though, and make all these little individual things. Little individual things. A little for this one. There. Maybe we'll touch a little red right here. Ooh, that's nice. That's nice. Be careful with that red, though. Too much of it's distracting. And almost invariably, your eye will go to that red place. Almost can't help but look here. So don't get too much. It can get too distracting on you very rapidly. Maybe right here. There. Okay, let me get a little sap green. A little black here. There we go. Over on this side. And we'll put a few little leaves and stuff out here. There he is. Just all kinds of little things. Now you can make these as bright as you want them, or you can make them subdued. Either way. I like them a little more subdued today. But maybe a week from now, we'd like to have them nice and bright again. It's up to you. And your mood changes continually. And when your mood changes, your painting will change. It's almost something you can't help. It just sort of happens. Now, I want to take my little liner brush here, and I'm going to take a little bit of paint that's almost white, very thin, and here and there, put in a few little white trunks back here. You always have some of those in the woods, and they stand out very good against all this dark. They just sort of make it interesting. Just here and there. Okay, maybe a couple on the other side. And we can just have some fun. All right. I tell you what, let's do. I think we're to a point where we can take the contact paper off and let's see what we have. So we just grab it, give a pull, and there we go. We have two very nice ovals. Now we can really get crazy. Let's take we'll go right back to our original color. I know I'm going to get a letter or two or 100 that say, I like that painting just the way it was, and you went and messed it up. But when you do yours, if this is where you want it to stop, then that's exactly the place to stop it. I want to just show you what you can do with it here, though. Let's go right out here into this area, and let's just let these bushes and stuff continue a little bit and see what happens. Just let them continue a little. Just sort of blend them right into the ones that you have. And there they go. There. Now, let's go back. Let me put just a touch of the liquid white on my brush. The liquid white is there only to thin the color. Only to thin it. And we'll take a little of our color. Ooh, that's nice. Tap the bristles. Tap them into the color. All right. Now then, let's put a few little highlights up in here. All kinds of little things that are happening. Just like so. There. You know, it's almost unreal to me. With the completion of this series, there will be over 230 Joy of Painting shows. Whew. It's a lot of shows. Almost unreal to me. And I hope you've had the opportunity to see them all if you want to. If you hadn't, give your station a call. They're donated to them free so they can pick them up. Just let them know that you want them. Because if you don't let them know, they don't know what you like. And they like to hear from you. Tell you what, maybe down here there's a little bit of dirt. We'll take some Van Dyke Brown. Let's go right in here. just put a little brown in here. There. Something about like so. I don't know, whatever you want. Let it go on out here. Take a little brown, a little white, mix it together, make us a little highlight on the knife, just barely touching. Just let it graze. Barely touch it. Barely touch it. Now then, we'll take a fan brush, put a little bit of our yellows and greens and all those different colors on it. Let's go up in here, and we'll just pop in just a few little happy grassy areas right along in here, wherever you think they should be. There we go. See there? That creates a lot of depth in your painting. A lot of depth. There. Ooh, I see something nice. You know what we ought to do? We got a minute or so left here. Let's have some fun. Always get in trouble right at the end of the show. Let's take a fan brush and fill it full of Van Dyke brown. Put a lot of color, maybe a little dark sienna too. A lot of paint. A lot of paint in there. And maybe in our world there lives, are you brave? This is your bravery test for today. There lives, yep, you guessed it. Big old tree lives right there. Big old tree. But he's a happy tree, so it's all right. Maybe he's got a friend. Comes right down like that. There. I know I'm going to get some letters about this now. Going to get in trouble about this. There we go. Now then, let's take, here's a little titanium white. Pull it out flat, cut across, and let's go up here. Barely touch, just let it barely touch. Maybe this is just a big old birch tree that lives right up here. Barely touch, pull it. Okay, maybe there's a little on the other side too. Just like so. There. See there? Now let's do some on the other side. There. But when you pull this, pull it sort of round. And all you're doing is barely touching the canvas. Don't want to put too much pressure on it. Barely graze it. There. Now then, let's go in here with our, we use the old liner brush. Paint thinner. And we'll put in a few limbs on this big old tree here. Maybe there's one right here. Comes right out, right over like that. There. Okay, we'll give him another one there. Wherever you want them. Just wherever you want them. Put a few right in there. Like so. There we go. We don't have to do too many. I'll put a few leaves on here. But just enough so you can see the indication of some here and there. Okay, we can take our brush with a dark color, go back, tap in a few little things like so, and then we'll highlight those a little. There. Okay, a little bit of the yellow. And let's come back in here and just put a few highlights on that. Hope you've enjoyed this one. It's a very nice little painting. Give you a lot of practice, and it'll make you happy inside. The old clock on the wall tells me that it's time to go. So I think we'll call it a day. We'll call this one finished. From all of us, happy painting, and God bless. Hi, welcome back. I'm certainly glad you could join me today. And I thought today we'd just do a fantastic little painting, maybe sort of like a little fantasy painting. I think you'll enjoy it. So I tell you what, let's have them start out, run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've done up here. Today I've taken a little black gesso on my standard old 18 by 24 inch pre-stretched double prime canvas, and I've just sort of painted a little design right here. It just sort of goes around and right on into nothing there. It looks like a big eye or something right in the center. Now then, I've let the black gesso dry completely, and then onto that, I've taken a little bit, a very small amount of the liquid clear and covered the entire canvas, so a very, very small amount. And then we've just made a mixture of alizarin crimson, a little phthalo blue to make a lavender, and we've covered the entire canvas with it. And that's all we do. The only reason I put the liquid clear on the top of the black gesso is to make the application of the firm lavender color much, much easier. And you'll see that it really pays you great dividends. And I thought today is such a fantastic day that we just have a good time. So let's start out today with a little titanium white. Right on the old 2-inch brush. Shoot, get right in there with a big one. And we'll just load a little color onto the bristles just by tapping. Pull a little color out and just tap it. That's all you have to do. Okay, let's go right up here. Now today, I want to have a nice light shining right out of this area. So we're going to start right in here with this very light paint, this pure white, and just begin working this outward. Just let it work outward. Just making like little crisscross strokes right there. This will be our light area in this painting. I want to do a painting, I think in my mind I see a painting that, well, like maybe there's big trees here and there's like a stream of light coming through here. It's just zinging right through there like that. And we can even take and pull it, and gives that impression already. But that's going to be our light source in this painting. And these paintings can be done in a multitude of colors. I've just picked lavender today because that's a nice color. It's a nice day, so I thought it would work well. But you could do them like in phthalo blue or sap green or any of the transparent colors. And if you're in doubt as to whether a color is transparent or not, take a little bit of it on your finger and just rub it on a black canvas. If the canvas still looks black, then it's transparent enough for what we're doing. It may only be semi-transparent, but it'll work for what we're doing. If you put it on here, like white, for example, you put it on here and you can see the color, then it's not transparent enough for what we're doing, okay? That's an easy way to try it out and see. Let's wash a brush. That's the fun part. Shake it off and just have a good time with it. Okay, tell you what, let's go right up here. Let's have a little lavender, a little phthalo blue, alizarin crimson, and we just sort of mix these on the brush. I want this lavender color more to the red side, so we'll add more crimson than normal. There. And I'm just going to tap a little color into the bristles. Be right back. Let me get a little touch of white. I want to lighten that even more. There, maybe even a little more of the reddish color. Good, I like that. Tap a little color right into the bristles, like so. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe back in here, we can make out the indication of some nice little trees that are hanging over here. So all we want to do here is just put the indication of some beautiful little branches right here. I don't want this to get too dark because it'll ruin that illusion back there. There. And all we're looking for is very basic little shapes. We're not looking for detail at this point, just very, very basic little shapes. Maybe back in here you can see the indication of some very soft little things. Okay, now then, let's take our liner brush. We'll dip it in a little of the paint thinner, and we'll go right into that same color. We want this to be thin like water though, thin as ink, and turn the bristles when you pull them out. That'll bring it to a very sharp point. See there? Okay, let's go up here. Now then, we can go back in here and begin putting here and there the indication of a few sticks and little limbs that you can see, little trunks. There, see, just drop those on wherever you think they should live. That's exactly where they should live. There. Wouldn't this be a perfect place for my little squirrel to live? I hope you've got to see him during this series. I've showed him a couple of times. Actually, it's a she, but beautiful little creature. There we go. Okay, maybe right here we can see something that's a little bigger. Just sort of let your imagination go here. Now then, let's wash the old brush. Let me find another 2-inch brush. We'll take a 2-inch brush here, and I want to make a very, very light lavender color. Very light. So I'll pick up a little of that lavender that we were using, go into the titanium white, maybe even a little more of the crimson. Ooh, that's nice. That's very nice. Or you could use a little touch of the bright red. Let's have a little of that. That's even better. Now, tap the bristles. Once again, that loads that little edge of paint right out on the tips of the bristle there. Just give it a tap, a little push. You can see that little ridge of paint comes up right there? There's also a corresponding one on the bristles, and that's what we actually paint with. Now then, we can go up here, and the light's singing through here, so we're going to have some very bright areas. There we go. Just tap them in. That's beautiful. And it works so easy. All we're using is just the corner of the brush. Just the corner of the brush. See? And just begin thinking about all the little various shapes here. There. All kinds of nice things just sort of hanging around there. There we go. And you have to make a decision where they live and how many there are and where they hang out at. There. Maybe a little more right there. Now, and that gives us a nice light area in this painting, right back in here. Very lightly, one hair and some air. Just barely touch. You can pull over that to help create that illusion of light rays coming through there. But just barely touch so you don't distort any of this that you've painted up here. Now then, let's go back into our lavender color. And we'll begin working forward with this. Just begin working forward. Take a little of the lavender on the 2-inch brush, load it the same way. And maybe we begin to see some little tree shapes that are closer to us. All we're doing right now is putting on some dark so our light will show when we put it in there. There. This is the way we begin creating distance and depth in this painting. And we're not concerned with this side over here. All we're looking for is this nice edge right here. At this point, later on we'll be concerned with everything. But right now, that's all we're interested in. Now then, let's take a little more of that light color. And as you notice, we're working in layers. Tap a little bit more of that light color onto the brush. Just tap it on there. Maybe even pick up a little bit more of the phthalo blue. As it gets farther away from the light source, it's going to get a little darker, a little more blue into it. There. Okay, let's go up here and try this. Now then, we can begin coming in here. Ooh, that's nice. There. Isn't that fantastic, though, that you can take a brush this big and make something that looks that delicate? And you can. You really can. There we go. These are beautiful paintings to give to, if you have a young friend. This is a super painting for a young friend, because this looks like something right out of a fairy tale if you do it right. And you could go back and add in any kind of little characters that you wanted to, whatever. Maybe there's going to be a path down here, so we'll begin hanging some nice grassy things that hang right over the edge of this path, just like so. And we'll come back and work on those a little in a minute. Right now, all we're doing is putting in some basic ideas. There. Okay. Let's go to the other side. Phthalo blue, alizarin crimson, and you can just mix these on the brush as you go, or you can mix up a pile when you first start. Either way, whichever is easiest. Okay, now over here on the other side, let's come right up in here. Maybe there's some big trees here that are hanging over like this. Now these are much darker because the light is coming from the other direction. These are very dark. And this darkness here will make that light look even brighter. The fact that this is so dark, see how that contrast just shows up? You can make some unbelievable effects, like it's playing light against dark, dark against light. This black gesso, it's got to be one of the most fantastic things that I've ever came up with. There we go. It is unreal. Now then, on this side, I want these trees, as I say, to be much, much darker. So let's take, we'll use the same old brush that we've been using for highlights, but we're going to add a lot more of the blue and the lavender, so it's quite a bit darker. Quite a bit darker. And once again, load the brush by giving it a little push. That creates that little ridge of paint. You can just see it pushing right up there. If it's not pushing up on your palette like this, chances are it's also not on your bristles. So that's a good way to sort of test it. I get a lot of letters asking about this, and this is the best way to test it. Push. Give it a little push, okay? Now then, with that little ridge of paint that we've built up there, now we can come up here and just begin putting in all kinds of little things. We'll let them get darker and darker up in here. There they come. Wherever you think they should be. There. Here comes a nice one. There it is. It hangs right out over here. Like so. Okay, maybe. And think about form and shape here. Don't just throw these in at random. Think about them. Think about them. Maybe here comes another one. It comes up, goes over. See, all these little things. There. Okay, maybe right there. Wherever you want them. This really is an individual thing. Look at your painting, because every single painting is going to be different. Everyone's going to be different. One thing that we try to teach you is not to copy. We only want to teach you how to do a method of painting, a style of painting, and then turn you loose on the world. Because once you know how to do it, then what you do becomes the joy of painting. Because you can paint anything that makes you happy, that brings joy to you and to those that you care about, or those that are around you. There we go. Now then, I'm going to add a little touch more. Maybe we'll add a little more crimson to that, just to change the taste a little bit. Still loading the brush the same exact way, though. Push. There we go. See, that's a beautiful close-up there. You can see that right up tight, exactly how it's loaded. Get a little push, okay? Now then, right in here, we have some things that are hanging out. And I made these a little lighter because in my mind, I think a little more light would strike right there. So there we go. A little bit hanging right down there. Just all kinds of things. Maybe up in here. I don't know. Wherever you think there might be some big bushes and trees and things growing, just sort of lay them in. You'd think maybe there's little elves or leprechauns playing in here. There, add a little touch of the bright red to that. Just once again, just to change the flavor a little. But these dark ridges that were in here from the paintbrush, and I use a foam applicator brush just to put this black gesso on, these dark ridges here actually can become the walls if there's a little path here. Maybe this is a recessed area, but you use these things that happen. Don't fight them. All kinds of magic happens here. All right. Now, maybe on the other side here, look at where you think a light would zing through, and you can add a little bit of titanium white right there, right out on the end of the bristles. See, and it'll give the impression that light's just zinging right through there, hitting a few little things. Don't overdo though, or it'll lose its effectiveness. We want to create that illusion of light coming through, maybe a little touch right out here. There we go. And that's about all we need there. Now then, let's go back to our liner brush. We'll take the liner brush, a little dark sienna, and once again, this paint is very thin. It's ink consistency. Okay, let's go up in here. Maybe in our world right here, there lives a nice tree trunk that we can see. Now, if you have trouble making the paint flow, all you have to do is add more of the paint thinner. If it's not flowing, it's only because it's too thick. Add a little paint thinner. A little more of the thinner. Right. There. A few little branches and twigs and all kinds of things happening. Shoot, maybe there's a little stick that lives right there. I don't know. Wherever you want them. See there? Just drop them in. Drop them in. Okay. Now we can take just a little bit of light paint, and I'm just using a little bit of titanium. Once again, think about where the light would zing through there, and we can add just the indication of a little highlight here and there where you think it would hit on this little trunk, and really pop it out. Just make it stand right out. Maybe the light's going to hit right here. I don't know. Sort of just look at your light source and make a determination where you think it would hit. There. Okay, just gives us all kinds of little things happening in there. Now then, maybe in our world, maybe we're beginning to see a little bit of green. So we'll take a little yellow. I'm using the same old dirty brush. A little yellow, be right back. Add a little black to it. Black and yellow. Make a beautiful green. Tap us a little color in there. Now maybe we'll add a little Van Dyke brown just to dull it. There. Now maybe right in here we have, look at that. There, see? All these things are just sort of hanging over here. And just by changing the angle of the stroke here, you can create the illusion that maybe this is nice mossy things that are hanging over the edge of a bank. I'm going to tap the brush into the least little touch of red, bright red, and Indian yellow to make a nice orange. Maybe there's some nice little flowers on this bush. We don't know. Let's see how easy you can put all kind of little things in there. Once again, it just sort of changes the flavor and makes those nice things happen. Now then, time to get serious here. Maybe up in here, let's go way up here. Maybe there's some big overhanging tree limbs. Now then, we can just begin taking the brush, using just the corner, and begin shaping all of these beautiful limbs that hang over here. But really devote a little time to looking at the shape and the form that you put in here. You don't want to just throw them on at random. Don't just throw them on. Think about them. Think about the fact that there's limbs inside of this tree. Maybe there's a big trunk over here that we can't see. And there's limbs in here. And each one of these limbs has a personality all of its own. Each one of them. There we go. Let's see how you can create that illusion. It looks like just huge, huge branches hanging over. Now, if you've never painted before, this would be an ideal painting for your first attempt because it's probably one of the simplest paintings of this series, and it works. It works so well. It's very, very nice little painting to learn. Maybe here comes one all the way over and right across like that. There, see? But just play with these little things and bring them together and work with them. Be careful that you don't lose all your dark areas, because if you lose all that dark, then you're going to lose the illusion of this very subdued place, very quiet place. It's deep in the woods. There. Tell you what, maybe right here. See? Let all these things just work out. Now, a little brighter yellow right here, because in my mind there's going to be a little more light right here than there is back over here. When you're back over here, we use a much darker, more subdued color. There. Okay, now then, let's come back out here and let's use a color has a little more of the bright in it. Just let it work right over like that. There we go. Sparkle it. And when we get back in these more recessed areas, a darker green. Has this made you want to get your paintbrush out yet? This one you'll like. As I say, even if you've never painted, this is a beautiful little painting to do. We travel all over the country and teach classes and do demonstrations. And this is one that students love so well. There. But see what's happening down here? Already you're beginning to make out the illusion of a little path down here. We haven't even painted anything here yet. We will. But at this point, all we're doing is just creating that illusion with big trees hanging over. Tell you what, let's do. Shoot, this looks good. Take a little more of the midnight black. Let's get some sap green in there too. Oh, that's nice. A little bit of brown, be right back. There. I added some Van Dyke brown in there, only to dull it. Dulls the green down. Now then, push that brush. There's that little ridge of paint we talk about. There, just give it a little push. See, it works very well. Let's go back up here. Now then, maybe on this side there's some big trees too. Who knows? So, make a decision here. Drop them in. Here they come. See there? Just bring them. Maybe they come right across over here. And if you want to make them stand out a little, add a little more of the bright color. And then they'll come right out and they'll stand in front. Like so. See how that pushes that other layer of trees back? This is an excellent painting, though, to give you a lot of practice making all these beautiful things. But form and shape, I can't say that enough, are most important when you're doing this. Most important. And as I mentioned earlier, try not to kill all the dark area in here. If you kill all this dark area, then you're going to lose that distance. There. Isn't that fantastic? You know, I think I mentioned earlier in the series, with the completion of this series, there will be well over 230 shows. Son of a gun, I can't believe it. And I sincerely appreciate the fact that you keep allowing me to come back into your home and bring you new shows and new ideas. And it's very special to all of us here. And I'd like to thank you for that opportunity. And if you'd like to keep seeing the shows, or you'd like to see some of the ones that you've missed, give your station a call. Let them know that you'd like to see them. That's the only way they have of knowing that you're enjoying them. There. Maybe right on down, wherever. See, just sort of make a decision and drop them in here where you think they should be. I tell you what, let's have some fun. Maybe right in here. Maybe right in here. We'll take some Van Dyke brown. We'll just pull it out very flat, cut us off a little roll of paint. So you pull it out as flat as you can get it, go straight down with a knife, go zoop, and there's our little roll of paint. Maybe there's a huge tree lives right here. We'll just put in some brown. Straight Van Dyke brown. Maybe it goes right on up here. Maybe you can even see a little up here. Wherever you think it should be. It's just straight old Van Dyke brown. Now we'll take some white, a little Van Dyke, a little dark sienna, mix them together. But I want them marbled. I want the color to be very varied here. So you don't end up with one color. See all the different color combinations? Now when you cut off your little roll of paint, those variations will be right in there too. And let's go up in here and just touch and barely graze the canvas. There comes that big tree. There he comes. He's got a huge foot on him. And he needs that to hold him up. A tree this big. And this is just like laying snow on the mountain here. Just barely grazing the canvas. Barely grazing. here, maybe a little light shining through. There. See how that, just by doing that, though, it gives the impression of bark. Old rough bark up here. And a little bit of brown so we can dull it over here. We don't want this side to be as bright as that. So I just take a little brown, dull it down a little bit. There we go. Okay, let's take a fan brush with at least a little of that brown and white on it. And let's go back in here, just here and there. Put the indication maybe of a little path. We don't want a lot of detail. It's too dark in here. You can bring that right on out. Create a beautiful little path. Back to our brush that has the green on it. And let's come down here and put a little bit of green, little grassy areas right along the foot of this big old tree. Like so. Isn't this a fantastic little painting? Once again, this is an excellent painting though. Even if you've never painted before, you can make this one work without any problem. And with that, I think we're going to call this one finished. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I hope you try it. From all of us here, happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, certainly glad you could join me today. Today I thought we'd do just a fantastic little painting, maybe something that has sort of a desert look to it. So I tell you what, let's start out, have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. And as usual, they'll come across in the same order as I have them on my palette, starting with the white and working around. But when you set your palette up, set it up any way that's convenient to you. So, tell you what, I've got my standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas up here. We've covered it with a nice thin even coat of the liquid white, and it's all wet and ready to go. So, let's just have some fun today. Let's start out today with a small amount of the cad yellow. This is cadmium yellow. Very small amount, don't want much. All right, and we'll make just a beautiful little sky up here. So let's take a little bit of this yellow, and we'll just put a little right up in here, just using little crisscross strokes, just little X's, like so. Now then, without cleaning the brush, I'm going to go right into a little bit of the yellow ochre. And the same thing, we'll just add a little yellow ochre here, just to give it a little flavor. Beautiful color. And we'll just let this go wherever. Anything that we don't want, we'll just cover it up so we don't worry about it. All we're doing here is just putting in some beautiful little colors. There. Maybe a little more right over in here. Okay. Now then, let's have some fun. Let me wash the old brush. That's always the highlight of this whole painting. There. Shake it off. Then just beat the devil out of it. One of these days I'm going to show you my cameramen so you'll know what they look like and you'll understand why it's so funny around here when we beat this brush. Tell you what, let's mix up a little bit of color here. Let's take some alizarin crimson. We'll get a little bit of phthalo blue. I don't want much blue. I want this to be to the red side of lavender. We'll pick it up, turn it over. Now then, it's very difficult to tell what color that is. It's very difficult. So let's put some white in it. We'll add a little white in there. Very nice. That's just what I'm looking for. There. Maybe even a little bit more crimson. Just depends on how you feel the day you paint it. Sometimes a little more to the reddish side, sometimes to the bluish side. Now let's take some of this and pull it out here into that. I'm going to add a little bright red. Make a firecracker out of it. Just let it go here. A little bit of bright red. Then we're going to take a little of that, and I'll add yellow ochre to it. So out of that one color, now we've got 3 different things that are happening here. We can vary back and forth and have a whole multitude of things that are happening right on the old brush here. So let's get we'll use a 2-inch brush today. What the heck? Make sure it's good and dry. And let's start in this first color of lavender. We'll just put a little paint on the brush. There we are. Just a little. Doesn't take much. Okay, let's go right up here. And maybe in our world, there lives right here Just a happy little cloud. And I'm just using the corner of the brush and just sort of twisting it up, making little tiny circles. There, and just let this cloud sort of go wherever you think it should be. There we go. And all we're doing is just applying color at this point. We're going to come back and blend and bring this all together. There. But I want to make a very effective little sky, one that's bright and shiny. It makes you happy to look at it. Maybe there's a little dew hangs down right here. Whatever. You know, shoot, maybe he's got a little arm out here. Whatever you want. Just clouds are very free. They just sort of float around and have fun all day. And you can make all kinds of beautiful little shapes and designs. If you're like me, when I was a kid, I used to sit around and look at clouds and pick out all kinds of shapes. And when you're painting them, you can do the same thing. You can create the illusion of just all kinds of beautiful little things that are happening. There we go. But tiny little circles. Tiny little circles. There you go. Now you see why I took up painting rather than singing. Okay. Okay, maybe even a little down here. Wherever. It's a very free form of painting. Let's go over on the other side here. Put one right up in here. We don't want him left out. But I'm still just using the corner of the brush. That's all we're using here. Just the corner of the brush. There. Okay, now I'm going to go into some of those other colors that we made and just add a little bit of those different colors here and there, just to change the flavor a little. Okay. Now then, maybe in our world, maybe there's a nice little cloud that floats around right out here, wherever you think he should live. There he goes. But all we're doing is just putting in the basic shapes right now. We'll come back and blend this. So when you're doing this, if this doesn't look too hot at this point, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, because we're going to make it all better. That's what my mother used to tell me when I was sick. She'd say we'd make it all better, and she always did. She always did. And even today, she still makes it all better when I don't feel well. Mothers are like that. Best people in the world. There. Okay. That would give us enough clouds to play with. We'll wash our old brush again. I just want to get even with the camera people. They hassle me. There. We got them that time. Now then, let's go right up here with a clean, dry brush and just blend. Now we're just going to begin bringing all this together. Be sure your brush is very clean and very dry. So you can blend right over the top of it, just like that. And watch how it'll come together. See there? Anything that we were worried about, now we don't have to worry about it. Just blend them together. And if you want them softer, just wind them up. Do little tiny circles like that, and it'll just blend it right into the base color, and it'll all come together. There. Just, you can pull that paint. Because this is wet, you can move color. If this was a dry canvas, you'd have a very difficult time making this work. But since it's nice and wet, it has the liquid white on the canvas, you can create these illusions. You can move paint. There. See those clouds that we were sort of worried about? Now they're very striking clouds. There we go. Now just blend this one out a little in places. Other places I'm going to leave it quite firm. So there's all types of things happening in there. There's action happening. It's not just a dead old cloud laying up here. There we go. And then very lightly, we'll just blend it all together. Isn't that a fantastic way of making a sky? Oh, it's unreal. Now then, maybe we really want to add a little sparkle to it. Let's take a little titanium white on the fan brush. Go right up here. Maybe right into here. We want to have some light. Right into this beautiful little area right here. So all you have to do is take a little white, place it in there. Shoot, who knows, maybe there's a little showing from right up here. There. Just let it blend right on out. Like so. Now with a clean and very dry brush, we can go back in here and gently blend that out. And that'll give us a beautiful light spot in the sky. There. The paint we're using is very firm, so you can do all this blending and get away with it. If it was a soft paint, you could be in agony city already. There we go. But didn't it make a nice little bright spot in your sky? I knew you could do that without any problem. Shoot, we're having so much fun with the fan brush. Let's just keep on with it. There we go. Let's take the color that we made the cloud of. The first color we mixed is basically just alizarin crimson, phthalo blue, a little touch of white. Grab a little more white. I want to lighten that up a little more. I'm looking for a color that's very close to the cloud color. Okay, let's go up here. You can sort of hold your brush up here and check it. If it's not just right, then you can change your mind. Let's go right in here. Maybe in our world there lives a little mountain back in here, like that. But I want this to be almost the same color as the cloud, so it just hides back in. And with this fan brush, you can put all kinds of little points and stuff on your mountain. There. Very subdued though. Like so. There. Got to be very quiet with it. Okay, now we'll take a 2-inch brush, and I'm going to grab this and just begin pulling it. Now this is where you create the basic shape of your mountain, just with brush strokes. Brush strokes, that's the name of our newsletter. There we are. Okay, just give it a pull. Over here, we're going to sort of pull it in this direction. See how those angles are changing though? And just by doing that, you can create the illusion of a nice little mountain that lives way back here. There. And you can go back with a little of the darker color in here and there. Put in the indication of some little things that are happening back in. Don't want too much in this one though, because it's too far away. If you put too much in here, you're going to lose that wonderful illusion of distance. So be careful. Now at the base, if we want to create mist, let me grab another brush. I have several going here. All we do is tap, allow it to blend with the liquid white that's on the canvas, and automatically it'll create that illusion of mist. All right. Now maybe there's several layers of these. So let's have another one here. Go back into that same color, and I'm going to add the least little touch of phthalo blue to it. Least little touch. I don't want much. Not much. Just a little. Okay, let's go back up in here. Okay, let's come right in here. Maybe right here this time lives our little, there you can see it. But see, just use the corner of the fan brush and you'll be surprised at the amount of detail you can get in there. Maybe this comes down, comes right over here. I don't know, wherever you want it to go. Just drop it in. There. This reminds me of some of the beautiful scenes that I saw when I was visiting my friends in Mexico. It is beautiful there. Absolutely beautiful. If you've never been to Mexico, you really should go. Some of the most beautiful mountains I think I've ever seen, and some of the nicest people I've ever met. There, maybe we'll pull that one over a little so you can change your mind. And we'll just let it disappear right on over into here, wherever you want it. And back to our big brush, we want to grab this, pull it firmly. Think about the angles that you want in here though. Just the brush strokes, all you need to create the illusion of some beautiful distant mountains. There. Maybe in this one it's a little closer to us. So maybe we want to put a little more detail in it. So I'll take a little bit of that same color, on the fan brush, little phthalo blue and whatever we had going here. Okay, now then, maybe here and there, there's just some happy little things in here. So just put in some basic indications, then we'll come back and we'll blend them a little bit. Just think about all the little shapes and the things that are happening. And you can create all kinds of beautiful, beautiful effects. As easy as that. There. Now then, back to our big brush. And very lightly, we'll just tap and blend until we get it just the way we want it. But try this and play with it. You'll be surprised at what you can do. You'll be absolutely amazed at the effects you can achieve. And you can do it. You can do anything that you believe you can do. Anything that you believe you can do. You can do. All right. Tell you what, this is how much fun. Let's put one more range in there and then I'll quit. I just enjoy doing this. Take the same color, add a little bit more of the phthalo blue. And let's come right along in here. Maybe this one comes from right here. See, that back one now is almost to the point where you can't hardly make it out. It's almost gone. Do not want much detail back here. There, maybe. Bump there, wherever you want them. Just sort of look at them. Now, if you live someplace that has beautiful mountains like this, like in Mexico or the Southwest, shoot, you can just look out your window. You have the advantage over the rest of us. Look out your window and paint some of these beautiful scenes. There we go. All we're doing here is just applying a little bit of color. A little bit of color. Now, once again, with our old big brush, grab it and pull down. Pull down. But very firmly. You're moving this paint right on the canvas. There we go. A little bit there. And wherever. Wherever. Now we can go back. Take our fan brush with some of that same color, and let's begin adding in all kinds of beautiful little details in here. There. And just pick them out. Just pick them out. And you can use the side of the fan brush, or you can use it flat, depending on the effect that you want. Just practice a little, and you can create beautiful things with a fan brush. You can do entire paintings with a fan brush. It's a very versatile tool. It works good too. There. Okay, maybe right over here just a little bit. All right. Back to our large brush, and very gently just blend that a little and bring it all together. As I say, this is one of the easiest ways that I've ever seen of making this type of little mountain formation. There. Now you can continue to blend this till all these little things that you've painted in here go away and it just becomes solid again. So if you ever make a mistake and you're unhappy with it, of course we don't make mistakes, we just have happy accidents. But should you have something that you're unhappy with, you can just keep blending it until it goes away. It'll just go away and leave you. There we are. Okay, very soft at the base. You want it to be very, very soft. But look at the amount of distance we have here, because we have all these different planes, even up into the sky. There's a lot of different planes, and that creates that illusion of distance in your world. Shoot, we're about to cover up the whole canvas here with just sky and mountains. Let's do something down toward the bottom here. Let's take, tell you what, I want to mix up another color. One of the most beautiful browns that you can make is made from alizarin crimson and sap green in about equal parts. About equal parts. But it makes a beautiful, beautiful brown. I use it a great deal when I'm painting. There. Okay, tell you what, let me clean off the old knife. And we just wipe the knife on paper towel. And we'll go right into that. We'll take a little bit of that color. There. And let's go right up here. Let's just paint in this. We need some nice ground areas. And we'll just paint it in. But isn't that a beautiful color? Beautiful color. And it's alizarin crimson and sap green. If you take alizarin crimson and mix it with phthalo green, then you get a beautiful black, a very transparent and beautiful black. Now maybe, I tell you what, you'd want to go back and look at these beautiful mountains back in here. And to do that, you'd need a way to get back there. You'd have to have a way to get back there. So we'll use the old fan brush. I'm going to go right into a little bit of the Van Dyke brown. Just a little. Just a little. And maybe in our world, maybe there's a road that goes back here. We'll put the road in and we'll work around it. There. But notice that it gets bigger toward the front than it is back here. That's what makes it look like it's going away. There. Okay. Maybe this is a big road. All right, we'll take a big brush and let's just blend it in now. But I'm using little rocking strokes. I want this to look like an indentation. Maybe there's been some Jeeps and stuff that's went down here and built a little road. There. People had to come out and take a look at all the beautiful scenery here. Just a little indentation. And we'll just let it disappear right on back into nothing. We don't know where it goes back here. Don't know that we really care. There. And that gives us the first step of our little road. Okay. I think today I'll use a 1-inch brush. Let's go into a little bit of black, a little black, a little black. Maybe a little brown, a little alizarin crimson. There we are. Just tap a little color in there. And let's go up here, and maybe there's some nice little trees and stuff here that grow. And I'm just taking the 1-inch brush and just tapping in some very basic shape. Maybe we'll make, I think they're called smoke trees. Maybe we'll make some of those back here. All we're doing right now is putting in a little dark so our light will show. A little dark. You have to have a little dark to make the light show. And it's just like in life. If you never had any sadness in your life, then you wouldn't know the happy times when they came. That's the reason God gives us those little sad times. That way we know when we got a good one. There. All right, maybe even down in here. I don't know. We're really not committed at this point. We can put in just any old thing that we want, wherever we want it. Okay, let's go. Tell you what, maybe right here. Maybe there's a nice tree right here, big one. And a few little things that live in here. When you're doing your painting, just sort of make up little stories and put these things right in wherever you want them, wherever you think they should live. And that's where they should be. Maybe a few little things down here. There we go. All right, let's take another 1-inch brush. I have several of them going. I'm going to dip the brush into the least little amount of the liquid white. That's only to thin the paint. We'll pull out a little titanium white, reach up here, and we'll get a little bit of the phthalo blue. This is phthalo blue, little liquid white, titanium white. We'll just tap the bristles straight into that. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, let's come up here and just tap in some highlights. Just tap them in. Thinking about form and shape and all those little things. There's one back here. We just let these disappear right on back into nothing so it looks like distance. There we go. Isn't that beautiful though? There, little trees living way back in here. There's another one. Wherever you want them. Wherever you want them. There. Here's a nice one. He's a nice one. Or she. Maybe this is a she tree. Or maybe it's 2 or 3 trees. Maybe it's a whole family of trees. It's up to you. See, as you start telling little stories, though, now I see a whole bunch of trees there. There's another one. Another one. There, you can just make all the trees that you want. Let's go back on the other side over here. Maybe over in here. There's one that lives right here. And another one there. Just wherever. But look at form and shape. Don't just hit at random. Wherever. There we go. And this is a very, very nice, easy, simple way of creating these little smoke trees, or whatever you want to call them, very effectively. We take a little lavender here and there. Maybe here and there there's a little, ooh, there's a nice one, a little lavender color. Okay. Now then, we'll go back to our fan brush. It has a little bit of white paint on it. And let's just begin bringing all this together. There we go. Clean up the bottom. This is a nice way of just smoothing it out, bringing it together. Over in here, right down to the edge of the road. There, pull it right on down. See there, and we'll pick up a little touch of the dark paint, put right into here, like so. Just to show where the road and everything comes together. Now then, let's have some fun. Shoot. Let's take a little black. Maybe right in here. Let's just tap in a little doer like it. And we'll give him a little friend. Okay, maybe right over here we'll have another one. Wherever you want them, just drop in some little things. I'm going to take a liner brush today. Liner brush. A lot of paint there on it. And I'm going to go right into a little more of the paint thinner. Green, a little black, a little touch of the yellow. And let's just do something like this. Just like so. But now if you have trouble making your paint flow, as you've heard me say over and over, just add a little bit more of the paint thinner. That's all you need. Maybe up here, we'll put some nice things like so. Maybe this is an old yucca plant or something. But I'm just going back and forth between the blacks and the green, a little bit of yellow. Put some nice old arms sticking out here on him. There. And same thing here. We need some nice things going out here. There. A few right down here. See there? And a couple on this one over here, and we'll about have a finished painting. Don't want this one left out. Okay. And tell you what, as I close out here, let's just put a little tree right here. We need a little dead tree. And we'll call this one finished with this. There. I hope you've enjoyed this. This will give you an idea of how to make a very effective little desert scene. From all of us, happy painting, and God bless. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me today. This is the last show of the 18th series, so I thought today we'd just do a fantastic little painting, and I think it'll make you happy. I tell you what, let's start out, have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. While they're doing that, let me show you what I was doing when I got caught here. Today I have my standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas up here. I've covered the top of it with liquid white, about down to so. And now the bottom, I'm just putting a little bit of liquid black on, just using the 2-inch brush, just to ensure that we have a nice even distribution of color all the way across. Now I thought today maybe we'll do some, well, let's see, maybe we'll just do a beautiful little painting that has maybe some little woodsy things here, and I don't know, let's just have some fun and see what happens. Now while we have this brush with the liquid black on it, let's just go up in here and just tap in some very basic little shapes of maybe some little bushes and stuff that live far back here in the distance. Just some very basic shapes. And these, they will sort of show through after we get everything done, and it'll make it look like there's trees far, far away that you can't hardly see. Very distant little trees. And you can just use the side of the brush like this and make some very nice little shapes. Or you can use it like this and just turn it to create all kinds of little illusions. Whatever works the easiest for you. Try them both and see which one you like. There we go. Okay. We'll wash the old brush. Just get it cleaned out here. Shake it off. And just beat the devil out of it. Now then, I thought today, let's have some fun. Let's start off with a little bit of yellow ochre, right on the old 2-inch brush here. Just a little bit of yellow ochre. We don't need a great deal. There. Okay. Tap the bristles in there. That assures a nice even distribution of color all the way through the bristles. See how even that is? Okay, let's go up here. Maybe today, let's put a little sun up here. I like to do little suns. The first advice I would give you is don't put it right dead in the center of the canvas. Put it to one side or the other, but not right in the center. Okay, we'll just start off here and lay in a little color, just using little crisscross strokes. Something about like so. And just work that around and around. Maybe out to about there. Wherever. Okay, now then, let's wash the old brush off again. All right, there we go. Now then, let's take a little alizarin crimson, nice reddish color, and tap a little of that right on the 2-inch brush. Okay, now right around the yellow here, I'm going to put a little bit of this alizarin crimson, like so. But I'm still using little crisscross strokes. And by using those little crisscross strokes, you'll find that it's much, much easier to blend this together when we start blending, rather than just drawing a big circle around there. All these little loose lines here are much easier to blend together than one big solid line. There. Okay. Now, something like so. Looks like a big smiley face already. So that makes us happy. So this is going to be a happy painting. All right. We like things that are happy here. Tell you what, let's do. Let's take alizarin crimson and a little touch of the phthalo blue. But mostly alizarin crimson. The blue is much, much stronger. Much stronger. And we just mix these on the brush. What the heck, it doesn't matter. Any way that makes you happy. Let's go back up here. Now right around the crimson, we'll take a little bit of this phthalo blue and alizarin crimson mixture and just bring it right around. There. Like so. Isn't that fantastic? There we go. And I'm just going to let it blend right down into these little liquid black shapes that we made. And believe it or not, some of them will still show through. If you don't rub them too hard, some of them will still show way back in the background. And if you do rub them away, you can go back and just tap in a few more right over the top of the color. Either way, doesn't matter. Or you can just leave them out. Now then, tell you what, let's clean the brush one more time and we can begin blending all those colors together. Shake it off. And just beat the devil out of it. Now then, I want to take this clean, dry brush and be sure it's dry. Be sure it's dry. And just begin blending this all together. Start from the yellow area and work outward because that's the weakest color. There. And try not to take this dirty, contaminated brush back up here into the center. If you do, you're going to lose your nice color up here. But we're still using all those little crisscross strokes. And that'll just blend it right together. There. You know, we've got so many letters. In some of the earlier shows, I showed my little squirrel that lives with me. And we've got literally hundreds of letters and calls about the little rascal. So I thought I'd show him one more time, since this is the last show, and just let you see this little rascal and see if you like him half as much as we do. This is what he looked like when Annette and I first got him. He looked like a little drowned rat. And this is what he looks like today. He is one of the most precious little creatures to me. And he lives in the house with me, sort of runs around and tears everything up. But he's right on the verge of being at the age where I have to turn him loose. Because he's ready to go free now. Go live with his own kind. He just puts up with old bushy-haired guys so long, and then he's ready to go back. But he's very special to me. Very special. And I hope you enjoy seeing that little devil. All I've been doing here is just blending this so it's very soft. Now then, we'll clean that brush one more time. I want to brighten this guy just a little bit more, because I really want this guy to stand out really strong. I want it to be an eye grabber. So I'm going to take and go right into titanium white. Just plain old titanium white. And I'll go right back up here and start working it around. Just plain titanium white. Now it's going to pick up all the colors that we have on the canvas, and it's going to brighten everything. Now you can do this over and over and over and make it as bright as you want. There we go. But now you can spend quite a bit of time here just blending this. You cannot believe how smooth and beautiful you can make this. It's unreal what you can do. And you want to blend it till when you step back from the canvas, you can't see where one color stops and the next color starts. There we go. And we just take out the brush marks, like so. Now then, maybe we want to put a sun up here. So I'll just take my finger. We'll do finger painting today. Decide where you want the sun to live. Maybe it's going to live right here. And just make a little round circle, preferably a circle. Those square suns, people sort of look at them funny. So I suggest you just make a little round one here. Then, very lightly, you can just blend it all together. There. And the more you blend it, the softer it'll become until it literally just disappears if you want it to. There, very lightly. We'll go over the entire canvas just to remove brush strokes and get it ready. Okay, let's wash the old brush. Wash the old brush. That's the most fun part of this whole procedure, is washing the brush. But as I've mentioned to you, my camera people don't think much of this procedure. Sometimes they get a little upset with me. In fact, I tell you what, I'm going to ask him to turn the camera around and let you see. This is Richard, and Richard's been with me since the first series. And as you can see, Richard has finally got smart, and he now wears a raincoat. He got tired of all of his clothes being painted. So we appreciate all of his work, though, that he's done with us, and the fact that he stays with us even though he's got splashed. There. Now, I'm going to go back with a little bit of this liquid black and maybe just put in a few indications. I wipe most of mine out too. Believe it or not, a few of them would still show through. But for the purposes of television here, we'll make them a little more distinct so you can see them. Now, maybe let's take a little bit of the phthalo blue, a little touch of crimson, and let's just go right in here. We'll put a little color down here, right over the liquid black. Just a little bit of color. Let it blend right up into basically nothing. There. Maybe back in here we're beginning to see some trees and bushes that are a little more distinct. There they are. Get a little more color. Just begin putting in some very basic little shapes. We're not looking for a lot of detail yet. Just very basic shapes. And all we're using is just the corner of the brush, nothing else. There's a nice big one that stands right up here. See there? A little more paint. And this is just alizarin crimson, phthalo blue. There. A little touch more, maybe over in here. Let's just have another happy little bush that lives here. But I don't want to kill all those ones that we've made with the liquid black. We want to leave those back there, and they'll show through, and they'll look like things that are very, very distant and sort of hid in the mist back here. The liquid black is excellent when you want to do paintings that you want to look very misty and very, very soft, because the black will mix with everything that you put on here now, and it creates that illusion of softness. And sometimes that's extremely desirable. I like paintings that are very soft. For television purposes, a lot of times we paint the paintings quite bright because everybody's set is adjusted just a little different, so we want the color to look well. But when I'm at home painting, I paint paintings that are extremely, extremely soft, almost look like watercolors. And this is an excellent way to do that using the liquid black. I've taken a little paint thinner on the brush here, a little bit of the lavender color. We just put the indication here and there of some little tree trunks that live back here. We're not looking for a lot of detail. We're going to highlight these. Most of it will be covered up. There. But you always have little sticks and twigs that are hanging around out here and playing. The little squirrel has to have a place to come and sit. I really hope you've enjoyed seeing the little squirrel in this series. He's very special to me. There. As I say, Annette and I raised him from a little tiny thing. His eyes weren't even open when we got him. A couple of my neighbors, Terry and Marie, brought him over when he was the tiniest little thing. He had fell out of a tree and a kitty cat had got him. And they rescued him, brought him over, and we raised him. By the time you see this, he'll probably be long gone, back to nature. He'll probably have a family, a couple of kids of his own, car payments, all those things that we all have. There we go. Now we got a few little sticks and twigs in there. We'll just use the same old dirty brush, it doesn't matter. Go right into a little yellow, get a little sap green, maybe even a little brown to dull it down. Oh, there we go, that's nice. That's nice. Tap a little bit into the bristles. I'm gonna get a little yellow ochre too. There, a little bit of yellow ochre. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, begin picking out little individual things here. There's a happy little tree, it lives right there. See? There he is. Okay. Maybe right here's another one. Absolutely, you knew that. You knew there was going to be a tree there. There. Okay, maybe right over here on this one. And we'll just put all kinds of little leaves and just foliage everywhere. Everywhere. Get a little more of the sap green. Come right in here. There's a nice one. He was hiding back here in the background. We had to pull him out. Every once in a while, maybe a little touch of the Indian yellow and a little touch of bright red. We'll sparkle it up. Ooh, that's pretty. That's pretty. These kind of colors just make you feel good. They make you feel good. And that's what painting's all about. It should make you feel good inside when you paint. There. And the most pleasure of all in painting is sharing your painting with other people, you know? The fact, do a painting and give it to a friend. It's the most fantastic feeling that somebody, and when they go ooh and ah and they say, you didn't paint this, that's because they won't believe you painted it. They will not believe it. And that may be the nicest thing of this whole thing is just sharing what you can do with other people. There we go. Now maybe back in here, let's begin making maybe some little grassy areas that live back in here. Wherever. And all we're doing is tapping down with the greens and yellows. But see how subdued and soft this looks? That's because of the liquid black on the canvas. This will look very, very soft. Now if you use the black gesso, you could get the same idea, but it'll look totally and completely different. Don't get black gesso and liquid black confused. Black gesso is an acrylic paint. It's a primer that goes on the canvas. Liquid black is an oil-based paint. It's very slow drying, whereas gesso dries very quickly. There. Okay. You can put the gesso on, and probably in about 30 minutes you're ready to go. The liquid black is designed to stay wet through the entire painting. Okay, maybe maybe right in there, wherever. We can just put all kinds of happy little things in there. Tell you what, that just looks like a perfect place to me. Let's do it. Let's do it. In my mind, I see a happy little stream lives back here. I'm going to dip the brush into a little bit of the liquid white and go right into titanium white. Just pull the brush through. Maybe the least little touch of phthalo blue in there. Least little touch, just enough to give it a little hint of color. Okay, let's go back up here. Now then, maybe our little stream, it comes from back here, so we don't know where it comes from. It comes around the corner there. Maybe there's a little waterfall right there. Bloop. Push upward with the brush. Just push it upward, like so. There. Okay. There it comes. Streams are so much fun to make with this. And it comes right here, bloop, and falls over. And there's all kinds of little rocks and stuff underneath here that we can't see. So just use your imagination and decide where you think there might be a rock living underneath, and it causes the water to do all kinds of beautiful things. Sometimes just for no reason it looks like on top there'll be a little bloop like it. And there's just a rock under there. Or a big stone. And sometimes when your little stream's just meandering along there and having fun and playing, it'll come along and son of a gun, somebody pulled out, there it went, pulled out all the stops, and it slid right off. Maybe there's a big something right there. Now, watch here. Take a little bit of the liquid white. We'll put it up here, maybe a little more. To that, I'm going to add the least little touch of dark sienna, maybe a little more. And we just want to make a pile of very thin paint that's light brown. I'm just going to make a pile and just pile it up like that. Now then, we'll use the old filbert brush today. We'll go right into brown, put it on both sides. Then we'll go down to this very thin paint with a light brown in it and just wipe through. So on one side, there's light and the other side is dark. See there? Okay, let's go right up here. Now then maybe back here in our world, there live some little stones. But this way you can make the highlight and the shadow of the stone both in one stroke. That easy. Maybe there's stones all over the place. We don't know. Wherever you want them. This is a super way of making a lot of little stones very rapidly. A little more of the color. Maybe down in here. Shoot. Maybe there's a big stone here. That's why there's a waterfall. Maybe it comes around and all the way over. We don't know where it is. Just make up your mind where you want it and drop it in. In fact, sometimes there's even stones in the waterfall, and we can do that too. That easy. We can put a happy little stone right in the waterfall. Then we'll go back to our fan brush and bring some water ploop, right over on this side. See there? And we let this water come right in front of the rock. But you see how now there's a little water going behind the rock and some going in front. And when it hits down here, needless to say, it's going to splash. Push upward with the brush and get that nice splash in the foam and all the churning and carrying on goes on down here. There it goes. Over here. Got to make those little noises though. Of course, people look at you a little weird when you're painting and you make all these funny little noises, but that's all right. Painters are expected to be a little different. So use your artist license. Your artist license comes with your first tube of paint. And it says, you're a painter. You can do weird things and you can paint anything that you want on canvas. You can create your own world. Now maybe, let's grab another brush. Maybe over here on this side. Let's go over here. Let's take a little black, a little crimson, a little brown. What the heck? On the 2-inch brush. Just tap a little color into it. Maybe over here. Maybe right here. We don't care. Maybe there's some big bushes that live over here. Somewhere right there. There they are. And we'll bring them all the way out. Maybe that's what holds the waterfall in here. Comes way out like that. But see, this creates another plane and pushes that waterfall way back in the distance. There. All we're doing now is putting down some dark so our light color will show when we put it on here. It's the only reason we're using this dark, is to cover up over the waterfall so it pushes it back. There. Okay, now then I'll go back to my other 2-inch brush that we had our greens and yellows and all that on. There. Tap in a little bit of color, but push that paint. You can see that little ridge right there. It's most important. Let's go right up here. Now then, make some big decisions here. Where do you want the highlights on this? Maybe it comes right about here. And just begin dropping in all these little things. And you can vary the colors a little bit. Maybe there's a little yellow ochre right there. Little yellow ochre. There we go, a little bit more. And let the light or the highlights come out a little bit past the dark area. That keeps the shadows inside the bush. You don't want the shadows on the outside. It doesn't look just right. The shadows are normally inside the bush. There we go. Here's another one. Wherever you want them. Many or as few. Just sort of look at the basic shape that you dropped in. And from that, and you can create all kinds of things. Maybe it just, shoot, look right there. Got to have a rock here. It looks like a rock place right here. Oh, there's a big old rock that lives right there. Shoot, it might even be maybe there's a flat rock down here at the bottom. We don't know. Doesn't matter. Whatever. There. Tap in a few little bushes around here. All right, then we can just take the knife. Scrape in the indication here and there of a stick and a twig. On the other side over here, maybe we'll put something over here too. Maybe there's a happy little bush that lives right here. And it grows right down to about there. Wherever. Back to our brush with a highlight color. Throw some happy little leaves up here on this one. A little bit right in there. See? They just live right here in your brush. All you got to do is sort of shake them out. Let some of these bushes hang right over, almost into the water. There. Back to our fan brush. Pour a little water around the bottom of these. Shoot, we got it made there. Tell you what, we got a minute or so left here. Let's have some fun. Maybe in our world, you know me and my big trees. Maybe, yep. Maybe there's a big tree that lives right up here. And all we're doing is dropping in some dark here. Just like so. That's all we're doing. Just dropping in some base color. We don't want to cover up our sun. Maybe we'll just come close to it and let it go at that. There. There we go. Maybe some on the other side too. We don't want it left out. It's just sort of a nice way just to bring it all together here. There we go. With the old 2-inch brush, it didn't take long to drop in a whole bunch of stuff. There we are. See there? There's another one. Shoot, who knows? Maybe there's a little tree that lives right out here. We'll put some leaves in and we'll come back and put a trunk right there. We'll make a tree right there. We can do anything that we want here. Any old thing. There. Okay, that sort of just brings the whole thing together. Let's take a liner brush. A lot of paint thinner on it. There we go. Go into a little bit of brown. And let's make a little tree trunk. Right here. We promised this tree we'd make him a nice trunk. Right down in there. There he is. Maybe we'll give him, maybe there's 2 little trees there. Who knows? You put as many or as few as you want in your world. Indication here and there of a trunk or limb or 2 on it. There we are. There we are. A little bit more paint thinner into our color. And you can see the indication here and there of a few little limbs and stuff that grow out through there. And over here. There we are. Great big one. There. I'm going to put a few highlights on those branches. And we'll about have a finished painting. As I mentioned earlier, this is the last show of the 18th series. And it's very, very special that you've allowed me to come back into your home again for another series of painting shows. And we share this time together. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart for allowing me to be part of your activities and your family. It's very special to me. And we already have the next series under production, so if you'll keep watching us, we'll keep right on painting. So I tell you what, throw a few things on here, and we're going to call this painting all finished. And until the next series, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend.